the complete mapping video of the world maps in one video. Now, if I want to understand the precise location of Australia, let me see the world map from a very different perspective. We have Antarctica over here, somewhat an isolated continent, generally least studied. Yes, this North America is completely in the northern hemisphere. See, this is the equator. This is completely in the northern hemisphere. South America is cut by the equator as well as a tropic of Capricorn. Now, this is something very interesting, right? We should know the physical features, obviously important places, obviously important mountain peaks and ranges. Now, you will say that, so do we need to remember all the countries, all the capitals and all? Now, this is a map of Africa. Let us see some basics regarding Africa, which you should know. These are certain facts and figures and statistics that have been mentioned. 60% of the world's population is here. You know that countries contributing humongously to the population, including countries like India and China, are also present here. Hello aspirants, welcome to PW OnlyIAS, a video that you were eagerly waiting for, especially for the preliminary examination and also for your mains examination. That is the complete mapping video of the world maps in one video. So, all the best. Begin with your journey of this interesting set of videos, which include all 7 continents and all the mapping that you need to require for your preliminary as well as the mains examination. But along with it, please remember we have a Pinnacle 2027 batch. It is a batch that is completely in English. It is a 2-year batch which comprehensively prepares you for the preliminary, mains as well as the interview. In order to enroll for this batch, please click on the link that is given below in the description box. Let's begin with an interesting video of the World Map series in one shot. Australia and Oceania. We'll understand these things. Now, this is a world map, which again is drawn by hand. Now, when we see this world map, we come across so many continents, right? We have North America, we have South America, we have Africa, we have Europe, we along with that have Asia, then we have Australia, we have Antarctica, right? Now, where is Australia? Now, something very basic, but again, you should know. We have Australia that is here. Now, see, these are very basic things, but these things become important when you're preparing for the civil services because in your examination, particularly preliminary examination, when such questions are asked, at that time you are so tensed, that time you're so nervous, possibly you tend to forget even the basic things. So, what do we understand from this? First of all, it is lying south of the equator. First, Tropic of Capricorn is cutting it. So, this is a location. Now, if I want to understand the precise location of Australia, let me see the world map from a very different perspective. Let's see. Now, see, as we did with respect to India also, now this is the prime meridian, that is 0° longitude. Clear? Now, this is equator, that is 0° latitude. Now, see, all the parts, if we see in this map, that are on the eastern side of the prime meridian, this is known as the eastern hemisphere. All those parts which are present, or the countries which are present on the west of the prime meridian, are referred to as the western hemisphere. Clear? Again, all those countries or parts which are present above the or north of the equator are referred to as the northern hemisphere. These are what? Northern hemispheres, right? Part. All those south of the equator are referred to as the southern hemisphere. Now, if I want to ask what is the precise location of Australia, then what do we see over here? First of all, it is in the southern hemisphere. Secondly, it is in the eastern hemisphere. So, if I want to know the precise location of Australia, it is southeastern hemisphere. Now, what happens is when this particular statement comes as one line in your preliminary examination, at that time you are confused. Okay, south we know, whether it is east, whether it is west. So, that is why these things become important for you to remember, right? So, it is southeastern hemisphere is the precise or the exact location of Australia, right? Let's begin. Now, if you see here, let us understand certain basic facts also regarding Australia. But before we go there, something that is very, very important is, this is a map that I have drawn by hand. Now, many people will say that drawing maps becomes really very difficult initially. See, when I used to draw the maps, whether it is Indian map, whether it is African map or Australian map. See, we need to be practical, not idealistic. When you are drawing right now, when you're practicing, try to draw, use this as a reference and try to draw it. In the examination, possibly you will have very less time. But if you have practiced it well, you can draw this map in less than, let us say, I would say, rather than less than 3 seconds or 4 seconds, this map can be drawn, provided you have practiced it many times. Now, what does practice make a difference in this particular mapping? See, when you practice, the shape of the map will be closer to what it is actually. If you do not practice, then possibly what you will do? You will draw like this. This might look like an amoeba. So important is with practice, the precision comes. So this precision will come with practice. So I would request everybody to at least, while you are watching this video, pause this video for 2 minutes, right? Pause this video for 2 minutes right now and draw this map at least twice or thrice, right? You can pause this video, draw this map. Now you will see the difference that once you have drawn, you will get this, you will get handy of this map, that this is easy to draw it. Now you can proceed with the other parts. Now let's see. If I see Australia, there are certain basic facts which you need to know. Important thing, it is the smallest continent. Again, something that is mentioned in your NCERT also. Now you'll say, so which NCERT? Please remember, the old NCERTs had in their class 6, 7th and 8th, chapters of Australia, Africa, different continents was taught earlier on. Now, they are not part of the new NCERTs, but they were earlier on, right? So, rather in detail, they were in early chapters in the old NCERTs. So what we have done is we have taken the content from the old NCERTs because UPSC has over the years consistently used those NCERTs to create the questions. So that is why it becomes these lectures particularly become very important because these are meeting the exact demand of the Union Public Service Commission examinations, right? So it is firstly the smallest continent among all the continents, first. Second, it is the 6th largest country. These are two things that you should remember. Why? Because these are very often asked as statements in your preliminary examination. At that time, when we are not able to recall, supposing that they ask you it is the 5th largest country or 6th largest or 7th largest, at that time you will not be able to remember because you haven't read it. So this is very important. Again, now please see, it is an island, right? But it is also a continent. That is why it is known as an island continent. Now it is in the southern hemisphere, so that is why it is also known as a southern continent. So these are various names through which Australia can be labeled as, right? In various books, various words are used, so I've mentioned all of them. Now it is very huge, 76.9 lakh square kilometers. Now you yourself imagine India's 32 lakh 87,000 kilometers approximately, right? Now on the other hand, this is 76.9 lakh square kilometers, so it is huge. The problem over here is because large portions of it are basically desert regions. So that is why you realize the population density is restrained or restricted to only very few important metropolitan cities that are present. So that is something very important that you should know also, right? Let's continue with the series. Now, very, very important. When I started with this particular Australian video, you would see that I have mentioned a particular word, Australia and Oceania, right? Australia, you very well know. I had made this diagram also. Now, what do you mean by Oceania? This is something very interesting and very important. This can be asked in your papers also. Now, see, what does Oceania means? See, Australia, along with the various adjoining islands that are present here, which includes the Polynesian Islands, which this is red in red that I presented, the Melanesian Islands, which I presented in yellow, and then you have the Micronesian Islands, which are presented in pink. Along with Australia, this whole setup is known as Oceania. Why Oceania? There's a reason behind it, because everywhere you see it is surrounded by ocean. Because Australia itself is an island continent, along with all these islands. Many people commit a mistake or an error. They consider that Oceania basically means all these islands. They do not include Australia into that. Now, this can be asked as a question in your preliminary examination, that while we are talking with reference to Oceania, which among the following are included under it? First, Polynesian Islands, then second, Melanesian, third, Micronesian, and then they can put as Australia and even New Zealand after that. Now, what will happen? you will assume that no, Oceania is possibly only the islands that are present, not Australia, and you'll mark it wrong. So please remember, Australia, Micronesia, Melanesia, Polynesia, all are part of your Oceania as a combined form. Now, let us go into a little bit about the details of the certain islands that are present in Polynesia, Melanesia, and Micronesia. Now, why it is important? This has been a question which has been asked multiple times in your CDS examination or also in your NDA papers. This was earlier, many years ago, asked in your preliminary examinations also. So you should have a brief idea which are the important islands of this particular group. Now let us assume something very important. Now this thing is very often neglected. This set of islands are known as the Polynesian Islands. The Polynesian Island is basically a triangle shaped area which has many islands inside it. At the top is the Hawaii, right? On the western side, if you go, is New Zealand, and on the eastern side are the Easter Islands. Now, many will say, sir, is New Zealand a part of Polynesia? Yes. Very, very important for you to note. This is something that people don't study. New Zealand is a part of the Polynesian Islands. Clear? So, you have New Zealand here, you have Samoa, you have Cook Island here, Tahiti, something very important while reference to climatic changes, observations. So this island is something very important from that perspective. Then you have the Easter Islands, then you have the Marquesas Islands, and obviously the Hawaii. Now these are the most important islands of Polynesia. If the question has to be asked, they will not go beyond these, right? So by noting these down, you are basically ensuring that any question that comes from these specific islands regarding Polynesia, Melanesia, Micronesia, you will be able to attempt them. Now, on the western side of Polynesia, you have another set of islands. These are Melanesian Islands, right? If you see, these can be referred to in the form that they lie on the eastern side and the northeastern side of Australia. You have various islands, very important, Fiji being there, a very important tourist place also. New Caledonia, Vanuatu, Papua New Guinea, Solomon Islands, and Santa Cruz, right? Now, these are the most important islands of Melanesia. And now, if you see, there are multiple other islands going to be there. Now, see, those are not relevant, and that is impossible for you to remember also. Now, these are ones which are important, which have been asked also in the examination, which are relevant even for you today also. Then comes the Micronesian Islands, which are on the north of the Melanesian Islands. You will have Palau, Caroline Islands over here. Then on the north half, you have Marina Islands, you have Marshall Islands, and Kiribati. Now, these are the important set of islands that are present as a part of the Micronesian Islands, right? Or Micronesian group. Now, what do we see? Australia, along with Polynesia, along with Melanesia, along with Micronesia, forms the Oceania. Important thing, one more thing, New Zealand is a part of the Polynesian Islands. Clear? So we have got the knowledge of what Oceania basically means, right? So this is something important. Very often the questions are asked from this particular section, particularly in your PCS examinations also, and obviously various UPSC examinations like CDS, NDA, and obviously the Union Public Service Commission examination. Let's move ahead. Now, as we have seen this map of Australia, now let us move a little bit ahead from the aspects of the political dimension. Very often when you see the map, you see that Australia is divided into various territories or states. Now, please remember, this is again a very important question that can be asked. What are the various states or territories of Australia? Now, if you see states and territories, there are 6 states and there are mainland territories. There are 2 mainland territories. Now, there are other external territories also, like various islands which Australia claims. We are not considering them because those are lesser important. These are the major important dimensions within Australia. So what are the 6 states and what are the mainland territories? So these things should be understood. In the examination, you can be asked, which among the following are states of Australia? In that, they might mention Northern Territory, and you will get confused. Oh, it's a state, it's a huge region, it is going to be a territory. No, it is a mainland territory. It is not part of your state. So, what are the states? I will show you using a map also. Don't worry about that. But see here, We have the New South Wales, capital being Sydney, Victoria, capital being Melbourne, Queensland, capital being Brisbane, South Australia, capital being Adelaide, West Australia, capital being Perth, Tasmania, capital being Hobart. While the territories, if you see, you have the Australian Capital Territory, something like we have the National Capital Territory, NCR, National Capital Region and all. So they have National Capital Territory, capital being Canberra, that is the capital of Australia. Then you have the Northern Territory, the capital being Darwin. Now these are something, an aspect that you should know, but you should know from the perspective of map also. Now let us see the map of this. Okay. Before I go into the aspect where I show you the capitals also, it's important to understand the regions or the states and the territories. This is Western Australia. This is Southern Australia. This is Victoria. This is Tasmania, small island. This is New South Wales. Then you have the Queensland, right? And this is the Northern Territory. Again, remember, Northern Territory over here is the mainland territory. It is not considered as a part of your states. Remember this is a standard classification which is present in the Australian websites also. Various books confuse this. They confuse the mainland territory with states, or they might do is they will write state and territories and they will list 6 and 7, 8 like this. So this is something that you should know and very well understand this. Clear? So please do not get confused over here. Many students are going to say, no sir, let us add 7th and 8th also. These are also part of states. No, this is a standard connotation from the Australian government, right? Okay. Now, these are the various parts. Now the question comes, this is basically a representation of what we have done or written over here. Now let's see the capitals also. Now see, Western Australia has a capital of Perth. Now, you know, how do you know Perth? Perth is a very important place where you have what? A center for cricket also, right? Obviously, you have beautiful cricket grounds along Brisbane, Melbourne, Sydney and all. But Perth, you will well remember, that is very known for fast pitches. So very good for fast bowlers. So all the students who are interested in cricket, you should be knowing all these places where India tends to play cricket also, right? So, okay. Western Australia, Perth. Now, if you see Northern Territory, this is the Northern Territory part, green. The capital is Darwin. Clear? Darwin. If you come here, you have Queensland. The capital is Brisbane. Now, New South Wales, you have the capital as Sydney, and you have the National Capital Territory as Canberra. That is again as part of New South Wales. This is the Canberra is the capital of Australia. Remember that very well. And a question can be asked, the national capital, that is Canberra, lies in which state? It lies in, technically it lies in the New South Wales region, but it is obviously a different territory altogether, like we have the NCR. So, but overall, within the territory, if you see, it is located within the New South Wales region. If you see Victoria, you have Melbourne. If you see Adelaide, it's a capital of Southern Australia. Clear? And over here, obviously, you have Tasmania and you have Hobart here. That is capital of Tasmania. Clear? Now the question will come, so how do we remember them? But there is a very interesting technique of remembering these things. Let us see a mnemonic in order to remember it, because it becomes very, very difficult to remember, okay, whether Brisbane is on the top, on the north, or Canberra or Melbourne. Specifically, UPSC has played very often with the candidates where they have asked these 4 and asked them to arrange from north to south. In that particular case, that is a question of mapping. If you know it, you know it. If you do not, you lose your marks. So now, how do you remember these things? Let us see a mnemonic in order to remember it. I've decreased the font of this particular map. Now see here. In order to remember it, can you remember 3 degrees? In order to remember, what are the 3 degrees? BSc, Bachelors of Science, MA, Master in Arts, and PhD. Right? Clear? Let us say, because initially you do the graduation, then you do the post-graduation, and then you do doctorate. Can we take it in similar manner? Now see this. Everybody see this. Go in a clockwise manner. B for Brisbane, S for Sydney, C for Canberra. So if I am going in a clockwise manner, what do I see? Let us take some other color. If I'm going from clockwise, I'm seeing Brisbane, then comes your Brisbane, then comes your Sydney, then comes your Canberra. MA, you have Melbourne, then you have Adelaide. Melbourne, then you have Adelaide. MA. After that, PhD. PhD. Now, H is just to remember it. H has no relevance. P means over here Perth and D means over here Darwin. So, now what do you understand out of it? If you move in a very clockwise manner, you will realize BSc is Brisbane, Sydney, Canberra. MA is Melbourne, Adelaide. PhD is P, let us say Perth, and D is Darwin. So you can remember this in a clockwise manner. So this is a way to remember these things. Please remember, if you feel that the toppers who are performing so well, or the toppers who are able to get these questions right in your preliminary examination, or they're able to do well in your mains examination, it is not because they're super brilliant. It is because they do certain things differently. If you want to qualify the examination, it is not necessary that you do different things. It is important you can do things differently. This is what is the content that is provided to everybody. But doing such things makes it easier for you to remember. Now, if the question comes with respect to these important places, you will be able to attempt and get them right. Clear? So, you can quickly note it down while you can pause this video and again note these down. This is something very, 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 very important. Clear? Okay. Let's move ahead. Now comes the physical divisions of Australia. Now, please remember, we are not doing India that we need to go into a lot of details with respect to every physical division. When we are doing Australia, we have to go and understand what the divisions are. Obviously, I'll be doing a lot of things over here. So, brief idea should be present with respect to you that you should know these are the locations, these are the places. Now, if you have, again, I'm repeating this very carefully. If you have done this series, like Australia and other continents with respect to mapping, you will not find a single question which you are not able to attempt, particularly with respect to the mapping. So make sure you draw each and every map, you write each and every content that I'm teaching you in this particular session and in the forthcoming sessions, right? So physical divisions of Australia, first is the Eastern Highlands. I'll be showing you everything on the map, don't worry. Eastern Highlands, Western Plateau, then you have the lot of deserts because Australia is known for large deserts. Central lowland and the Great Barrier Reef, again made up of coral polyps, something very famous, something associated with climatic change also nowadays. So becomes very, very important here. So write all these 5 divisions. These are physical divisions of Australia, something that we did with respect to India also. You remember the Himalayas, the Great Plains, the Peninsular Plateau, the islands, the coastal plains. Those were the physical divisions for India. And we have to go in a lot of detail with respect to India because that is important. Over here, we will be doing briefly what is required for this civil services examination. Now, see, first are the Eastern Highlands. Now, please remember, this Eastern Highlands basically talks about a long range. This region over here, a long range, that is a great dividing range and some associated ranges like the New England range and all. So, these are known as the Eastern Highlands. Right? Now, it is not something that a single range is there. Though I've shown it in a form of a range, it is not a continuous range. It is a broken range also. There are a lot of plateaus also. There are a lot of other landscapes also that are present there. So that is why it is known as a highland, because relatively the height is more. Clear? And obviously there are a lot of ranges also, broken ranges also, some continuous also. So it's a mix of all. So what do we see? This is a chain of hills and mountains. This is known as a Great Dividing Range over here, which I've marked here. Then this is a small other range, which is a New England range, right? Now it stretches for greater than 3,500 kilometers. It is not a single mountain range. Please understand. Though I've shown it here in the form of a single range, it is not a single range. There are a lot of breaks that are there, a lot of different peaks are present, a lot of, let us say, small ranges are present. You can equate it to somewhat like the Eastern Ghats that we talk about, right? If you see, the Western Ghats in India are a relatively continuous range. The Eastern Ghats are broken ranges. So similarly over here, you will see that the Great Dividing Range is also a little broken, but again, it stretches for greater than 3,500 kilometers. So this is your Eastern Highlands. Quickly note it down in your papers. Draw the map again. Draw this range. Draw both the ranges, the New England range over here, the Great Dividing Range over here, and write the content also along with it, right? This gives you an idea of what you have to study with respect to these physical divisions, right? Quickly note it down. Now, after having done this, first we have done, second was the Western Plateau. Now let us move on to the Western Plateau. Now this is a huge region over here, which is known as the Western Plateau. Now please remember, this region is very famous for the various deserts that are present, that we will see as a different slide also. So it is famous for the various deserts. Again, a lot of characteristics come, a lot of Australian Aboriginal tribes are present here because you see extremes of climatic conditions, particularly very hot climate is here. So it makes the survival very difficult. The population density is less than 2 persons per square kilometer. So just you can imagine the condition that is over here. That is why please remember, when you saw the various important metropolitan cities like Melbourne, Sydney, Canberra, Brisbane, Adelaide, Perth, these are the places which are very densely populated. Other than that, if you go to other regions, there hardly you will find anyone. That is why, in spite of being so huge, it is of no use practically in a way for Australians, because the population density is so low in these regions. Already the density is high, particularly in those major cities which we just now studied, and I told you in a clockwise manner how you can remember them. BSc, MA, PhD, right? So over here, this is an eroded plateau. So it is due to the various erosional activities, it has been eroded. Has various sinkholes filled with water. Again, a lot of sinkholes are there, so water has been trapped inside it. It is a home to several deserts, which we will study. Lot of deserts are present over here because of extreme conditions. Very hot conditions are present. So what you see is very hot conditions and makes survival very difficult. Extremes of temperatures, right? Home to Australian Aboriginal tribes. Now, what do you mean Aboriginal? Indigenous tribes that are present. So, few tribes are also present here. So, these regions become important from that perspective, right? Okay, let's move ahead. Let's come to the desert now. Now, see over here. If you see over here, we have the Western Plateau. Now, if we move ahead, the third part is a desert. Now, you see these major deserts which are located on the regions which we have marked as the Western Plateau. Now, in the examination, please remember, the question that comes with respect to deserts are generally, they will mention the name of the desert and they will mention the country in front of that. Remember that? They will not go into detail that arrange them from north to south. That is something really difficult also. They can ask, but majorly the question which come with respect to desert is, they will ask you, let us say, they will ask you Gibson Desert and they will write the name in front of it, Africa. Let us say they will write Tanzania. At that time, you will get confused that this Gibson Desert is in Tanzania or Australia if you haven't read it. So you will possibly mark it right and you will get the answer wrong. So that is why knowing these deserts, at least knowing these deserts, becomes very, very important. Now see here. On the north is a great sandy desert, right? To the eastern side, you have the Tanami Desert over here. If you come south of this, you have the Simpson Desert that is present here, right? Now let's come south of the Great Sandy Desert, you have the Gibson Desert, and below that is a Great Victorian Desert. So these are 5 very important deserts of Australia and you should be very well aware of them. So quickly draw the map, pause the video, and along with it, write or draw these areas which are present here. If you know them, similarly we will be doing for the other continents also. So by the time where all the continents are finished, you will have all the deserts that are present in all the continents and the regions or the countries. Along with them, various other features. So what will be done is, any question that comes on these topics, you will be able to do them flawlessly, right? Okay, done. So let's move on to the fourth feature, that is a central lowland. Now see, this basically lies between the Eastern Highlands and the Western Plateau. The central lowland, if you see the Eastern Highlands were here, Great Dividing Range and all, New England Range, and on this region you had the Western Plateau where you had a lot of deserts and all. Between them lies your central lowland, an important region because it is drained by a lot of rivers. So That is why this region is important also. Now see, this is an extensive plain between the eastern highlands that we had studied here and the western plateau. See here again, this is a western plateau, this is the eastern highlands. So over here between these two features, you have the central lowlands. It is drained by two major rivers, Murray and Darling. Now, these two rivers we will be doing in the drainage system in the coming slides, but you should know them that this region is drained by these two important rivers in particular. Why? Because in the examination they will ask you that central lowland region is drained by which among the following rivers. You can ask them. You can be asked because these are things that are mentioned in the old NCRTs. So UPSC tends to pick up those things very easily. Now, why this thing becomes another, from another different aspect also important is, there's a very important lake, Lake Eyre, here 12 meters below the sea level. So where is Lake Eyre? See here. This lake is basically what? Lake Eyre. It is below the sea level. This is something very interesting. Like if you have the Kuttanad region, the region in Kerala, which is below the sea level, similarly, you have this Lake Eyre, which is below the sea level. So sometimes what happens is, if UPSC wants to really pull your leg, they might give you which among the following are below the sea level. They will like Kuttanad and they will write Lake Eyre. And then you should be aware that I have written here, it is below the sea level, right? So this is the fourth physical division. Last physical division which we generally study is a Great Barrier Reef. Now you should know this very well, that Great Barrier Reef over here is basically a coral reef made up of coral polyps, right? Now these are very, very intricate, very important also because they are not only, they are the natural wonders obviously. These are also being, why this is in news of late is because these coral reefs are slowly getting destroyed and badly impacted. The reason behind it is because of the climate change that is taking place. Because see, for the coral polyp also, there is a optimum range of temperature and conditions that should be present for them to bloom and to be present there. If the temperature increases, possibly their existence also will finish in a way. So that is why the Australian government, along with the other cooperating with the United Nations also, they're working on this to resolve the climate change issues, prevent acidification of the oceans, particularly the Pacific regions also. So they're continuously working on that. Leaving that apart, you should know that this is a region of Great Barrier Reef. There are certain regions in which, see, it is not completely along the coast, it is a little bit far away. There are certain regions in which this barrier reef is almost 12 kilometers close to the coast. Sometimes it might even go till 200 kilometers also. So it varies. No, though we just have to show it, but it can vary, right? So this is the largest coral reef in the world. Again, you should know Great Barrier Reef is the largest coral reef. It lies along the east coast of the Queenslands, right? It is about 2000 kilometers long. It is one of the natural wonders of the world. So this is the Great Barrier Reef that you should know. Quickly note it down, pause the video, note down, create the map and draw this. Clear? Okay. So let's move ahead. Now comes the aspect. Now you will say, sir, we have done with the physical divisions, but we did not do those mountain ranges and all while we did the similar things while we were doing the Indian geography. Please understand. In Indian geography, when we are doing, we have to go into a lot of other details also. Over here, we will do the ranges also, the important ranges that are present here. Clear? Now see, these are the important ranges. Though we have done these part, I'm going to repeat it again. See here. If you see, I have mentioned the territories or the regions also along with the ranges. If you see, let us start with the Northern Territory. Now, it has an important range which is known as McDonnell Range, right? If you move towards the Western region, this is Western Australia, you have two important ranges that are present here. One is Hammersley Range, and in the south you have the Darling Range. You won't believe that this question has been asked in the examination also with respect to Darling Range, right? Now, when you do the mapping, what do you get out of it? First of all, you know that Darling Range is in Australia, right? You will also get to know, secondly, that Darling Range lies in the western part of Australia. Third thing also you get to know that it is in the Western Australian state of Australia. In the examination, obviously Darling Range will come. They will put a name of a country over there, possibly to confuse you. If they really want to ask a very difficult question, possibly they will ask you, Darling Range lies in the region, let us say, slash East Australia. Then again, it will be wrong because it is in the West Australian region. So this question has been asked, and in the PCS, so almost on a repeated basis, the questions from Australia come. That is why I've taken this continent first. The reason is something that is, it is neglected. What people tend to do, they firstly do Asia, Africa, and they focus on there. When the questions from these continents are asked, then they're not able to answer it. So what did we do? McDonnell Range in the Northern Territory, the Western Australia Hammersley Range, then you have the Darling Range over here. If you come to Southern Australia, you have Musgrave Range. What is it called? Musgrave Range. If you come again towards the further eastern part, you have the Finders Range. What? Finders Range. Now come here, Queensland. Now you see, again, Queensland is famous for what? Because its coast also has the Great Barrier Reef. Along with it, it has the largest section of the Great Dividing Range. Now, Great Dividing Range does not end here. It continues like this, and further moves down. Clear? On the eastern side, you have this New England Range, and southern part. With the extension of the Great Dividing Range, you have this part, which is the Australian Alps. It basically is, it lies in the New South Wales also and Victoria also. So, New Australian Alps is present in both the states. If you see New Zealand, you have the Southern Alps over here, again famous. So, these are the important ranges of Australia. Clear? You should be very well aware of it. Again, pause the video, create the map, and mark them well, right? I'm giving you a minute, quickly draw them, right? Pause the video and do it. Hopefully done. Okay. Now see, once you have done this ranges, why it becomes important? See, when we are doing continent-wise slowly, what will happen is it will be easier for you to remember all of them, right? We will do this. We will move on to Antarctica also. We will cover all the continents. So please remember, I'm telling you, there's a one-stop solution for all the mapping problems that you can come across, right? So let's move ahead. Then comes important mountain peaks. Now, if you're doing the ranges, then it becomes important that we need to do the peaks also, right? So let's see here. I have decreased the font of the names of the ranges. And what are the important peaks? So there are certain important peaks which you should remember. What happens is, see, every continent is going to have hundreds and hundreds of mountain peaks. You cannot remember them also, and you don't have to remember them. There are certain peaks which you should remember. See, with respect to India, you would have seen that while I was teaching you the Indian physical geography, we covered so many peaks that you would have already seen in the lectures. But over here, we do not have to go into detail, because what we are going to do is important peaks that are present in that have been asked, that are present in the NCRTs, or certain aspects which we consider as important, we have covered them. So what we assume and presume over here is they do not ask beyond these things, right? So let's see. Within the Hammersley range, you have Mount Bruce, B-R-U-C-E, Bruce. If you come to the McDonnell range, you have Mount Zeil, Z-E-I-L, Mount Zeil. If you come to the Musgrave range, you have Mount Woodruff, right? Woodruff. Now, if you come to the region of, please understand this, the Great Dividing Range only, over here you have Mount Kosciuszko. This is the tallest mountain peak over here. Please write it down. 1, 2, 3, 4. These are the 4 peaks that you should be aware of. Because this is the tallest, it can be asked also. Looking at the name or listening to the name, possibly if we write the country in front of it as Italy, you will mark it correct, right? It is not in Italy, it is in Australia. Clear? So please quickly again draw the map. What you can do is in this particular map only you can mark the peaks, right? Okay, let's move ahead. Important rivers. Now see, this is a drainage system. Now again, questions are very often asked, which river belongs to which particular continent or country. So we should understand these things. Let's start from the western part. You have a very important river over here, which is known as Murchison, right? If you move further forward in the Northern Territory part, you have this river which is known as Victoria. Clear? if you move further here, you will be realizing there are two important rivers. Now, these two rivers basically drain in Lake Eyre, right, which we had studied, Lake Eyre. So, these two rivers basically are Diamantina and Thompson, these two rivers, right? Now, this Darling Murray Basin again becomes very important over here. Remember one thing, Murray is the longest river, 2,508 kilometers. You have another one river joining it. This is known as Darling River, and another tributary joining it is Lachlan, or Lachlan is as it is known as. So these are the important rivers which you should be aware of. Quickly draw the map, and along with it, quickly draw these rivers. See, you will be having this document. Many would be thinking, sir, can we draw it later on? Yes, I will be giving you this document. This PDF will be available in the Telegram account along with the link attached to the YouTube video also. So you can download the content from there also, no problem. But if you want to draw along with me, it will be easier for you to remember it also while you're listening to the lecture. Along with it, it will be good for you so that you will be practicing it also. Okay, so these are the rivers: Murchison, Victoria, Diamantina, Thompson, Darling, Lachlan, Murray. Murray being the longest river, 2,508 kilometers. Clear? Okay, let's move ahead. Important lakes. Now see, you would have seen Diamantina and Thompson both basically drain into Lake Eyre. So this is something again important. That is why Lake Eyre is again important. Now there are certain others also. There is on the north over here is Lake Woods. Then you have the Disappointment Lake. Certain names which are very interesting, like Disappointment Lake. Possibly these questions are generally picked up by UPSC also because the name is interesting. So you should always remember the Lake Disappointment basically lies in Australia, right? Then you have the Lake Murray. Then you have Lake Barley. Over here you have Lake Gardiner, and then you have Lake Torrens. Now these are few important lakes that you should be aware of. Many will be thinking, sir, how do we remember these things? So many lakes come better. When you note these things down and you have few A4 sheets where you have drawn these maps, when you revise it 3-4 times, now these things will be like captured in your mind in the form of images. I'm telling you again. Initially, it takes a lot of effort to make these maps, but once you have done it, it becomes really very easy. Clear? Okay. Next comes to important water bodies. See here. See, we have done with the internal stuff with respect to the physical divisions. Now, what are the surrounding lakes or let us say oceans that are there? See, if you see, Australia is basically surrounded by two major oceans. If you see on the western side is the Indian Ocean. On the eastern side is the Pacific Ocean, right? Now, along with them, there are a lot of water bodies that are present here. Let's see them. On the northwestern region, you have the Timor Sea over here. If you come here, this Gulf, this is known as Gulf of Carpentaria. Carpentaria over here. If you see over here, this is a Coral Sea because again you have the Great Barrier Reef over here. So this is known as Coral Sea. If you come here, between the northern and the southern island of Australia, between them is the Cook Strait. Between New Zealand and Australia, you have the Tasman Sea. Between Australia and Tasmania, you have this particular strait which is known as Bass Strait. Many times this question has been asked. They will ask you that between Australia and Tasmania, between the Australian mainland, because obviously Tasmania is part of Australia, between the Australian mainland and Tasmania, which strait lies between both of them? They might give you a name. Let us say even Cook Strait, Bass Strait, it is Bass Strait. Between northern and the southern island of Australia, you have the Cook Strait. Now this, if you realize, is like a bite of an apple that you have taken. So that is why it is known as Great Australian Bight. If you come towards the western part, this particular bay is known as a Shark Bay. These are the important dimensions, water bodies or concepts that you should be remembering. Please quickly note it down because these are important for your examinations. Clear? Okay, so two things. One is the oceans that you should know and other aspects that you should be aware of. Clear? Okay. Let's move ahead. Natural vegetation. Now, please remember, we will not go into details of what each of them or what their characteristics are. Well, the reason behind it is because we will be coming with a geography series, physical geography series in few days also, where we will be covering the natural vegetation also, the concepts also over there, along with it, climate also. So those things will be explained in detail over there also, right? So if you see, this green region over here, This green region over here, these are open forest. If you realize this yellow large region, you would have seen with respect to the western plateau and various deserts. So this is a desert region majorly. Scrubland, so scrubs are present over here. So these are what? The scrublands. The pink region over here. Now please quickly remember one thing. The color scheme that I have made over here is important from the perspective that do not confuse it. Please just have a look. Do not confuse it that these schemes are mentioned that will basically influence the type of vegetation. Because many people get confused so that you have drawn pink, green and all. So are these grasslands or those? Please do not confuse. This is just a representation of the colors to make it distinguishing, right? So what do we see? The green part is the open forest. The red part are the scrublands. Over here, alpine vegetation. That means because of the altitude is high, so you have alpine vegetation over here. Then you have, this is the desert regions. Then you have this pink region that we have. These are the grasslands. Then you have, this is the woodland. So this is the natural vegetation. You again do not have to go into details regarding this. You just have to have a brief idea. When we will do the topic of physical geography in that biogeographical part, we will be doing or going through all of these vegetations across the world and their classifications and their explanations. So that is why we are not going into intricate detail with respect to each right now. It is just for your understanding. So you should be aware of these. Clear? Okay. Please note it down. Climatic regions, again, you know that vegetation is very well influenced by the climate. So when we see over here, northern part is a monsoon type of climate. That means it experiences reversal of winds. Again, these climatic regions we will be doing in the physical geography series in the climatology chapter. So just now you should have a brief idea what these basically are. Then you have the equatorial type of climate over here, right? Then you have savanna region over here, right? You have the humid subtropical region. These are the maritime region. The pink are the Mediterranean region. And obviously this is a hot desert climate. That means there is extreme of climate over here. That is why it is known the hot desert. So this is what your climatic regions of Australia. Let's quickly note it down. Now let's move to the last, one of the last parts, that is the minerals. Now please remember, why I have mentioned mineral is that very often the questions from the economic geography part are being asked in your prelims as well as the mains examination. And the students are least prepared for these part, particularly with respect to world. In India, they might with respect to India, they might possibly read also economic geography part, but with respect to world, they generally avoid it. So what I have done is, I have mentioned certain regions where certain minerals are found in Australia. The important ones, you do not have to go into again R&D doing various dimensions with respect to all those minerals. You just have to have an idea of them. Now see here. I have mentioned few important minerals: coal, uranium, copper, lead, iron and diamond. So if you see over here, in a way it can be asked that Australia's eastern region has large number of coal deposits or coal deposits regions are present. So that is true, right? So that is why how questions are asked from the based on map. So these are the C means coal over here. Coal, coal, coal. Over here also coal is here. So a lot of coal deposits are present here. Uranium, if you see the northern part over here, has very important uranium deposits, right? So you should be knowing about them. Then again, copper is also present in abundance. If you see copper is present here, here in the Northern Territory part. Again, if you come here, then it's present. Diamond is also found in the Northern Territory region. You have iron. This is iron. Iron is found here also. Iron is found here also. So iron has good number of deposits are present in the western region of Australia. Now lead, Pb is lead. Lead is found in Tasmania also and also in the Australian mainland. So these are the few minerals that you should be aware of and have the knowledge of, right? So you quickly draw this map so that you are aware of the minerals, right? Okay, so hopefully done. Now see, this is a world map which we had seen earlier also. Now this is a hand-drawn map. Many said, sir, isn't it easy or difficult to draw this map? Yes, initially when you try to attempt to make these maps, it definitely takes time. See, you have to be very practical in the examination. You cannot be very artistic. You have to make a map where it is perceptible that you're making a world map. You should not make amoebas, as I had mentioned in the previous lecture also. So at least when you practice, the possibility of you making a map which is closer to or resembling the actual map, the probability increases. So this is a world map which I had drawn earlier also. Now, using this as a base, let us see. There are various continents that are present here. We have North America, South America, you have Europe, you have Africa, you have Asia, you have Australia. We did Australia as a last lecture. Now you see over here, we have Antarctica over here, right? Somewhat an isolated continent, generally least studied, right? So we have to study it properly because there's a great possibility that in future also many questions can be asked from it, because today's time, as we see glaciers melting, as we see climate change very prominent, so this region also becomes very important from that perspective, right? So let us see what all is in store for us. Now see, as we had done with respect to Australia also, let us see the correct location of Antarctica, because this can be asked as a statement in a preliminary examination. You see this prime meridian, that is 0° longitude. On the eastern side, all the parts that are present are of the eastern hemisphere. On the western are the western hemisphere, and the western hemisphere parts or countries. This is the equator. All the parts or regions above that lie in the northern hemisphere. All in the south lie in the southern hemisphere. Now something very clear to you, that Antarctica lies in the southern hemisphere. That is very, very categorical for you. You can see this. But do you see something over here, that it is lying in the western hemisphere also, but in the eastern hemisphere along with it? So what do you understand out of it? If you want to know the correct or the precise location of Antarctica, can we say it lies in the southwestern and southeastern hemispheres? Southwestern and southeastern hemispheres? Yes, because it is in the southern hemisphere, but it is in the eastern hemisphere also, and it is in the western hemisphere also. So if somebody says that Antarctica lies only in the southwestern hemisphere, it will be wrong, because the word only is used. Or if they use the word only in the southeastern hemisphere, then also it will be wrong. So it is in the southwestern as well as the southeastern hemisphere. So that is the precise or the correct answer. So you can have a look at this, and you can pause the video and along with it make a map over here, so that you remember. At least if not making a map, at least note down this information well. Okay. Having done that, let's begin. Now see, supposingly you have a globe. Supposing you have a globe in front of you, and now I turn it and look it from the bottom. What will you see? You will see the South Pole. Please remember this. Supposing that this is a globe, I turn it like this. Through this angle, I am seeing the South Pole being present. Clear? Now see, this is what the basic mass or this continent basically looks like. Now over here also, please remember, there are a lot of physical divisions that we are going to study. Till now, you would have not studied them in any book also. I'm sure of that, and you would have neglected that also. Who would study Antarctica for that matter? This is a general perception. So this is actually a diagram, or let us say a map that is representing Antarctica when I'm looking from the bottom side. This is the southern pole, South Pole. Now when I move ahead, let's see the dimensions associated with this. Now see, if I want to know Antarctica, we should know some basics also regarding Antarctica. Please remember, specifically when we have done with the physical divisions, you will be able to connect the physical divisions with the flora and fauna also that is present. There are certain very, very important dimensions regarding like penguins, or let us say the concept of polar bears, whether present here or not. Now these things also become important in the analysis of Antarctica. So we will be discussing that also. But before that, please remember, knowing the physical divisions well is very, very, very important, because with it only you are able to answer many questions. Now from the perspective of just, if we've seen an overview of Antarctica, you should know it is the 5th largest continent, right? Then area is 14 million square kilometers and surrounded by the Southern Ocean. 98% of Antarctica is covered with ice, averaging 1.9 kilometer thick. Can you just imagine? I am in Dehradun, and when it basically snows in Mussoorie, we say, oh, there's snowfall and all. There's absolutely, we see everywhere white, it's covered with snow. Now just imagine, on a continent that is Antarctica, you have ice layer, that is snow layer, that is thickness of 1.9 kilometers. Can you imagine what is 1.9 kilometers? Now, this is the actual thing which makes it unique and something we appreciate about nature also, right? One statement came that it is surrounded by the Southern Ocean. Now, please remember this. When I go back to this map, this region is the Southern Ocean. You know that very well. This is the Atlantic Ocean. This is the Indian Ocean, right? This region is known as the Southern Ocean. That is why I said it is surrounded by the Southern Ocean also, right? Okay, let's move ahead. Now, having studied that it is the fifth largest continent, 14 billion square kilometers, now you don't have to remember the area, but you should remember it as the fifth largest continent. I had taught you techniques also how to remember the continents in order. Now, surrounding or surrounded by which oceans completely? It is not only surrounded by the Southern Ocean, there are other dimensions also which we are going to cover. Please remember this, these water bodies being surrounded, what all water bodies are present. We will be covering each and everything and you should be very well aware of them because see, in today's time in the preliminary examination, they're going to ask the statement and if you do not know, then you're not able to attempt it, right? So let's move ahead. Now see, now please remember, do not take these lines as latitudes. These are longitude. Why? Just imagine this. Just imagine. This is a globe, the southern part of the globe, Antarctica is here. I'm turning it like this and seeing South Pole over here. So all these lines that are moving are basically what? Longitude, because it is, these are basically longitude because they are moving from the southern pole and joining the northern pole. The lines that are originating from here will go from various directions and join the North Pole. So all these over here are referring to the longitudes. Many might get confused that are these the latitudes? No, they are not. The reason behind it is that they are originating from the South Pole and we are seeing from a direction from the southern part. So that is why it might appear like latitude. It is not latitude, longitude. So all these lines or these longitude will originate from the southern pole. They will move up and join the North Pole. So these are longitude, please remember. Now please remember 0 degree, this is a 0 degree line, 180 degree is the international date line, you very well know as a means of, these are very important with respect to the time calculation. These are the 90 degrees, this is the southern pole. East of Greenwich, this is the west of Greenwich, that means you very well know from where the time is calculated, right? So this is a basic representation of how the longitudes are moving. You can note it down also because this becomes important from the perspective that you can be asked questions on this also. Now, moving forward, physical divisions of Antarctica. Now, this becomes really very important. Why it becomes important? These are parts which you would have not studied anywhere. Now, you will say, sir, then why are we studying? Please remember, the new NCRTs which are there, the new immediate ones and the before that also the NCRTs which we were studying, that do not cover the Antarctic portion in detail. But the old NCRTs, even before the 2005, they had the portions of Antarctica covered very well. And because of that, UPSC tends to pick up those parts and put it in your papers. So that is why we are covering it here so that you do not have to go through those NCRTs, right? There are physical divisions, 5 physical divisions which are generally expected or demarked by geographers. First is East Antarctica, that is Greater Antarctica. West Antarctica, that is Lesser Antarctica. Then you have the transatlantic mountains, plateaus and the ice shelves. What are these things and all we're going to study now? Having known these, please immediately note them down. You can pause the video and note these things, the 5 physical divisions that are present. Now, let's move on and study each one of them in detail. If you see this map of Antarctica, this particular portion is known as East Antarctica. It is known as Greater Antarctica because it covers a major portion, possibly close to 75% of the total Antarctica. That is why it is known as Greater Antarctica also. It is in the eastern part, that is why it is known as East Antarctica. Now see, occupies 75% of the continent. So it occupies almost 75% of the region of Antarctica. It lies mostly in the eastern hemisphere. You know what is the eastern hemisphere? That is why also it is known as East Antarctica. It lies in the eastern hemisphere. Because we had studied very well that Antarctica is divided into the 2 hemispheres also. It is in the southern hemisphere, yes, but Great part of it lies in the eastern hemisphere and the other part lies in the western hemisphere. That is why it is also known as the eastern or East Australia, East Antarctica. Ice cover is about 4.8 kilometers thick. Can you just imagine the thickness? Geologically stable. Now, something very important about this region is, see, unlike the other parts, when we talk about Arctic Ocean and all, it has ice cover, but it is an ocean. Antarctica is a landmass which is covered by ice. So by default, you realize whatever movements related to tectonic movements and all which we experience in other parts, similar type of movements would be over here also. But if you see geologically, this particular part, the East Antarctic part, is geologically stable, much more stable. Now this can be asked in your papers that the East Antarctic part is very active tectonically. Then that statement is wrong. Because remember, East Antarctic is geologically very stable, while the western part is active. Clear? That's because of the tectonic movements, right? Now, like we have in India also, you realize that the regions which are present, let us say in the Himalayan region, and those are more active tectonically than if you compare it to the Deccan Plateau, right? Relatively. So that is why within a landmass also, you have certain regions which are more active and others which are lesser active, right? So this geologically stable. So these are very, very important statements. You do not have to go beyond them. Please note it down immediately with respect to the characteristics that I have given you right now, right? This is East Antarctica. Now let's move on to the other part, that is West Antarctica. Now many would be saying, sir, what are these things? Beta, these are ice shelves. I'll be telling you what ice shelves are. These are basically, remember ice shelves when we'll study, I'll explain you. These are extensions from the landmass in the ocean regions which are covered by ice. Those are ice shelves, right? So that is why this is one landmass and this is another landmass. These are ice shelves because this is the landmass which has further, let us say the ice which is extending in the ocean regions, but there is no landmass below that, right? There is no landmass below these two regions. This is the region and this is the other region, which is basically what? This part is the West Antarctica or the Lesser Antarctica. Because West Antarctica also because lying in the western region and also along with it lying in the western hemisphere. This also is very geologically active and tectonic movements are there. So that is why we see, you can be asked a question on this, that East Antarctica is, let us say, geologically more stable than West Antarctica. You will say yes, that statement is correct. So it is smaller, younger and geologically active region, lies mostly in the western hemisphere, characterized by volcanic eruptions, rift valleys and deep basins. Yes, by default you will see these things will happen in those regions which are tectonically active. And that is why you realize there is certain volcanic eruptions might be taking place, rift valleys because of the movement of the tectonic plates. So these things are present there. So these two things, remember, west region being geologically, let us say, lesser stabler, that is more active, while East Antarctic region is stable. Clear? Now, having done these two things, now come to the third part. There is a very interesting range that is moving here. Now, this is known as the Trans-Antarctic Mountains, right? That is, it is basically separating the East Antarctic from the West Antarctic. Now, see here. Length is about 3,500 kilometers from this part to this part, right? From the Weddell Sea to the Ross Sea, we'll see that. Extend from Ross Sea to the Weddell Sea. Now, please remember, if you want to see where is Ross Sea, though we will be covering, this is the Ross Sea. Now, this is the Weddell. So it is like a way extending from the Weddell Sea to the Ross Sea to the Weddell Sea, whatever you want to say. So this is the extension. It is 3,500 kilometers long, huge length. Along with it, there are very important peaks. Now see here. This peak is basically Mount Kirkpatrick. Now Mount Kirkpatrick is the, let us say, the tallest mountain peak in the Trans-Antarctic mountain, not the complete Antarctica, please remember. Not in the complete Antarctica, but in this particular range, this peak is the tallest. Obviously, you have Mount Markham also, it is located close to this region. We will be doing that also. But remember, if a question is asked, Mount Kirkpatrick is the tallest range or tallest peak in Antarctica, then that statement is incorrect. It is the tallest peak within the transatlantic mountain range. This should be very well understood and noted by you. Clear? So, extending from the Weddell Sea to the Ross Sea, 3,500 kilometers, and the two important peaks that are present over here that you should mention. Clear, everybody? Quickly pause the video and note them down, or draw the diagram as you wish, which is convenient for you. My request would be to all of you that if you note these things down on an A4 sheet paper, you will be able to remember, because your notes for the mapping will be done in one go by all these 7 videos which we are doing. Otherwise, I'm telling you again, during the preliminary time or the mains time, you will be regretting that we haven't done the mapping if the questions come, because you very well know close to 4, 5, even 6 questions might be coming from the mapping. And if you haven't done, just imagine you will lose on even qualifying to the prelim examination. It very well happens. So please do not neglect any very important section, that is the mapping section, and particularly with respect to world. With respect to India, because when we are doing geography, we do it in detail also, so a lot of things are covered during that time. But with respect to the world, we tend to neglect it. So please remember one thing very categorical. If you take UPSC for granted, then you're risking your seat in that religious or the sacred PDF that comes after the result is declared. So do not do this mistake. Give proper value and proper time to all these things, all these topics which are generally considered as fringe topics, but very important with respect to if you want to qualify this examination. Clear? Okay. So these are the trans-Antarctic mountains. This is the third. So what we have done East Antarctic, we have done West Antarctic, we have done trans-Antarctic mountains. Now comes the major plateaus. Now people will be imagining, like when we study India, we have so many plateaus, Malwa Plateau, Deccan Plateau, so many plateaus. Do we have plateaus here also? Yes, we have. Now, see, you do not have to go into R&D of any of the plateau. Why? Because see, there is a limitation to this also. So I am naming certain important plateaus, though I have actually labeled a lot of them. You should be aware of the names. Why? Because they can ask you, for example, Ellsworth Plateau is part of, let us say, Eastern United States of America. You will possibly imagine Ellsworth, yes, it is sounding like some prime minister, some president of United States, and possibly, yes, it will be correct. The thing is that it is in Antarctica. That is why we tell you, if you have made a diagram and revised it twice or thrice, you will be able to remember them in the examination, because the moment the line comes by UPSC, some statement is written, immediately your mind will work. If you haven't revised, if you haven't read, then you will not be able to attempt it. So these are some important plateaus which you should be aware of. The most important one is the polar plateau, which is close to the South Pole or adjoining the South Pole. A major important plateau. If you move a little bit north of that, you have the Queen's Maud Land Plateau. Again, a very important plateau. See, other than the important plateaus, I have mentioned certain other plateaus also, which I assumed are important with respect to the examination, and some of them have been asked in the PCS papers also. Please remember, UPSC as an examination requires you to be analytical. But if you want to analyze things, you should know also. Remember that. Many people say, sir, that these things, are we going to rote learn them? Please no. But remember, all those people who say that when we have to analyze things, before analysis also, you should be aware of the things that are present over there. That is why this forms the basis. So these questions are very directly come in the PCS paper, NDA, CDS and all, they will directly ask you. In the civil services, in the mains topic, they can ask you an analytical question out of it. Or in the prelim examinations also, they can ask you directly also, they can ask you indirectly also from an analytical perspective. So please remember, whenever you read what I am telling you, please analyze it along with me. We are going to analyze things also, we're going to connect things also, but before these analysis, we should also be aware of the aspects, the physical divisions. When we read India also, you would be seeing Himalayas or the Northern Plains or the Deccan Plateau. We read the features also and revise them. Why? Because if you want to analyze anything, you should know the features also. Clear? That is why I'm telling you, you should be aware of these facts. So, polar plateau, north of it lies the Queen Maud Land Plateau, a very, very important plateau. Now see, these plateaus which are present are also very important with respect to the minerals. You will see certain parts which have uranium deposits, you have copper deposits, molybdenum deposits, manganese deposits, gold deposits, lead deposits. So these regions are very important with that perspective also. You know, similarly in India also, if you see the Chota Nagpur plateau region and the plateau region, they are very rich in minerals. So that is why study of plateaus also becomes important, because these are mineral rich regions also. Now, according to the US Geological Survey, there are massive minerals present over here, and I will be telling you which minerals are present majorly. That is why these plateaus are important from that perspective. So over here, if you come to this part, this eastern part, you will say Kaiser-Wilhelm II plateau. If you move little south, you will be having the Wilkins Land Plateau. The Wilkins Land Plateau. Then you further move south, you have the Victoria Land Plateau. After Victoria Land Plateau, if you come to the regions of West Antarctica, West Antarctica also has certain important plateaus. Over here lies the Mary Bide Plateau. Then you have the Ellsworth Plateau, and north of it, this is a peninsula, Antarctic Peninsula. This is known as over here is Palmer Plateau over here. Now, pause the video. You would be having, draw the map of Antarctica and label them quickly. I'm giving you a minute. Quickly, draw them. Hopefully you have done it, right? So these plateaus, why they are important? Similarly, like in India, these are mineral rich. In Antarctica also, these are mineral rich. That is why studying of these plateaus become very, very important. Clear? When I will show you the minerals, you will yourself realize that, yes, sir, these are the regions where we found the plateaus there. And on those regions, we have a lot of minerals that are present here. Now, let's see. Ice shelves, again very important. There have been questions with respect to ice shelf, particularly with respect to the Ross ice shelf that came. In PCS paper, regularly these questions come. Now, please understand, when I talk about ice shelf, please remember, below these, you do not have the landmass. Let us assume, let's take an example. Supposingly, this is a landmass, it is ending. Now, this is covered with ice, right? After that, there are certain projections through which, let us say, ice is further moving into the ocean region. Now, the ice that is in the present over the ocean, not on top of land, that means it is projecting out of the land. These are known as ice shelves. So these regions over here are ice shelves. That means this region was the East Antarctica, this was the Western Antarctica region. These are projecting out from these land masses. These projections are known as ice shelves. You might get it wrong in the examination by thinking that ice shelf means that some ice that is present over the land. No, that is an incorrect concept. Precise definition of ice shelf is those masses of land which are projecting out from the land. Remember that very well. Otherwise, these concepts, if you mark it wrong, then you know that your marks will be cut. So that is why I did not mark these under the landmass concept of East or West Antarctica, right? Why? Because these are ice shelves. Now see, there are various important ice shelves that are present. The two major important ones are very often asked, but there is a great possibility that they can ask you other ice shelf because they want to pull your, let us say, leg or check you in the UPSC paper. So I have not only covered, there's two important are the Ross ice shelf. Why this is important, please understand now. Because of the climate change, lot of parts of are basically separating, and because there is melting very often observed. So breaking of these ice shelves is something that is pointing towards the increase in temperature. That is why this was or has been continuously in the news, in the Hindu, the Indian Express. It is a point of concern also. So this is continuously mentioned. This was asked in the civil services examination also. So you should be aware how important it is. Now you can quote it as an example in your mains examination also, right? Now the other important one is this part. This is a Ronne ice shelf, written as R-O-N-N-E, but it pronounced as Ronne ice shelf. On this side is a Filchener ice shelf. Filchener, F-I-L-C-H-N-E-R, Filchener ice shelf. Now these three, if I see, are the most important ones because these are the large ones also. One more is the Emery ice shelf. If I see these in totality, the four are the very important ones. Other than them, there is a possibility because certain ice shelves had been in the news also, so I have marked them. Like Abbott ice shelf and the Larsen ice shelf, right? So these along with one over here, Brunt ice shelf. If you have done these, you don't have to do any other ice shelf or go into details regarding Antarctica. This is more than sufficient. Clear? Again, let's see here. Ross ice shelf in the south, very important because of it has broken down into certain parts also because of the rise in the temperature and the global warming. Then you have the Ron ice shelf, then you have the Filchner ice shelf over here. Then you have the Brunt ice shelf on this part, the eastern part you have the Emery ice shelf. Then you have the Abbott, Larsen ice shelf, and these are the parts, right? So again, make the diagram quickly, make the map rather quickly, label them. I'm giving you 1 minute, quickly label it. Pause the video and do it. Okay. So I guess you would have done. Let's come back again. Having done these ice shelf, all these I've seen. Everything over here is handmade. Now, very often people ask me, sir, when you are taking the lectures, you make it by hand. It takes a lot of effort. You won't believe that if I'm delivering a lecture of 45 minutes, it takes close to 6 to 7 hours to prepare this. 6 to 7 hours to prepare this. Why? See, I could very easily, this is very common in the YouTube sessions also, which somebody can take a photograph from the Google pic or whichever source and paste it on front of you and tell you this is this shelf, this is this shelf, this is this shelf. Very easy. But remember, I have observed this, when those things are done, people or students in reality are not able to comprehend things, or they will never make the maps or the diagrams on their own. And when you don't practice them, you will not remember them. I make it in front of you so that I create an expectation or expect from you that the students will also create it. The students will also make it. This is my view. That is why I put a lot of effort to make these by hand. Everything is made by hand. I do it on my iPad till the night, even 2 a.m., 3 a.m. so that you get this content. Now, please remember, if I am putting so much effort for you, it is required or expected of you to at least match that effort and create these maps on your A4 sheet. Then you will see the result or the differences that you will observe while you are attempting these questions, right? Okay, now let's move towards the important peaks. Now we have done with the physical division. These are the 5 physical divisions. Now if you see, as we know that there are mountain peaks present on the various continents, in Antarctica also you have a similar thing. Now see, let us move to the important peaks. We have already done 2 peaks in the transatlantic mountains. That was Mount Kirkpatrick and second was Mount Markham. These are 2 that I had marked earlier also. So these are the 2 peaks that are basically present over here, right? This is very clear to you. Now, please remember there are 3 other important peaks also that are there. The most important being Vinson Massif. Now, Vinson Massif is the tallest peak in Antarctica. This should be in your mind, ingrained in your mind very categorically. 2 statements now. If I say Vinson Massif is the tallest mountain peak in Antarctica, correct statement. Second, if I say Mount Kirkpatrick is the tallest mountain peak in the transatlantic mountain range, correct statement. If UPSC wants to confuse you, they will replace the names and then you will get confused. So that is why I'm telling you, when you see these questions, when mountain peaks are asked, this is a user from where they have asked you. Basically, these are the things. When you do these basics, you'll be able to attempt it. So this statement, this particular is tallest. Now this is tallest in transatlantic mountain, right? So the tallest ones, now the question will come. Why do we have the tallest peak? Answer this in the comment section. This is a question for you. Why do I have the tallest peak in West Antarctic region, not in the East Antarctic region? Why do not I have it? Why don't I have it here? Why do I have it in this particular region? You have the answer because I had given you when I was doing the physical division. Answer this in the comment section. This is what is analysis. Why is there a possibility of having such a tall mountain peak in the West Antarctic part, not in the East Antarctic part. Why? Clear? Answer this in the comment section. When you answer it, I'll be replying to you and I'll make sure that you get the answer also. But for that, you all, everyone who is seeing this video, make sure that you reply in the comment section giving me a proper answer for that. Right? Okay. So this will be question number 1 for you. Along with it, you have Mount Jackson over here, close to the peninsular region. And you have Mount Sidley, Sidley, Sidley over here. So these are the few mountain peaks which are very important that you should be well aware of. Clear? I'm giving you a minute, quickly note it down. Quickly note these down. So Mount Kirkpatrick, Mount Markham in the transatlantic range. Then you have Mount Sidley over here. You have Vincent Bassett, that is the tallest mountain peak in Antarctica. Then you have Mount Jackson. These 5 peaks you should be aware of, so that when it is asked this peak presented which continent, then you should be knowing or aware of. Otherwise, they will mention, let us say, Mount Jackson, United States, right? They can put Appalachians over there. You will say, yes, Appalachians is North America. Oh, yes, yes, the answer will be that. So this is how you get confused. When you have read it, you will be confident, right? Otherwise, you will be then using that concept of flukes to just to assume that doesn't matter. Please do not do that. Okay, let's move ahead. Now comes the water body, something very, very important. Now see, if you see over here, this is, so you can see it is Atlantic Ocean. That means this part is just below South America and Africa from the perspective of seeing from the globe. This is the Southern Ocean region, this region completely Southern Ocean. This is Indian Ocean, this is Pacific Ocean. Can you see, can I assume that if I go further north from this side, will India come? Right? Can you imagine this? This is something that you should understand also. Okay. Now see, because it is just close to the Southern Ocean, so this part. Now, when we see this region is Pacific Ocean, let's see the other water bodies. Along the Ross ice shelf, you have this part. This is known as the Ross Sea. This another major sea is known as the Weddell Sea. We have already done, because these two seas basically represent the extent of the transatlantic mountains. So these are very important. So with this, you understand that transatlantic mountain, their extent, that is 3,500 kilometers from the Weddell Sea till the Ross Sea. Clear? Now, other important ones are, you have the Amundsen Sea over here. Amundsen Sea. Please note it down quickly. Amundsen Sea. Then this region is known as Bellingshausen Sea over here. Right? Can be asked. These are certain important ones where there is a possibility of UPSC asking them. Right? Otherwise, what they will put Amundsen Sea, they will put Bering Sea, and all these things will be put, and they will be asked which part of the world or close to which continent these seas lie. You should be aware. We will be covering those parts in the Europe and Asian region also. You don't need to worry, provided you do them well. If you want, some of them said, sir, can we have a ready-made map? I said, okay, you can have it also. But my advice would be, even if you are using a ready-made map, right, which you buy it from the market, at least be in such a condition when you are asked to draw a map, you are able to draw in, let us say, 5-6 seconds. Right? This map can be easily made. This is the simplest. Right? So at least you should be aware of that. Right? Okay. Now comes India in Antarctica. Now see, India has had, if I see in totality, 3 research stations. First one was Dakshin Gangotri. Now Dakshin Gangotri was placed on an ice sheet which basically submerged, and that is why it was decommissioned. Then you have Maitri in 1989. So this is the position of Dakshin Gangotri. Now it is decommissioned, not into work or existence. This is Maitri, 1989. After that, you have Bharati in 2012. So these are 3 research stations, and you should be aware of their locations also. Clear? So all of them are located in the part of the East Antarctica. Second question for you. First question was active volcanic region, which I asked you. Second question is, why all these 3 stations are located in the East Antarctic region, not in the West Antarctic region. The answers of both the questions are similar. This is question number 2 to you. In the comment section, I want the answer from you. Now let me see how many of you can answer. I'm repeating the question again. The question number 2 is why the 3 stations that are present, research stations, are present in the East Antarctic region, not in the West Antarctic region. What is the reason behind it? These are the types of questions that are expected from you, which you are able to analyze based on the geographical conditions that you have studied. Let's see, I'll be answering in the comment section. You would have seen in all the other videos also when it is posted, I reply personally also, right? So let's continue. Now comes flora. And what types of plants and animals are found? Now many will be thinking that this completely covered with ice. So there are other regions also. See, you will see that when little bit of melting of ice takes place and all, you see other various types of flowering and the lower plants also that are found. 2 major flowering plants that are found here. First is Antarctic hair grass. Now you told me, sir, you could have made a diagram or a sketch, do a sketching of this. Beta, sketching will not help you. That is why I pasted certain photographs so that you can understand it. This is the Antarctic hair grass that is present. This is the Antarctic region, right? Along with it, another flowering plant, another important one is, this is the other one, Antarctic pearlwort. These are the 2 major flowering plants that are found in Antarctica that you should be aware of, right? Note it down, Antarctic hair grass and Antarctic pearlwort, right? Now, lower plants, you have mosses, you have lichens, you have algae, you have fungi. These are again very common, which you read in what? NCRTs also, basics books also. Basic books and NCRTs basically mention these. These 2 are not mentioned so often. That is why they can ask you, in Antarctica, you have the hair grass and you have the pearlwort. You will say, arey, hair grass, pearlwort, that is completely frozen. There will be no grass over there. So that is why you get it wrong. So when there is melting of ice, there are various regions which do not have portions which might not be covered with ice. So that is why you have such representations which are there. Now automatically where the global warming and the climate change is taking place, so there are more regions which are now not covered with ice also during that time when the summers come over there, right? So that is why you see such types of flowering plants also present there. So do not get it wrong in the examination. They have the hair grass, they have the pearlwort as flowering plants. As a lower plants, they have the mosses, lichens, algae and fungi. Now comes a very, very interesting thing. The interesting thing is, are there animals found here? Yes, there are, and I will be giving you certain important dimensions also. If you see, among these very important are the leopard seal. Leopard seals are very often found here, very, very important of the fauna species. Okay, I think, yeah. Other are penguins. This is a cute pic of a mother penguin with 5 children. And this is the leopard seal. Now the question comes here. So where are the polar bears? I'm in the Antarctic region. And where are the polar bears? I'm talking about penguins. The problem is majority of you feel that if it is a cold place like Antarctica, there are going to be polar bears. No. Please understand this very, very well. Polar bears are not present in Antarctica. Polar bears are not present in Antarctica. Penguins and the polar bears do not live in the same region. Penguins are in the regions close to the southern pole, that is Antarctic region. The penguins are in the Antarctic region. The polar bears are close to the northern pole, that is the Arctic Sea region or the Arctic Sea region. Understand that very well. Now the question comes, why? Why? Understand this, the polar bears have basically evolved from the brown bears. Now the brown bears were basically, now these white color or let us say more insulation being present is a adaptation to those climatic conditions which they evolved from the brown bears, right? Now these brown bears were present in the northern hemisphere part, first. Second is there was no direct link of Antarctica with the other parts of the continent. So they could not have migrated to the southern part. Same thing happens with the penguins also. The penguins also evolved in these regions. They could not migrate because there was no land bridge connecting the Antarctic continent to the other continents. That is why make sure, keep it in your mind, penguins are found close to the southern pole region, that is the Antarctic regions, and polar bears in the northern part, right, close to the North Pole region. So this should be very, very clear to you. Another second reason is, in the Arctic region also it is cold, but in Antarctica it is even colder. That is why all those animals which are present in the Antarctic region, they are even further modified to bear that cold. Even if today I pick up a polar bear and put it in the Antarctic region, the polar bears might not be able to survive because of the extremest of the cold conditions when I compare it with the northern region. So please remember, that is why we see that the polar bears are not present in the southern part, they are present in the northern part. This is something that should be a viewer should be very well aware of. And this is something that is asked in the ecology part also, environment part also, but it is again something that we are telling you here so that you are aware of it, right? Now, last part, the minerals over here. Now you see, wherever we had studied a little bit plateaus and all, over there we are finding these minerals. Molybdenum, we have molybdenum in this region, see over here. Manganese, close to molybdenum, these are the manganese region. Iron, I have iron over here, I have iron in the northern region also. You have uranium. Now you will be seeing from where have I got this resource. This is based on the US Geological Survey along with the report from the United Nations, right? So uranium is found here. Copper, copper is found in the regions over here, close to the peninsular region over here again. Zinc, zinc is found close to the, on the eastern side of the Ross Sea. Again, Pb is lead, again close to the zinc region. And auric, Au is gold, again in this peninsular region over here, right? Antarctic peninsular region over here. Now, these are the mineral resources that are found here. Now, you have realized that I have covered these things in lot of detail now. And hopefully, it would be helpful for you to understand that Antarctica itself has so much things or so many things to study. Whether it is physical division, whether it's minerals, whether it is regarding the flora and fauna, whether it is regarding the mountain peaks, plateaus and all. So please remember, again an advice to you, if you are following this mapping series properly, you will not have any problem in the world mapping. You will be able to attempt most of the questions. Why I'm saying most? Because we are covering all those things which can possibly come. North America. Now, as you've already done, this is a hand-drawn map in front of you. I drawn earlier also. Now, we see this huge map over here. Now, if I want to see and understand the various continents, as we had done previously, you will see that you have North America over here, you have South America over here, you have Antarctica over here, you have Africa over here, European part, the Asian part, and the Australian part. Now, based on this map, you can easily identify where your North America basically lies. Now, to better understand that, let's move on to the next. See here. Can you see this particular part in pink? This is your North America. Now, again, the same thing. If I want to analyze what is the exact location of North America, then I will have to see it from the various dimensions. See here. All the parts that are above the equator, that is 0 degree, are basically considered the part of the northern hemisphere. All the parts of the countries that are on the east of the prime meridian are basically considered part of the eastern hemisphere, and those on the west in the western hemisphere. Those countries below the equator are considered the part of the southern hemisphere. So while we were doing Australia and Antarctica, we had also done a similar thing where they basically lie. So if you see the map right now, can we say that yes, this North America is completely in the northern hemisphere? See, this is the equator, this is completely in the northern hemisphere. Can I also say something that it is basically on the western part of the prime meridian? So can I say the location or exact location is northwestern hemisphere? That is why please understand, in the examination, when a statement comes regarding the mapping series that North America lies completely in the northern hemisphere, the statement is correct. It lies in the eastern hemisphere, in that time the statement will be wrong. What happens generally is, when we are reading the statement in the examination, we probably tend to forget these minute details. That is why I am writing them on the board so that it is ingrained in your minds. It is in the northwestern hemisphere. So this is the exact location. Now let's move ahead. Now let's see. If you see the various countries, now North America is not one country. There's a very big misconception that many students do. When I say North America, they assume we're talking just about United States of America. No, there are a lot of countries there. So now, first of all, let's see. If I'm taking into consideration with respect to the Northern America, you see there are parts of, again, Greenland over here. Now, Greenland, then you have Canadian part, then you have the United States of America. Along, you obviously know that Alaska was bought from Russia, so it is also a part of United States. Then you have Mexico. Then obviously you have a lot of Central American countries, which we will be doing when we'll be doing South America. And along with it, you have West Indies and the Cuban islands over here. So this completely makes, or a consolidated term, North America. So please do not get confused that North America basically refers to United States. No, it is not. There are other countries also that are present here, right? So quickly, just keep this in mind. Now, these are again very minute details which you already cover when you are in class 6th or 7th. But the thing is that you are basically asked questions from the NCRTs also, and we are not able to at that time comprehend them and mark it wrong. So that is why the problem lies in our revision. So please remember this thing. It is a very important perspective from the mapping. Having done this, we can see Greenland part, Canada, United States, Mexico, West Indies and Cuba, and the Central American countries. It is not just one country, a lot of countries are there. But I've just marked Central America to show that, yes, this is a separate part as a whole. Now, let's move ahead. Okay. Now, some basic information. When we talk about North America, there's certain basic information that you should be knowing. Now, it is the third largest continent after Asia and Africa. Now, this is something that you should remember. In the previous series also when we were doing, we had already listed you how to remember the various continents in order, what is the size of the ocean to remember them in order. So all these things had been done previously also. So similarly, continuing with that, it is the third largest continent after Asia and Africa. If you see the area, it is 24.7 million kilometers square. Now, it is huge. Now, it stretches from Arctic Ocean in the north to Panama in the south. So, Arctic Ocean till Panama in the south. So, this is a stretch. If you see, you have the Atlantic Ocean on the east and you have the Pacific Ocean in the west. That is what is written here. Atlantic Ocean in the east and Pacific Ocean in the west. So, these are certain basic information that you as aspirants preparing for the civil services examination should be aware of. Please remember, when we are talking about these basic facts, many students say, sir, this is so simple, mentioning about it is Atlantic Ocean on the east and Pacific Ocean on the west. Why are we even reading this? I am telling you and guaranteeing you something. The problem that arises in the examination is not that this is so easy or tough. The thing is that under pressure, even the simplest of things, the brain sometimes is not able to comprehend. And then you mark it wrong. Please remember one thing in life, particularly with respect to civil services and more precisely with respect to the preliminary examination. You fail this examination not because you mark certain difficult questions wrong or you get some difficult questions wrong. No. You fail this examinations because you are not getting the easy questions correct. Mark my word. I'm telling you again. If somebody is able to attempt the easy questions properly, those are basically coming from the NCRTs and some books. If you are able to do that also, you'll be able to qualify the prelims. The problem is that you in the process of attempting more, you might be attempting very difficult questions and getting those also wrong and the easy ones also wrong. So please remember, do not get the easy ones wrong. And these are the things which are low-hanging fruits. And that is why I've repeatedly said in all sessions, whether it is anthropology optional, whether it is geography, whether it is society, that you should be very, very particular about this. Move ahead. Moving ahead in this. Now, if I talk about the physical divisions, please understand that the physical divisions over here are very, very important. As we have done with respect to Antarctica, with respect to Australia, while I'll be telling you the physical divisions, I'll be telling you various dimensions now associated with the minerals also and the population also, so that it gives you a comprehensive understanding. Please remember, this classification and this understanding is not only important from the perspective of the civil services examination, but also from the state PCS examinations and other examinations conducted by UPSC. So these are very, very important. Please remember them. Now, when we are doing these things, it is not only that it can be asked in your prelims, but also in the mains examination. Sometimes you are asked with respect to resources. Sometimes you are asked with respect to certain geographical aspects. That time it becomes easy that important that you should know them. Secondly, while I'll be talking to you, let us in the Western Cordilleras with respect to Rockies and all, when the physical geography series are going to come from Monday, over there you will be realizing that how these Rockies have basically originated. What are the dimensions and all, we'll be covering them in detail over there. So when you are doing this mapping series, make sure that you cover those videos along with that, right? Let's move ahead. First, physical divisions of North America. First are Western Cordilleras. Second, the Central Lowlands. Third, the Eastern Highlands or the Appalachians. And fourth, the Coastal Plains. Now, please understand, lot of classifications in various books have been given. Some have given six-fold classification, some 7-fold, some 3-fold. Now, please make sure you understand this very well. This classification has been picked up from NCERT. Now, you will say from where, which NCERT it has been picked up? But you'll remember, in the old NCERTs, which we say basically, for now the new NCERTs have come, though there were new NCERTs that came up in 2005. But before that also there were certain NCERTs in which chapters of Australia, Antarctica and all were covered. Based on the standard that is given by NCERT, I have picked it up. So please do not contradict that some other classification is given, some other book. We are following the standard format which is accepted by the Union Public Service Commission. Let's begin. Now, Western Cordilleras. Before I actually explain you what it is, what Western Cordilleras are, we should understand what Cordillera itself is. Now, see, when I talk about Cordillera, it basically means a system or a group of parallel mountains or mountain ranges, together with intervening plateaus and other features. Now, see, there is a mountain range. Agreed, it is called a range. But along with one range, there is another range, another range, another range. And between these ranges approximately or in intervening, there are plateaus there. Now, that collectively is known as a Cordillera. That is why if you see, these are Rocky Mountains and there are other set of mountain ranges over here, right? So, these are parallel mountain ranges that are running. Between these ranges also you have British Columbian Plateau, you have the Colorado Plateau and all these plateaus are present there. So, that means parallel mountain ranges along with the intervening plateaus. We will be seeing the plateau in the later slides also. So, the plateaus are also present. So, this system as a whole is known as a Cordillera. Now, it is on the western part of America, so it is known as a Western Cordillera. Clear? So, this is known as the Western Cordillera. Now, if you see, I have already labeled so many mountain ranges and all, which we will be doing when we cover the topic of mountain ranges. But just for your understanding, you can see it. We will be doing it in detail, don't worry. You have the Brooks Range over here in Alaska, then followed by Mackenzie Mountains in the Rocky Mountains. Then you have the Alaskan Range here, then the Coast Mountains, Cascade Range, Sierra Nevada. Then you have Lower Californian Range and Western Sierra Nevada. We'll be seeing this, don't worry. So, this is basically a Cordillera with plateaus between these ranges that are present. So, that is why it is said that it means a system of group of parallel mountain ranges together with the intervening plateaus and other features. This is known as Cordillera, and lying on the western part of America, it is known as a Western Cordillera. Now, what are the important aspects? See, it runs in the western margin. See, it is running along with the western margin. From Alaska in the north to Panama in the south. So, this is the Alaskan region and to Panama over here. From north to south, this is the stretch. Now, formed during the tertiary period. Now, period becomes important here, timeline, so that you basically know that these are young fold mountains, right? We will be doing all these young fold, old fold mountains when we will be doing the physical geography series that will be coming next week. So, these are formed in the tertiary period. These are not the old mountains as you see in the Appalachians. These are the young fold mountains. Plateaus like Colorado, Mexican Plateau and the Colombian Plateau are present here. We will be seeing the plateaus also. So, there you have the Colorado Plateau, Columbia Plateau, you have the Mexican Plateau here. So, there are plateaus that are present intervening over here. That is why as a unit it is known as a Western Cordillera. Now, having studied this, now see here. Now, what I have done is along with the physical features, I have added the human angle also, minerals also. Why? Because it helps you to understand. Now, please understand one thing. When there are plateaus present here, by default, they are going to be mineral rich also. Now, please see, these regions are very well known for a lot of minerals. Particularly, I'll give you a fact or a trivia. Very often do you see or observe that there's a place known as Las Vegas in Nevada state, right? Now, Las Vegas is a hub of gambling, showbiz, different environment altogether. Something that you will never not find in any part of the world. But do you analyze how come gambling on large scale, these casinos are present over here? Please understand. Las Vegas as a region earlier was a center before it is what it is turned into now. Before that, it was a region where gold mining was done. So these are the regions where gold and very rare metals and important metals are found. So similarly in Las Vegas or Reno regions in Nevada, a lot of gold was found. Now because of that, people from various parts of the country and even other parts from the European regions also came to America for the gold mining. Now they started doing gold mining on a large scale. Slowly what happened is, again, there are limited resources of gold also. They almost in a way was a state where mines, there was no further gold available. Now, the people who had settled there on a large scale started leaving the place. Now, imagine slowly what happened, the towns and the cities started converting into ghost towns and cities. Ghost towns and cities basically mean that nobody is there. So what the government decided is, let us transform these places into top tourist destinations and let us allow gambling and these casinos being opened over here. And that is the reason why you see what Las Vegas right now is, because in order to compensate for the loss of the gold or finishing of the gold mines so that they can basically continue with their economic activities. Now, this is something that people do not know, but this is the reason behind it, right? So what do we know is still a lot of gold mines are there. Now you will say, have the gold mines completely finished? No. The reason is that sometimes even if the gold is present in various places, it is difficult to mine and not cost effective. So that is why sometimes mining is not done. But overall, if you see, a lot of minerals are basically found here. Now you will see it is rich in copper, gold, silver, molybdenum. So these are important minerals that are found along with other minerals. Now sparse population due to rugged relief. Now if you see, these are the regions where again you have Rocky Mountains, you have plateaus and all. So you will not see very dense population except for certain regions. The population is not very dense because of the topography that is there. Along with it, mining towns are common. Understand, these mining towns have been common since hundreds of years because these towns were based or established because people were involved in mining activities. Clear? So we have covered the physical as well as a human angle over here so that you are able to correlate with them, right? Now this was the Western Cordillera part. Let's move on to the central lowlands. Now the most important dimension when I talk about central lowlands, please see. This lies between two physical dimensions. This over here you had Western Cordillera. Over here you have the Eastern Highlands or the Appalachians. Between them you have this particular part which is known as the central lowland. How do you again remember it? On the west is the Western Cordillera, on the east are the Eastern Highlands or the Appalachians. Between them are the central lowlands. Now please understand this classification where what basically makes up the central lowland is very debative because various books have mentioned various things. For example, the Canadian Shield is not considered part of the central lowland in certain books. But I am following strictly the NCERT. So that is why it basically mentions that the central lowland comprises three parts. First, the Canadian Shield. Now these are the very old mountains, right? These not mountains, it would be in a simple way, large regions which are composed of very old rocks. Mountains would be a wrong word. So these are basically the Canadian Shields. When we talk about, if we go further south, you will see that there are regions which are basically the Great Plains, like we have the plains of India. Similarly, you have the Great Plains over here. Then below that, you have the Mississippi Basin, which is drained by the Mississippi River. That is why it is very fertile. Now you have the grasslands also over here. These Canadian Shields again are made up of the Precambrian crystalline rocks. So that is why these are very stable. These are very old. One of the oldest rocks you can basically find here also. So that is why these are relatively stable places. Okay. Now, Canadian Shield, first is, it lies, first of all, central lowland lies between the Western Cordillera and the Eastern Highlands. This is a basic thing we have already done. Second is that this central lowland is divided into three features or three divisions. First is the Canadian Shield. Next to the Great Plains, and third is the Mississippi Basin. Let us see the Canadian Shield. Now, ancient pre-Cambrian crystalline rocks around the Hudson Bay. Now, beta, this is the Hudson Bay. Around that, if you see, this is basically the Canadian Shield. Now, because it is pre-Cambrian rock, so it has a lot of minerals also, like in the form of nickel, iron, uranium, gold, and copper. Now, the soil is thin and it is poor or not so fit for agriculture. Along with it, you already know that the climate over here is very harsh, right? So, already the agriculture is not possible over here. So, this is the Canadian Shield part. Now, let's move on to the next part. Great Plains. Now, by the Great Plains, you should already understand this is a region where a lot of agriculture is being done, right? And a lot of production of wheat and all would be done. Now, see, south of the shield, that means southern part of the, it lies to the south of the Canadian Shield, extending to Canada, USA, and even Mexico. And if you can see here, this is the Canadian part, this is the United States part, and this is the Mexican part. Now, it is world's leading with respect to wheat, maize, and soybean production. Granary of the world. That is why the Great Plains of the North America are known as the granary of the world with respect to the massive production of these wheat, maize, and soybean that they produce, right? So let's move ahead. Mississippi Basin. Now, Mississippi Basin obviously is very fertile because it is drained by Mississippi-Missouri river system and rich in agriculture, wheat, cotton, again sugarcane, produced at a very efficiently, productively, large productivities, and production is also very high. Highly populated and urbanized region. These regions are, because if you see here, these regions are again along the coastal aspects also. And these regions again have over the time developed also a lot. So a lot of important urban centers are also established over here. So this becomes important from the economic activities perspective also. Now these basically refer to the central lowlands. What are the central lowlands? The Canadian Shield, the Great Plains, and third, the Mississippi Basin. So these are the three dimensions of the parts of the central lowland. Now moving ahead, Eastern Highlands. Now see here were the Western Cordilleras, here were the central lowlands. Central lowlands comprise the Canadian Shield, the Great Plains, and the Mississippi Basin. On the east part, this part lies the Appalachian Mountains, or known as the Eastern Highlands. Now these are very old fold mountains, right? Unlike the Rockies, which are young fold that were basically originated during the tertiary period, the Appalachians are the very old fold mountains. And it is not in one phase that they evolved in phases that we will do in the physical geography series, the processes. Along the eastern margin of North America, now these are very old fold mountains, heavily eroded, dissected. You can very well understand from the perspective or correlate when you're studying India. You see the young fold mountains in the form of Himalayas, right? On the other hand, you see mountain ranges like the Aravallis, which are very old fold mountains, and that is why you realize that they are so dissected, so eroded. Similar condition is with Appalachians also if you compare it. So the average height is 900 to 1500 meters. Now, this is something very important. These regions are very rich in the mineral resources. Rich in coal, petroleum, natural gas, iron ore, and limestone. That is why if you realize, a lot of industries also established over here. Iron and steel industries, because see the necessary minerals are already available here. So that is why if you see, early centers of industrialization, particularly like Pittsburgh, the steel industry, one of the major centers for the development of United States. So Pittsburgh, the steel industries established there because you had coal, you had iron ore, you had all the necessary requirements of the raw materials that were required. Mining towns and manufacturing hubs were again created. Obviously, these regions later on even transformed to very huge urban centers. That is why the density of population in this region is very, very high. So the region surrounding it, right? The region surrounding over here. So this is the Eastern Highlands or the Appalachians, right? Now the last physical feature or dimension are the coastal plains. Now please understand one thing. There are a lot of debate even when I mention the coastal plain. Why I'm telling you, many people in the comment section are going to comment, sir, why have you just marked this? Now why I have mentioned here is, please understand, NCERT with respect to the coastal plains mentions only this major dimension, even for the extent still here, right? Certain books mention the Arctic coastal plain also here also. Now the NCERT does not mention it. Why I am not mentioning it is, please understand, you know that very well, whatever classification is given by the NCERT is considered standard by the Union Public Service Commission. That is why I am not going to mention what other books are mentioning. If any time there is a contradiction between one book or the other, I will prefer the NCERT because that is accepted by UPSC. So in the coastal plain, they basically mention about the Atlantic coastal plain as a dimension. Clear? We are not mentioning about the Arctic because certain books over here along the Hudson Bay basically mark this region. Let me make it very clear so that, because many times students do come up with such questions. So certain books have mentioned this region and this region as the Arctic coastal plain, but the NCERT does not mention, so we are not getting into that at all. So the coastal plain over here, now it lies between the eastern highlands and the Atlantic Ocean. So eastern highlands lie here, the coastal plain, and this is the Atlantic Ocean. So between the eastern highlands and the Atlantic Ocean, you have the coastal plain, that is more precisely the Atlantic coastal plain. Now extensive deltas and swamps are present here. Again, they're very rich with respect to the oil and natural gases. Now please see, agriculture is also practiced on a large scale over here. Cotton, rice, sugarcane is grown in abundance over here. Major urban centers like New York, Houston, New Orleans are also found here. So that is why these centers are hub of economic activities particularly, right? So very big tourist places, commercial hubs, so are located along these regions. So this is something that you should be aware of and should know. Now, we have done with the physical divisions of North America. Now, as we always do is, after having done this, we go on to what are the mountain ranges, what are the peaks, what are the lakes and the rivers and all, right? So though we have done with the mountain ranges also in a way, but still, because we have to do it as a tradition, as we have done in the previous lectures also, so we will be doing over here also. Important mountain ranges. Now, when I was telling you the Western Cordillera or the physical divisions of North America, you've already done or mentioned what are the various mountain ranges. Now, over here, please remember that these questions have been repeatedly asked in the preliminary examination, directly or indirectly. So you should be very well aware of them. Now see here, you already know that on the eastern side or the part of the eastern highland are the Appalachian Mountains over here. Now these are what? The old fold mountains, eroded, dissected 900 to 1500 meters, that is the height. Now, if you move on to the western Cordillera part, these are again very important mountain ranges that are present. If you see Alaska, you have the Brooks Range over here. Following further south lies the Mackenzie Mountains over here. Then you have the Rocky Mountains. These are all what? The young fold. These are the young fold mountains formed during the Tertiary period, right? And further south, if you come, there is Eastern Sierra Madre, this in Mexico, and this is the Western Sierra Madre. Just remember, Eastern and Western Sierra Madre. Coming here again, Alaska over here, it is a Cordillera because there are parallel mountain ranges. So you have the Alaskan mountains here. If you move further south, you have the Coast Mountains. Then you have the Cascade Mountains. Then Sierra Nevada. Now Sierra Nevada is basically in the parts of the Nevada state in the United States. Nevada state is the one which has what? Las Vegas, Reno, all these important places. Even Area 51 and all that you talk about is also present in the Nevada state. Remember that. So you have the Lower California range. Now these are the important mountain ranges. If you know them, it is more than sufficient for the civil services examination, more than sufficient. Now I would request again, if you are using a already pre-drawn map or you have bought a booklet of maps from some market and all, if you're marking it, then also it is fine. But I would again request to roughly create a map also. That will also be helpful for you. But if you're using a world map and marking on that, or using a map of North America bought from the market, there is absolutely no problem till the time you revise it. If you're not revising it, then it is of no use. Clear? So we have done with the important mountain ranges that are present over here, right? So let's move ahead. Now comes the important peak. See, what I have done is I have reduced the size of the mountain names that are present. See, whatever names of the mountains are present, I have decreased the font of that and mentioned the important peaks over here. Now, please remember, I have added additional description for the important peaks which you should be aware of. That is why UPSC generally asks these small questions in one of the statements, particularly in the PCS also it is asked. So you should be very well aware. Now the thing is, among all the mountain peaks Mount McKinley is the tallest in North America, right? Now, it is the tallest in North America and it is located on the Alaskan mountains, right? So, Alaska, that means it is part of United States of America. Then you along on the coast mountains over here, this is Mount Logan. Please understand, let me, if it is not clearly visible, so let me mark it here, this is Mount Logan. This is located on the coast mountain range. Now, this is the tallest peak in Canada because this is the Canadian region, right? Further south, if you come, there is again a Sierra Nevada range. So, in Sierra Nevada, there is a very important peak that is known as Mount Whitney or Whitney. It is basically known as Whitney. So, first is the Mount McKinley, then you have Mount Logan, and then Mount Whitney, that is in Sierra Nevada. Clear? Now, see, let's come to the Rockies now. If you see over here, this mountain on the Mount Rockies, because what happens is they will mention the name of the mountain and they will write the range. Let us say Mount Elbert, they will write Sierra Nevada, or Mount Blanca, they will write Appalachian, and that time you will get confused. So, which mountain is present in which peak, that is why it becomes important, and I have drawn that in the particular map also. So, this is a Rocky Mountain range. You have Mount Elbert. Now, Mount Elbert is the tallest mountain peak in the Rockies, not overall America, because the tallest in North America is Mount McKinley. But in the Rocky range, the tallest is Mount Elbert. This has been asked previously in UPSC also as one of the statements or in the matching column. Further south, there is again important peak which is known as Blanca Peak. You should be aware. This has also been asked. Now, if you come further south, there is this particular mountain range, Eastern Sierra Nevada. Over here, you have this mountain peak which is known as Pico de Orizaba. Pico de Orizaba. Now, this is the tallest peak in Mexico. Now, you might get confused in the examination that they will write Pico de Orizaba. In front of it, they will write Italy. You will say, yes, it is sounding like an Italian word only. Let us mark it. No, you should not do such types of flukes. So, Pico de Orizaba is the tallest peak in Mexico, located on the Eastern Sierra Madre, which is in Mexico. Now, further, if you move ahead, you have these Appalachians. In the Appalachians, you have this particular mountain peak, which is known as Mount Mitchell. Now, this Mount Mitchell is the tallest peak in the Appalachian mountain range. Clear? If you have done these peaks in North America, you do not have to do any other, because from the cost benefit aspect also, this is more than sufficient, and UPSC does not go beyond that. So, this is more than sufficient with respect to the peaks also that you are doing. Similarly, if you are watching my lectures very precisely, categorically and carefully and drawing and revising them, you will realize that all the mountains, ranges, lakes, rivers, whatever is required, you'll be able to cover them very beautifully and in a very proper and a precise manner. Please understand, many people think that what is the need for doing maps? Remember, close to 4 to 5 questions minimum every year come from the maps. That means close to 10 to 12 marks in your civil services examination, where already the cutoff is going down. Can you understand the importance? Simply doing this 7 classes or lectures of these mapping, if you are out of those 6 questions, if you are able to attempt, let us say 5 questions also, if on an extreme case, let us say 4 questions also, getting that 8 marks extra, does it not help you in qualifying the prelims? That is the most important thing. Please understand that very, very carefully. You have to be careful about gaining that one single mark, how you can avoid getting or making those mistakes. So please do this very seriously. Often a very neglected section. Often people put the photographs from Google in front of you, and that is why it becomes difficult to analyze also. I have drawn everything by hand so that you basically are able to comprehend it well and draw it yourself also. That is important, right? Okay. Now comes the major plateaus. Now please understand, when I was talking about Western Cordillera, you remember that I told you that there are a lot of plateaus also present. That is why parallel mountain ranges with intervening plateaus is known as intervening plateaus, and other features are known as a Cordillera. So that is why these are the Rockies, these are the other mountain ranges, and along with them you have what? You have these plateaus, right? So I have covered all the important plateaus that are present here. You do not have to go beyond that at all. Now see here. If you see over here lies the Yukon Plateau. Now this is a rugged plateau, right? Eroded also. This is important from the perspective that, from a human geographical perspective, that gold mining was done on a very extensive scale over here, and even done in today's time also. So it has abundance of gold. That is why this plateau is important. It is very similar when we talk about the plateau regions in India, Chota Nagpur Plateau and all. These regions are full of minerals, important minerals. Similarly, if you see in these regions also, these are very important sources of the minerals. If you move little south over here, you have the British Columbian Plateau. Now, British Columbian Plateau again is heavily forested, though mining has been done, and copper, gold and coal is also found over here. Again, majorly if you see, gold is found almost in most of the places, of the important places. That is why, as I told you, gold mining was done on a very extensive scale in these regions. So you have forest covers, you have copper, gold and coal. If you move a little further south, you have the Columbian Plateau or the Columbia Plateau. Now, it is, again, there is a very important river that is flowing on this plateau, that is the Columbian River. Again, it is causing erosion also. Wheat cultivation is done on a large scale. Now, there is a very important dam that is along the Columbian Plateau on the Columbian River. That is the Grand Coulee Dam. Please understand, Grand Coulee Dam is not the largest dam with respect to size, but it is a very important dam with respect to the production of electricity that it does. It is one of the top with respect to the production of electricity. Please remember that. That is why Grand Coulee Dam you should be well aware of, which is located on the Columbian River. Columbian River is basically crossing the Columbian Plateau. You move further south, you have the Colorado Plateau over here. Now, Colorado Plateau is again a very important region. Why? Because you know that a Colorado River is flowing there, and then a very important geographical feature or an erosional feature, that is the Grand Canyon that is present here. So if you want to visit the Grand Canyon, you're going to basically visit the Colorado Plateau, and you will be seeing how Colorado River is cutting across those various plateau and how the features are being formed. So Grand Canyon is present here, Colorado River. Again, over here, important thing is copper, uranium and coal is also found here. Copper, uranium and coal is also found here. That is why it becomes really very, very important. So these are the regions which are present. These are the plateaus on the western side. Now, if you come to the eastern side, you will be seeing, again, over here also you have the Mexican Plateau. Now, between the eastern and the western Sierra Madre, you have the Mexican Plateau. Now, this is a high plateau. That means the height is relatively higher. Densely populated region. Along with it, agriculture is practiced around the surrounding region, and silver is also found here. So this is again important characteristics. You have the Ozark Plateau, which is basically on the western side of the Appalachian Mountains. It is a very ancient plateau. It is heavily eroded, but there are lead and zinc as minerals, or important minerals, are basically found here. If I move further south, please understand there are a lot of interpretations. Sometimes certain books mention the Laurentian Plateau as equivalent to Canadian Shield, right? Some say Canadian Shield / Laurentian Plateau. Certain books have mentioned that. But certain books like NCERT have mentioned that Laurentian Plateau is a part of the Canadian Shield as a whole. So I am using that classification. So Laurentian Plateau is over here. It is a Precambrian, again, structure. Nickel, iron, uranium and gold are found here. Now, these are the most important, or almost on an extensive scale, we have covered almost all the plateaus that are present here, and this is what is required by you for the civil services. Note it down. You can pause the video and note this down. Again, very, very important. Please, I am reminding you one more thing. If you are neglecting the lecture and just waiting from where you can get this PDF and just draw it, I'm telling you, you will be missing on such important things which you can only understand when you are watching the lecture. This is a very big problem that the students face. I'm telling you again, had simply getting the PDF been responsible for you qualifying the civil services, and that is not correct. That is why we always say, at least if whatever the video duration is, 40 minutes, 35 minutes, watch the video. Then try to note it down by seeing that. Obviously, you will get the PDF also, but watch the lecture completely. That is again very important. Having done the major plateaus, let's move ahead. We will consider the major rivers now. See, again, the rivers become important. This river over here, again, please understand, this river is known as the Mackenzie River. This is the longest in Canada. Why I have added these commentaries along with that is because these are the ones which basically UPSC uses. I could have simply mentioned Mackenzie, Yukon, Columbia, Snake, Colorado and done with it. Why I mention these commentaries? Because these are the points which UPSC basically picks up. And these are the ones which are mentioned in the NCRTs also, the oldest NCRTs in a way. So this Mackenzie is basically the longest river in Canada. You have Yukon. You know the Yukon Plateau also. So Yukon River is basically cutting across the Yukon Plateau. Now it basically drains into the Bering Sea, which is present over here. Then you have the Columbia River. Now the Columbia River again cutting or eroding the Columbian Plateau. Now it has a Grand Coulee Dam, as I already mentioned. It is a very important tributary. It is known as a Snake River. You should always remember. They can ask you, Snake River is a tributary of Colorado. No, it is a tributary of Columbia. Now, again, an important river over here. This is Colorado River. Now, this cuts through the Grand Canyon. You already know that. Further, if you move over here, if you realize this is an important river that is known as Rio Grande. Now, it flows through the New Mexico and drains into the Gulf of Mexico. That is this region, right? Further, if you come here, this is the river St. Lawrence. This St. Lawrence River basically connects the Great Lakes with the Atlantic Ocean. So, important characteristic. This can be asked as a statement also. Now comes the important rivers over here. This is a Missouri-Mississippi basin. Now, if you see this river, this complete river, this is a Mississippi River. This is the largest river with respect to volume. This is Missouri River. This is the longest river with respect to length, right, in North America. You have certain other tributaries. This is the Ohio and this is the Tennessee. Now, these are again regions where you find a lot of coal deposits, iron ore deposits, water is present here. So, that is why these regions over here became very, very important hubs for commercial activities, mining towns, and obviously densely populated. Even today also, these regions are very densely populated and centers of economic activities. So, these are what the major rivers of the North American region or the continent. Pause the video and note it down. Okay, let's move ahead. Now comes the water bodies. Water bodies. What are the important water bodies around it? Please see. If you see over here, you have the Beaufort Sea, right? That is why if you see over here, Mackenzie River is basically draining around this region only, right? So you have the Beaufort Sea. Over here you have the Bering Sea along with the Alaskan state. This is the Gulf of Alaska. You come further south. This particular region is known as Gulf of California. If you move further over here, this is known as the Gulf of Mexico. Further, this particular region is known as the Hudson Bay. Very important fact. Then, if you come here, you have the Gulf of St. Lawrence over here. And then towards the northeastern part, you have the Labrador Sea. You move further south, you have the Baffin Bay. Now, these are the important water bodies that you should know. Along with that, please remember, you have the Atlantic Ocean over here. You have the Pacific Ocean here. Again, oceans over here, that should also be marked. So please pause the video and quickly note it down. Let's move ahead. Major lakes. Now, these are very important lakes that you should be knowing. Okay, now there's an important lake which is known as the Great Bear Lake. Now, this Great Bear Lake is the largest lake which is entirely in Canada. Please understand this. The Great Lakes also have parts in United States and United States and America, United States and Canada, sorry. But the largest lake which is completely in Canada is Great Bear Lake. Please understand, you can be confused when they ask you that this lake Superior is the largest in Canada. No, because please understand, it is the largest freshwater lake. There is no problem in that. But it has half of it is in United States, half of it is in Canada. So this lake is entirely in Canada. That is why it is the largest entirely in Canada lake. If you move further south, there is a Great Slave Lake. Further south, Great Salt Lake. Now, this is a remnant of a very old lake. That is why the salt content is relatively high over here. That is why it is known as a remnant of a prehistoric lake. Further over here, you have the Lake Chapala. Now, this Lake Chapala in Mexico is the largest freshwater lake in Mexico. You should be aware of this. Now, the Great Lakes. Please understand, this blue color lake is known as Lake Superior. Now, this is the world's largest freshwater lake. Then you have this pink color. This is known as Lake Huron. Red color is known as Lake Ontario. This green color which I have drawn is known as Lake Erie. This purple color is known as Lake Michigan, or Michigan as you say. Now, Michigan is entirely in the United States. It is not in Canada. Other basically share, let us say, have parts in Canada. Lake Erie is the shallowest and the warmest. How do you remember it? SHU, M. Superior, Huron, Ontario, Erie, Michigan. SHU, E. Or SHU, M in a way can be a mnemonic through which you can basically remember it. Okay, so these are the important or the major lakes that you find basically in North America. Let's move ahead. Please and pause the video and note it down quickly. Okay. Climatic zones. Now, we will be considering or describing the climatic zones in detail, generally from the world perspective when we do climatology in the world geography series. But over here, just for your knowledge, this is the polar zone. Again, most of the time it is covered with snow cover, very low temperatures, and the life is very difficult over here. That is why in Canada, if you see, though Canada is such a huge country, there are very less habitable zones that are present there, or habitable regions. That is why in spite of having such a large area, it is very difficult to survive in Canada. Then you have the cold zone over here, relatively lesser temperature, though obviously there is snowfall during the winter months. Then you have the temperate zone over here and here. Then you have the desert zone over here, and finally the tropical zone over here. Please understand, the complete of North America lies in the northern hemisphere, but again, this lies relatively closer to the equator, relatively, in comparison to the other countries. So that is why it has experiences somewhat like a tropical zone or tropical climate, not completely, but somewhat. So these are the various climatic zones that are present in North America: the polar, the cold, the temperate, the desert, the tropical, right? Now let's move on to the next part, that is the biomes. We will be considering in detail everything when we will doing the biogeographical part of the physical geography. Now see here. Now this is the tundra region. Further below that lies your taiga region. On the western part lies the temperate rainforest. This region are the grasslands that are present over here. Again, that have been commercialized for production of wheat and all. Then you have the temperate deciduous forest here. And this is the desert region that is present, and further south lies your tropical rainforest region. So these are the various biomes that are present in North American continent, right? Please note it down. South America. Now please see, as I've already shown you, we have drawn this world map by hand, and this is a basic representation. Now, if I want to study South America, you will see there are a lot of continents here. North America, Europe, Africa, Antarctica, Australia, then Asia. Over here is your South America, right? Now, this location, if I want to study even in more detail, you can see in the next map, the precise location of South America. Please remember that I told you in the previous lectures also in a similar pattern. All those countries and land masses which are lying above the equator are a part of the northern hemisphere. Those below that are a part of the southern hemisphere. All those parts or land masses on the western part of the prime meridian are referred to as a part of the western hemisphere. Those on the eastern part are referred to as a part of the eastern hemisphere. Now, if you see South America, now this is something very interesting here. Firstly, we can very well understand that it is on the west of the prime meridian. So it is basically in the western hemisphere. There is no doubt in that. It's completely obvious. But when you see certain parts of South America are in the northern hemisphere, but majority of it is in the southern hemisphere. So that means it lies in both the hemispheres. So we can say that it lies in the northwestern as well as the southwestern hemispheres. This is a precise location. Now, this can be asked as a statement in your preliminary examination in particular. So you should be very well aware. Now, having marked the location where it is basically. So let us see one more thing. From the oceanic perspective also, you have the Pacific Ocean on the western side and the Atlantic Ocean on the eastern side. This is also something that you should be very well aware of. We will be covering this in the lecture coming forward. Let's begin. Now, this is the map of South America. Now, we will be dealing with all the physical dimensions. What I have done over here is, while explaining you the physical divisions, I have taken the human geography angle also along with it, so that you are able to comprehend it along with it, right? So let's begin. This is the equator. That means South America is cut by the equator as well as a Tropic of Capricorn. Now, this is something very interesting, right? Now, in UPSC, it is very obvious that they can ask you questions related to this also. Which all countries are cut? We will be doing that also. Don't worry. But these are the questions which have been asked in the past also. In preliminary examination, very obviously they can ask you as one of the statements. In the PCS paper, very often they ask, because these countries which are cut by Tropic of Capricorn and all, these have been asked repeatedly in the previous years also. And PCS, multiple PCS like Uttarakhand PCS, UP PCS, all these exams, they generally ask these questions. So let's begin. Some basic information on South America. Now see, South America is a long triangular shaped continent. If you see, it is roughly a triangular shaped continent, right? It is 2/3 the size of Africa. That is, it is smaller than Africa, but it is 6 times the size of India. Now you can just imagine the massive size. It is 6 times the size of India. We obviously know that it is not one country. There are multiple countries, right? So there are 12 sovereign countries plus 2 dependent countries that are present. We'll be seeing them also. But this is huge. This is 6 times the size of India. It is the 4th largest continent. Again, you should remember that. I had already explained you in the previous lectures how to remember the order. It is bounded by the Caribbean Sea in the north, the Atlantic Ocean in the east, the Pacific Ocean in the west. Now see, many people basically consider it as, let us say, 14 countries, some say 13 countries. Please remember, let us mark it in a simple way, 14 countries, out of which 12 are sovereign and 2 are dependent. Because various books write various different statistics. So let us make it very clear. Let me mark it here. There are 14 countries, out of which 12 are sovereign. That means they have their independent existence. But there are 2 of them which are dependent, or let us say a territory of some other country, which we will see also, right? So this is a basic information that you should very well have. 14 countries, 12 sovereign and 2 dependent. Now, if I move ahead, these are the countries that are present. When I was talking about the dependent countries, please remember, the Falkland Islands is a territory of what? United Kingdom. Whereas the French Guiana is a territory of the France, the country, the sovereign country France. So these 2 are not sovereign countries as such of South America. That is why if we see, you can say 14 countries, you can say 12 countries also. So there are certain people who mention 13 countries also. Now please understand this categorization. When I had mentioned in the previous lecture, I had mentioned earlier 13 here. Because certain books, what they do is, they do not consider part of Falkland Island as a part of mainstream South America. So that is why what they do, they mention 13. Second, they might mention 12 because they might exclude the Falkland Island and the French Guiana because they are not sovereign. They are basically territories of United Kingdom and France. On the other hand, they might mention 14 as a whole. So please remember, whenever the question comes, the answer, the most precise answer which the NCERT uses is 14 countries as a whole, out of which 12 are sovereign and 2 are dependent. This is what is the precise answer of NCERT, which I have written over here also. But when you come across 13 countries, 12 countries, they are also not wrong because it basically depends upon the mechanism in which they have adopted while enlisting the countries. So please do not get confused in this particular case. Now comes all these countries that I have drawn over here. If you see, on the north is Venezuela, on the west is Colombia. If you come towards the eastern side, these are small countries. Over here, this is Guyana, this is Suriname, this is French Guiana, right? Over here, below Colombia, you have Ecuador, and below Ecuador, you have Peru. Now, below Peru, you have a Chile, a shape of a Chile, that is why it is known as Chile also. But this Chile is over here. If you move further towards the eastern side, you have this a huge country that is Argentina. Then you have Uruguay, you have Paraguay here, you have Bolivia, and this large country that is Brazil. Now, please remember, these all countries which you have read are very famous. Most of them are famous with respect to their football teams. You would have read, so football is really very famous in South America, right? So these are the countries that are present. Now, Falkland Islands, again repeating, Falkland Islands and French Guiana. French Guiana. These are dependent countries. That means they are not having an independent existence over here. They are dependent on French Guiana on France, Falkland Island on UK. So that is what is the basic thing that you should be well aware of, right? Now, the question comes, if there are 12 sovereign countries, as I mentioned, and 2 dependent countries, you can write it also here, plus 2 dependent. You've already seen. So this is what is the statistics for overall 14. Now the question can come, equator cuts which all countries of South America? Now if you see over here, equator is cutting over here. Just imagine this line is going equator. It is cutting Brazil, it is cutting Colombia, it is cutting Ecuador, right? This particular line. So let us see, Colombia, Ecuador and Brazil. Clear? So this can be asked in your preliminary examination. They can ask you, which among the following countries basically which among the following countries are basically coming on the line of equator? So they will be mentioning 5-6 countries and you have to just mark 3. So this is something that you should be well aware when you are doing the mapping series, right? Next comes Tropic of Capricorn, because please remember, unless and until you have done or practiced such types of questions and done and analyze them while I'm doing the maps, you can manage them in the paper only in that case. Otherwise, if you assume that you haven't done the mapping well and you assume, okay, the equator is passing through which all countries at that time, it is impossible to even analyze, because that time you need to have a perfect image of the map in your mind. If you haven't practiced it, you will not be able to do it, right? So, next question, Tropic of Capricorn cuts which all countries? Now see here. Now there are a lot of countries with the Tropic of Capricorn is cutting from here. Let's see. Chile, Argentina, Paraguay and Brazil. So these are the 4 countries which basically the Tropic of Capricorn cuts. So you should be aware of 3 countries the equator is cutting, 4 countries the Tropic of Capricorn is cutting, right? Okay, let's move ahead. Please note it down, all of you. Now comes the physical divisions of South America. What I have done, as I have already told you, while doing the physical divisions, I have incorporated the elements of human geography, like the minerals, agriculture also, the population also, so that it becomes easier to comprehend along with the geographical aspect that you're doing. Now, if I want to divide, I have divided it into broadly 4 divisions. First, this is the Pacific Ocean, please remember. This side is the Pacific Ocean, this side is the Atlantic Ocean. There is this Pacific coastal strip that is present. This is one physical division. So this basically lies between the Pacific Ocean and the Andes mountain range, right? First feature is Pacific coastal strip. Then you have this longest mountain range, that is the Andes mountain range present over here. Yes, you have already studied in the physical geography lecture which I took the day before yesterday or before yesterday also, how these Andean mountains are created, what is the concept of plate tectonics and all. You will be analyzing them, right? And you must have understood by now what it basically means. So I would request you to, while you are doing the mapping series, do the physical geography series along with it. Then you have the central lowlands. These are the regions of central lowland which are marked in green. And the last part are the eastern highlands. Now the eastern highlands are not one continuous body, they are 3 parts. One in the southern part, one over here and one over here. We will be doing this in detail, don't worry. So these are the 4 divisions. Pacific coastal strip we have done here. The Andes mountain range, we have seen here. The central lowland, this is a region of the central lowland. And then you have the eastern highlands, which we have seen in this map. Clear? So now remember one thing. Please draw this map, at least if not in an artistic manner, at least in a basic level, that you should be able to comprehend what you are drawing. And you should know these divisions, because please remember, why these mappings, especially with respect to these divisions, become important is, many times questions are asked where you have to apply the concepts, where you have to give examples, possibly by understanding these geographical division and its association with the human geographical angle, you can write the answers whenever the questions are asked. It is not necessary that the question has to be on South America in your mains examination. It can be something else also. But supposingly they ask you, analyze there is a intricate relationship between the geography, the physical geography or the landscape and the human activities. In that particular case, please remember, while you are mentioning various things, you can quote examples which I mentioned here. And for that matter, we have done in the previous lectures also. So do not think that merely doing a map is basically answering the queries of that particular chapter. No, it is a source and a means of knowledge which you can apply in various other questions when and where it is required, right? Okay. Next comes the first part. We are doing one by one all of them. Pacific coastal strip. Now this is what is a Pacific coastal strip. You know that I've drawn on the map also. It lies in the western part between the ocean. Now this ocean which I'm referring to is what? The Pacific Ocean. This ocean is what? The Pacific Ocean. The Pacific Ocean, here lies what? The Pacific Ocean. Let us mark it. Here is the Pacific Ocean. Here's the Pacific Ocean and you have the Andes here as you have seen here. So between the Andes and the Pacific Ocean lies your Pacific coastal strip. Its width. Now, please remember the width, as you study the Indian coastal plains and all also, you will be realizing that the width continuously varies, right? Similarly, over here, you realize that the width of this Pacific coastal strip varies tremendously. In certain regions, it might go to 80 kilometers. In other regions, it might become as narrow as 8 kilometers. So the width continuously varies. Southwestern coast of the continent has voids which are deep inlets of the sea. That means the water basically enters in these voids. So these voids like structures are present in the Pacific coastal strip. The climate over here is arid to semi-arid. It is because it is influenced by the cold Humboldt or the Peru current, which we will be doing in the oceanography, how it impacts the climate. So because of the cold current that is present, there are arid and semi-arid like conditions that are present close to the Pacific coastal strip. Not all, but major parts. Now, next thing that comes is these are densely populated. Why densely populated? Because you very well know that the coastal regions are centers for economic activities also, fishing also. So these regions are generally very densely populated. But remember, the regions where aridity is very high or it is very arid, the population density will be less. In other regions where let us say some harbor is possible or let's say the climate is relatively better, over there in patches you can say that the density can be high. Not in the complete strip as such, but in patches. Rich fishing zones due to the Humboldt current. So now these regions are also centers for large fishing and massive scale fishing is done here. So regions where fishing is done, those regions again become very, very important from the perspective of settlement also. So people will be basically setting up there. Slowly what happens, there will be small companies that set up for exporting, processing of the fishing and all. So that leads to, they act as magnets for people to come there and work. And this is how the population density of the regions also basically increase. This is the Pacific coastal strip that you should know. Now comes the Andes. Now see, this is a map that I have drawn of the Andes. We will be analyzing them in after a few slides also. Now see, when we see these Andes, I had used the word Cordillera in the previous lectures also. You would have seen when I was teaching you North America, I said what Cordilleras basically mean that there are parallel mountain ranges and there are plateaus in between or along with them, right? So that is why in this particular region, you see along with the Andes, there are multiple almost parallel ranges. That is why this is known as Cordilleras. This range on the western side is known as Western Cordillera. This in the center is known as the Central Cordillera. This on the eastern is known as the Eastern Cordillera, right? These together are in a way form a range which is known as the Andes mountain range, right? Along with it, there are two important other mountain ranges also. This particular mountain range is known as Cordillera Merida, and over here it's Pacarana Mountains. So these are certain mountain ranges that you should be aware of. This can be asked in your examination. See, most of the cases, the questions that are asked are generally expect like Andes, or let us say Andes is present, Rockies is present in which country. Those are the questions which are generally asked in PCS level. But when they want to twist, let us say, or pull your leg, possibly what they can do is, The concept of Cordillera is associated with which among the following mountain ranges? Now you know that very well that Cordillera is also associated with the North American continent, where the Rockies have a lot of parallel ranges. You have studied in the previous lecture. Similarly, over here, Andes, we are not saying that the complete Andes is associated with Cordillera, but part of it has an element of Cordillera that is present, that is parallel mountain ranges. That is why when I say the Cordillera word, it will be associated with Rockies as well as Andes both. Obviously, we will be doing the other continents. I'll be explaining the wherever Cordilleras are present, but here, both of them are associated. So these are the things that you should build. Till the time we will complete all the continents, you will be very well aware wherever the Cordilleras are present. Now, the world's longest continental mountain range, it is close to 7,000 kilometers long. While I'm writing this content, please do draw them along, right? Extends from Venezuela to Chile and Argentina in the south. Now, it is formed due to the Nazca Plate subducting beneath the South American plate. In the physical geography lecture, which is going to come, you will see that there's a Nazca Plate, right? There is a Nazca Plate. This is a minor plate. It is basically subducting under this particular South American plate, and that is basically has led to the rise of this Andes mountain range, right? Formed due to the Nazca Plate subducting beneath the South American plate. You won't believe that this Nazca Plate has been asked repeatedly in various PCS examinations and in UPSC also long time ago. They said that Nazca Plate is associated with which particular continent. Once it was asked like this, so it was South America in one of the statements. Second was Nazca Plate is associated with which mountain range, and the answers are Rockies, Andes, Himalayas, Alps, and something like that. So this was a question. Now in that particular case, if you have read this well, it will be very easy for you to mark. You do not have to spend energy on that analyzing it also, right? Similarly, settlement adapted. Now, see, this is the physical geographical aspect. Now we are covering the human aspect also. Settlement adapted to altitude. Terraced agriculture is present because the altitude is there. So obviously people residing over here will be practicing terraced agriculture. Traditional housing and clothing. Now these regions, because these regions are also centers for a lot of important minerals also. So mining activities also go on here. So the minerals that are found here are, this is a mining hub. Copper in Chile. So Chile is famous for copper. Tin in Bolivia, silver in Peru, lithium in Bolivia, Chile and Argentina. Please understand, this lithium place where all these three countries are associated, these are a very important hub for lithium extraction, one of the major hubs. So that is why India has very good relationships with South American countries, because it has to procure lithium also in the future when it is required, because for the batteries or the future batteries are very closely associated with the lithium element, right? So that is why this is something important that you should know. The moment you remember now lithium is found here, you will remember, yes, in South America lithium is found, right? Similarly, recently you saw a few months back in Jammu Kashmir also, you saw that prospectively that there's a potential of lithium being present over there. So these are the things how you connect. Now, once I've told you lithium, copper, you will possibly remember this also in your examination when it is asked. In the prelims, remember, when you are answering the questions in the options that are present, what you have studied, what has been taught to you by the teachers and all, at that particular point, it all comes in your mind if you have revised it. So if you revise it well, you will be able to answer so many questions. Next, second was the Andes. Now third comes the central lowlands. Now please remember, in this particular map, I had drawn this whole part as central lowland, right? But remember, central lowland is not a single unit as a whole. It is divided into three parts, standard classification. Now let's see that. One part is the Orinoco Basin. Next part is the Amazon Basin. Third is a Parana Basin. Now these are based on the river systems or the rivers that are associated with these regions, right? So like the Orinoco River, the Amazon River and the Parana River. So now these are the three divisions or the subdivisions of what? The central lowlands. Let us study one by one. This central lowland is composed of larger basins. These are three parts. One is the Amazon Basin. Now this is the Amazon Basin. Now the Amazon Basin is again a hot, humid equatorial rainforest. Now you know that it is famous for, it is like the, these are known as the lungs of the earth because of the amount of oxygen that they produce, right? So equatorial rainforests are present there. People are basically extracting rubber. The rivers that are flowing over here, hydropower production is done. Along with it, obviously, though it is not allowed, but still you see timber extraction is also done because it is required by the governments. So timber, rubber extraction, hydropower generation is again some of the important sources over here. Next come Orinoco Basin in the north. This is the Orinoco Basin. It is a tropical savanna. Over here, petroleum resources are found, particularly in these regions. I'll be showing you the minerals over here. If I mark it, possibly you can see petroleum, petroleum, petroleum. These are the petroleum resources that are found over here. Very, very important, particularly for the country of Venezuela, right? So over here, petroleum extraction is done. Now, third is the Parana Basin. Now, this is a humid subtropical with grasslands. Agriculture is basically practiced here, where soya bean and maize are the main agriculture production that is done here. So, these are the central lowlands that you basically studied. Now comes the last part. This was the eastern highlands. Now, the eastern highland again is not one unit. It is composed of three parts from a standard classification. This is known as the Guiana Highlands, this is known as the Brazilian Highlands, and this is known as the Patagonian Plateau, or Patagonian Highlands also, but it more precisely plateau. So these plateaus are made up of the old rocks, right? Old igneous metamorphic rocks. And let us understand each one of them in detail. Now see here. When I talk about the Brazilian Highlands or the Brazilian Plateau in a way, you will say these are approximately 300 to 900 meters high. The length is approximately 800 meters. Tropical and subtropical climate is basically found here. Laterite and red soil are the most common, obviously because there's a lot of rainfall also. Minerals, now this region is rich in minerals also because again highlands plateaus are always associated with minerals. Iron, gold and bauxite are the most important ones. If you see from the perspective of agriculture being practiced, there are certain crops like coffee, sugarcane, cotton and soya bean are the ones which are majorly produced over here. So this is the region of the Brazilian highlands and these are the characteristics that are associated with it. So please quickly note it down. I'm giving you 1 minute. Next, Guiana Highlands, 300 to 1200 meter high, tropical rainforest climate, sparsely populated. Now, and bauxite, gold, diamonds, and iron ore. So these are the Guiana Highlands. So what do you find? 300 to 1200 meters high, tropical rainforest, again sparsely populated because over here you realize that when you come across this region, the rainforest makes it very difficult for the population density to be very high. So that is why tropical rainforest, and these are the minerals that are found: bauxite, gold, diamonds, and iron ore. Next comes the Patagonian Plateau. Now these are again step-like plateaus sloping eastwards. Somewhat like the Deccan Plateau, where the Deccan Trap is used because there are step-like structures. Similarly, over here, this is a step-like structure which is sloping towards the east. 300 to 1500 meters is a height. Cold desert and steppe type of climate. Again, the population is sparse over here. There is no high density of population here. Minerals are oil and natural gas, and pastoral activities are the ones that are done. Nomadism is again practiced here. So these are the Patagonian Patagonian Plateau over here. Now comes the important ranges. We have already done this. These are the Andes range, and these are the Cordilleras, Western Cordillera, Central Cordillera in the Eastern Cordillera, and Cordillera de Merida and Pacarena Mountains. So we have already done this. I had already posted there when we were doing the Andes. So these are the major mountain ranges that you should be well aware of. Then comes the important peaks. Now these are certain peaks which we have been covering in every particular continent. When we are doing every continent, please remember the important peaks become very, very important. Out of these only the questions are generally asked. So I have mentioned the countries also along because there is great possibility that when they ask a peak, they can associate it with a country and mention and match and tell you to match them. See here, over here is Mount Bolivar. It is associated with the country known as Venezuela. If you move further towards the Andes, you will say Mount Cotopaxi, and below that is Mount Chimborazo. They both are present in Ecuador, and both of them have been multiple times asked in your civil services examination. Then comes in Peru, that is Mount Corapuna. Then you further come south is Mount Pisces, that is in Argentina. Then you come further south is Mount Aconcagua. It is in Argentina. It is the tallest mountain in South America. Then is Mount Turumgato. It is again in Argentina. So these are the important mountain peaks. Pause the video, note it down. The reason behind it is that out of these only they will be asking you. Next comes the major rivers. Now see, there are a lot of rivers in South America. I have marked the important ones because these are the ones that you should be aware of, right? The most important being obviously the Amazon River. If you go to the north, you will see the river Orinoco. Again, you saw the Orinoco Basin associated with it. Then in the north further, you have the river Magdalena. If you come south, you had already studied the Parana Basin. So please remember, it is also known as Parana-Paraguay Basin. So it is basically associated with the rivers that are present here. So this is the Parana River, this is the Paraguay River, and this is the Uruguay River. Obviously, again, the countries are also having the name Uruguay and Paraguay. So these are the rivers also. Then over the south over here, you have the river Negro. Then you have the river Colorado. And there is another river that is joining Colorado, that is Salado. So these are the important rivers that you should be aware of. So please wait, pause the video, mark them quickly. Next comes the lakes and the water bodies. Let us see the lakes first of all. If you go to the north of South America, you will see an important lake, that is Lake Maracaibo, which is in Venezuela. If you come little south, you will see there is again, this lake has been again asked multiple times in your civil services. That is Lake Titicaca. It is basically not associated only with one country, it is associated with two countries, and that is why it becomes important for UPSC, because they try to mention the names of the countries. It is associated with all countries. So it is associated with Bolivia and Peru both. Some of it is in Bolivia, some of it is in Peru. Then Lake Pupu, it is in Bolivia only. So these are the important internal lakes. If I move outside, you will see this region is basically what, the Pacific Ocean, and this region is what, is the Atlantic Ocean. Over here lies the Gulf of Panama. If I come further south, you will have the Gulf of Guayaquil. Over here are the Galapagos Island. The Galapagos Island becomes very important because of the analysis that was done by Charles Darwin over here with respect to what is known as Darwin's Peaks also. So this island again becomes very, very important. Clear? Over here are the Gulf of Penis. Then if you come towards the eastern side, you have the Blanca Bay, you have the Grande Bay further south, and then you have the Magellan Strait. Magellan Strait is important because it basically connects the Pacific Ocean and the Atlantic Ocean. So you can be asked which among the following straits is basically connecting the Pacific and the Atlantic Ocean. It is the Magellan Strait. This is again an important question. Let's move ahead. Desert. Now these are few important deserts. Over here you have the Secura Desert. If you come south, there is an Atacama Desert, a very famous desert. Now it is the driest place on earth. If you move south, you have the Monte Desert, and further is the Patagonian Desert, again located on the Patagonian Plateau. It is the largest area-wise in South America. If you ask which is the largest area-wise desert in South America, it is the Patagonian Desert. So these are the 4 major deserts of South America, right? Please note it down. Next comes the vegetation. Now, if you see the vegetation, again, we will be doing the types and the in detail when we will be doing the topic of vegetation, climatology and all in the physical geography part. Meanwhile, let us see them. Over here, this is the rainforest region. You know that very well. Amazon basin is associated here. So this is a rainforest region. Along with the Andes, because of the height, they have an alpine vegetation. Along the coastal strip, you have the deciduous forest. This is the savanna region. You have the Mediterranean climate, Mediterranean vegetation over here. And these are the grasslands. And this region along the Patagonian plateau are basically the desert. So largest area-wise desert. So this is the vegetation that is present here. Comes the minerals. Now a lot of minerals are found here. Large number in large quantities. But the thing over here is, please remember, when you study in this particular region, you will be seeing certain important, like the petroleum is found over here. That is why Venezuela is a very important producer of petroleum. You have aluminium, Al. Then you have iron that is basically distributed in the form of Fe that I mentioned. Au, iuric, that is gold. Then you have copper along with it. And again, you have in this region is also, you have the lithium. Lithium is also present here. So these are the important things or the minerals that are present here, right? Now, one thing important, another section that I've introduced, please remember there are 2 guidelines for this. All those who are watching this lecture completely, please note this. You have to read this. I'm not giving the answers right now. I'm going to read the questions in front of you. I want the answers. There are 5 questions. I want the answers of all these 5 questions in the comment section. I will be giving the answers myself after few hours. Now see, there are 2 guidelines. Post your answers in the comment section below. and answers will be posted by me 24 hours post the video is made public. So 24 hours after the video has been published or it is available to you, I will post the answers. Meanwhile, you all have to mention the answers to the question that I've asked. A brief idea. Now see here. Just pause the video over here. Which of the following South American countries are landlocked? You saw the map. The question is Paraguay, Bolivia, Uruguay, Ecuador. It says only 1 and 2, 1, 2, 3, 2 and 4, 1 and 4. It is up to you now. You have to analyze the map and give me the answer. This is the first question. Pause the video. Answer it. Next question. Match the following. Brazilian highlands, Guiana highlands, Patagonian, Venezuela, Argentina, Brazil. You have to match them. This is the second question. Pause the video and present your answers in the comment section. Amazon River flows mainly through Peru, Ecuador, Brazil, Colombia, third Brazil, Peru and parts of Bolivia, Argentina and Paraguay. An easy question. Try it. Answer in the comment section. Pause the video if you haven't read it. Andes mountains are mainly a result of continental collision between South American and African plate. Why I've asked this question is because there is a physical geography video and I have already presented this view completely. You can see the video and you can answer that also. So I told in that video also that the mapping series will be done separately, and obviously these things have already been done in there. Subduction of the Nazca plate beneath the South American plate. I've answered the question in a way, you can just analyze it. Transform fault movement along the Pacific margin. Rift Valley formation due to the crustal stretching. This is the fourth. Pause the video and answer. Atacama Desert is one of the driest places on earth, located because rain shadow effect of the Andes, influence of the cold Humboldt, C means both of them, and D high altitude and altitude. Easy question, try it. Which of the following countries of the South America lies entirely along the Pacific Ring of Fire? Argentina, Peru, Brazil and Paraguay. Pause the video, check it for yourself and see if you can manage it. Now, as we all know that this is a particular world map which I have been using, which was drawn by hand by me. Now, if you see this world map, completely, now if you want to locate where Europe as a continent is, let's see. This is the region. Something that is marked in green, this is the Europe continent. We've already seen North America, South America, Europe. This is the Europe we are studying now. We have seen Africa, we have seen Antarctica, we have seen Australia, and we are obviously remaining with Asia, which we're going to cover. This is a European continent, which you should be knowing the location basically. Now, let's see Europe. Now, out of this particular map, let us extract the European part. This is the map of Europe, and we should know, the physical features, obviously important places, obviously important mountain peaks and ranges. Now, you will say that, so do we need to remember all the countries, all the capitals and all? Please remember, you're preparing for UPSC. So, you need to understand the trend of what UPSC asks. You should be very well aware of that. That is most important. Otherwise, someone can do PhD on European studies also. There is no end. But will that help that particular person to qualify civil services? Probably not. So that is why what is important, what has been asked, and what is the trend of UPSC. Based on that, we have covered a lot of content based on the mountain ranges, the rivers, the water bodies, climatic regions and all. So please be careful. In the process of just knowing more, do not start doing PhD on things, right? So let's begin. Europe. Now, this is a map which I have already put on the side. If I see Europe, let us have a brief description about it. You know that Europe is the second smallest continent. You know the smallest continent is Australia, which we have already done in the previous lectures. And this is being second smallest, but important thing is it is the third most populous also. So large number of countries are here, very densely populated also, many of them, and it is obviously the third populous. So you should remember, though it is the second smallest, it's the third populous continent. Considered the part of the Eurasian landmass, but treated as a separate continent. See, it is considered as a part of this complete one landmass, right? Obviously, there is Ural mountain that is separating, which we will cover in Asia. But overall, if you realize why it is treated separately, it is because of the cultural and the historical reasons. Now, this is something that you should be very well aware of, right? Now, surrounded by water on all the three sides. Now, if you see the map, you will realize this, that it is Atlantic Ocean On the western side, you have the Arctic Ocean on the northern side and Mediterranean Sea on the southern side, which we will be seeing the map over here also. See over here, this particular region, this is what? Mediterranean Sea. If you go towards the western side, what is this? Atlantic. What is in the north? Arctic Sea. So it is surrounded by water on all three sides. Obviously, on the right side, on the eastern side, you have Russia. Let's begin. Physical divisions of Europe. Now, what generally happens is most of the students, while studying Europe, they try to study the physical features separately, and along with it, the minerals or a little bit about the social human aspects very separately. And that is why it creates a lot of problem also. So what I've done is, within these physical features, I have basically put in the social and the economic aspects also. So you can very well understand the relationship, why some things are there and what are the reasons. Because geography of a region definitely influences the social, cultural and the economical aspects, right? So there are 4 physical divisions or broad divisions in which we can divide Europe. First, the Western Highlands. Second, the North European Plains and or also known as the Great European Plains. Third, the Central Uplands. And fourth, the Northern Highlands. Now you will be asking, sir, you have written them. Can you show us on the map also? Obviously, I will. See here. This is a map. Now what your duty is, you should pause the video. You should have the map of Europe, or you can draw the map of Europe, which I have drawn earlier also, and mark it. Now what is the thing? This particular region is known as the Western Highlands. What? The Western Highlands. This particular region is known as the Central Uplands. This particular region is known as the North European Plains. And you have the Scandinavian countries and obviously United Kingdom and Iceland also. This basically region forms the Northern Highlands, right? So these are the 4 physical divisions in which I can divide Europe. And based on them, we will be studying each division in brief, whatever is required for civil services, right? So quickly note this down, take a screenshot if you want, or draw the map as mentioned on the board. Now, why I have drawn by hand, please remember, in all the mapping series, in all the physical geography of India and physical geography of the world series, which is going on right now, you would have realized that every single alphabet, every single diagram, every single map has been drawn by hand. Now, there's a reason behind it. I have already mentioned you. Very often, teachers might use diagrams from Google and all, but then what students feel is that if the teacher is using a Google map, or let us say something that is pre-drawn, if the teacher is not drawing, how will the student draw? So in order to boost your confidence, in order to increase your understanding, I'm using these particular maps which are hand-drawn. It takes a lot of time to make them, a lot of time to draw them. I would appreciate that if you all, yourself also in your copies, in your registers, draw that. And I'm guaranteeing you one thing, very often you face the issue, na sir, we have done the mapping, we have done this, we don't remember it. Because you probably might have just listened to the lecture or downloaded the notes and just kept the notes in your phones or your laptops and imagining that someday that you will read it. If you sit properly using this lecture, you draw it. If this lecture is, let us say, of 40 minutes, it might take you 2 hours to draw it, 3 hours to draw it, 4 hours to draw it. But once you have done it, it is for infinite time that you have your notes with you. You do not have to look anywhere else. So make sure that you draw it. Do not waste the effort that I have put in so that you can benefit out of it. Clear? Okay. Starting with these 4 divisions, let us understand this. Western Highlands. Now let us understand what are the Western Highlands. You very well know that these regions, this complete region, this is what? The Western Highlands. Right? Now, let us study briefly about it. When I've mentioned certain mountain peaks over here, please remember, while we're doing the mountain ranges, I will be showing you the positions also. So don't need to worry about that. Whatever features are mentioned here are going to be mentioned in the maps that will follow. Formed during the alpine orogeny, that means all these mountain ranges which I mentioned here, which are present in these regions, are basically young fold mountains. Like you would have seen, the Himalayas also young fold mountains, yes, the Rockies also. Similarly, these are also young fold mountains. Now, terrain is rugged, high altitude and tectonically folded. So by default, young fold, that means the when you talk about the crustal surface, it is because of the pressure that has been exerted. There have been a lot of folds that have formed. We have already done the physical geography series. As I had shown you, let's see this again. Let's see, imagine there is, let us say, this crustal surface, right? If there is pressure exerted from, let us say, both sides, or let us say one side also. Let us say there's a pressure exerted from one side. This crustal surface will fold as this paper is folding, or let us say force is exerted from both sides also. In that case also you will realize there will be folding. So this fold can be in this shape, this shape, this shape, or straight, whatever be the case, depending upon the force that is exerted. These fold type mountains are formed. As you see this paper, so is the case with these mountains also. Because see, we've already done the tectonic movements in the physical geography series. So please, I would request you to see them also, right? So that is why what happens, these tectonically folded structures are formed. Now terrain, because certain folds are present, certain landscape is in such a form that it leads to a rugged format. Obviously, because something is folded, automatically the nearby regions are also impacted. So relatively the altitude over here is relatively higher, right? Now, what are the major mountain ranges that are present here? Because it is tectonically active region also. Alps, right? The Alps are present here. We'll be showing that. France and Switzerland and Italy region. Pyrenees over here, if you realize this particular region. Carpathians in this particular region, where Central and Eastern European region. Apennines, it is present in this region in Italy. Balkan Mountains in Bulgaria. Sierra Nevada in Spain in this position. Now you will be saying, you have just mentioned that this position. Remember this. Let me take you, if you want to see here. Pyrenees is present here. Alps is present here. Apennines is present here. Carpathian is present here. Sierra Nevada is present here. So you have the markings. So don't need to worry, sir, where are the markings? Everything is present. Don't need to worry. Clear? Let's come back again. So these mountain ranges which I have mentioned, please remember, repeatedly UPSC has asked them in the match the following sections, that they can simply ask you, which among the following are the young fold mountains? So you know that I have mentioned here young fold mountains, so all of them are young fold. They might put Aravalli also here. Then you also know Aravalli is not young fold, right? It is a very old mountain range, right? Himalayas are young fold. These are young fold. So you should remember these things. Every single word that is mentioned on the slide is important for you. Whether it is alpine orogeny, whether it is young fold mountain, whether it is turret, tectonically folded, tectonically active regions, everything is important. So make sure that you note down everything, right? So you have the Alps, you have the Pyrenees, you have the Carpathians, then you have the Apennines, then you have the Balkans, and then you have Sierra Nevada, right? Now, these are the mountain ranges which are their presence basically is identified in this Western Highland region. Now, please remember, if I talk from the perspective of socio-economic dimension, let us see certain points. Settlement are concentrated in villages due to the harsh terrain and climate. Now, because see, if I talk about Himalayas also, you realize Himalayan region is not densely populated because again the rugged nature, the altitude is high, but there are certain regions which there can be concentration, right? Similarly over here, the settlement are concentrated in certain village regions. High human development due to tourism, economy and services. Now, if you realize, I had mentioned over here Switzerland, France and all. Just imagine you are present in Switzerland. You will realize a lot of mountain ranges are present, right? But important thing is that the population density is not very high overall, and the populations are also not very high. The important thing is that human development indices of these countries are very high. And their economies are also very high. One of the reasons is the tourism economy. Now, something where we as Indians need to work on, like for example, if you talk about Uttarakhand, in Uttarakhand there is a region known as Oli. Now, Oli is as beautiful as Switzerland, but we have not been able to tap its economic potential, what the Switzerland has done. Similarly, Switzerland, large number of tourists basically go there. Good set of hotels representing their culture and all are present. Facilities are present. Government has played a very important role in the development of the region. That is why their economies are relatively very high. Clear? So, and that is why tourism, economy, services, if you see Swiss watches, Swiss chocolates, obviously we know the Swiss bank also, but for that matter, these things are one of the most important dimensions which you read about Switzerland, and for that matter, other countries like France and all also. You realize France is known for as a cultural hub, as a tourism hub, as a fashion hub. Similarly, other regions also. So that is why the economy is relatively very high, dependent mainly on, or majorly only, obviously on the tourism and the service sector also. Obviously, there are minerals in certain regions, but tourism plays a very important role. Alpine meadows support cattle grazing and pastoral. So pastoral economy obviously is one of the major dimension with respect to the economic activities, right? Herding and all. Okay, let's move to the North European plains. Now please see, if I'm talking about North European plains, what am I talking about? This particular region, right? This is basically what? North North European plains, right? As I'd already shown you over here also, right? North European plains. Okay. Now it is the largest lowland region of Europe. Lowland because if you see the average altitude, it is very low in comparison to the nearby regions which are relatively mountainous, which have plateaus, which have mountain ranges. So altitude increases. But this is a region where it is a lowland. That means the altitude is relatively low. And that is why this is an important region. Now it extends from, if it extends from France, if you see this region, France, till this region, till you go to the Baltic states, right? So it extends from France to Belgium, to Netherlands, to Germany, to Poland, to Baltic Sea. So it is a complete extent from France till the Baltic states, right? So complete region over here, very large extent, right? Okay, formed by the glacial and alluvial deposits. Now you know that very well that lot of if you would have seen the physical geography series which is right now going on in this particular channel, you would have seen the topic of landforms and all, where I had mentioned about the glacial landforms, right? In that case, I had mentioned about the deposits that are basically made by the glaciers. Similarly, there are a lot of rivers also that are there. So they're also depositing the alluvial soil. So you realize this plain is basically made up of deposition by the glacial as well as the alluvial soil deposits that are present, right? Now the major rivers, there are a lot of major rivers that are flowing here, which we'll be seeing in the section of the rivers, which I'm going to show you. Rivers like Seine, Rhine, Elbe, Oder, Vistula, Volga. These are very important rivers that are flowing here, right? Very important rivers. Please make a note of it. Yeah. You generally know, whenever we talk about the plain regions, there is a close association with the rivers also, because there is deposition that is taking place. So that is why it becomes very, very integral and important. Okay, let's move ahead. Most densely populated region. Now, think about it. Like, for example, if in the examination, there's a question that comes that plains are generally associated with high population density, right? If you see, you can take the example of northern plains also of India. What do you see? What was the reason behind it? First, you will see the similar reasons over here also. If you see Indian plains also, and here also, you will see flatness, lowland nature. So that means people can settle easily. If you are staying in a mountain, obviously there is a lot of hindrances because their altitude is high over there. Over here altitude is low, so people can settle. There is level nature of the ground, so it is easier to again establish stuff also and settle down there also. Large density of population, large population can settle. Similarly here also. Similarly, you will realize that there is resource in the form of rivers that are present because water is very integral. Then again you will say because water is present, you will be able to have agriculture practices being there. Similarly in the Indian plains also, similarly here also. So what happens over here is these are the reasons which basically provide people to settle down in the plain regions. Clear? And with respect to the other upland regions and all, you know that very well that you see as you go higher in the altitude, you will realize that temperature further keeps on decreasing. And the level of harshness that a person or a population faces increases. So over here it is lowland, so relatively comfortable life, relatively better life with respect to the harshness of the climate, which is less. That is why people settle down here. That is why most densely populated region is present over here. And this is why, please remember, this is also a region. This is also a region which is known as the industrial belt, where during the time of the mining activities and all have taken place at a great extent. So see here, strong working class history due to the industrial revolution, right? Agriculture, wheat, barley, sugar beet, and dairy farming have played a very important role. And industrial belt, please understand, this region, like the region of Germany, Poland, France, Belgium, right, etc. These regions are known for their industrial growth, right? There are a lot of deposits also, nearby deposits. You will realize that obviously you get from the upland region also, nearby upland region, but these are the regions where you find a lot of industrial development that took place. So these are the core regions where industrial revolution also was impacted. Obviously, it started in the England region and spread to these regions also. But these are very impactful regions with respect to the development of industries, right? So these are very, very important regions. Now let's see, come to the next division, central upland. If you see over here, you have this particular region. This is what? Central upland. The moment I say upland, that means there is a relatively higher altitude, right, of the region. Now see here, older and eroded compared to the Western Highlands. The Western Highlands are relatively younger. These are the older structures of the landforms that are present here. Now, not very high because again, if you see the plateaus, they're generally eroded. So relatively they're higher. Obviously, they're higher than the northern plains, but not as high as the Western Highlands, which we had discussed. So not as high, mostly plateaus and low mountains, right? Now, what are the major uplands? These are the major uplands that are present. You should be knowing. Massif Central, it is present in France. Vosges, it is present in France. Black Forest in Germany. Please remember, do not get confused with the fact when Black Forest is mentioned, many people assume that it is a forest only. It is again an upland region. Next, Bohemian Massif, Czech Republic. So these again are the 4 upland region that you should keep in mind. Along with the countries. Why? Because this simple question can come in your examination also, because I have taken it from all the NCRTs, the oldest of the NCRTs also, which were even before 1980s. And the relatively newer ones also. So that is why please make sure that you note all of them, because UPSC can pick up questions from any of them, and these questions are very, very important and integral also. So Massif Central, France, Vosges, France, Black Forest, Germany, Bohemian Massif, Czech Republic. Clear? Okay, let's move ahead. Now, these are moderately populated with old industrial towns and with cultural identities. And these have also been impacted. Again, these are plateaus. So you will realize one thing, because they are plateaus, so there will be a lot of mineral resources that are present. So this also had in the initial phases of the industrial evolution, this region, because it was the industries are set up close to these regions. Why? Because they had the raw material. Now, the raw material being present, the industrial towns also developed here, industrial activities also developed here. Obviously, they also spread to the other regions also as the population increased. So there was a stretch to the northern plain region also later on, because there was a lot of population over here. So there are different factors that were working here. But in the central upland region, you realize, because of the presence of the raw material, a lot of initial industrial towns did develop here, right? So growing industrial towns with cultural identity. Now, they were growing ecotourism due to the forest and scenic landscape. Now, please understand, again, if you see regions like Germany now and other nearby countries, you will realize they have been very categorically emphasizing on sustainable development. If you realize that with respect to Germany also, a very good emphasis has been laid on electric cars and all, right? They're not even using the normal fuel cars. They're almost making it, let us say, they're given a deadline also. Now they're almost focusing on the electric car. So that means there is a concept of ecotourism, sustainable development, let us say forest safaris concept going on. All these things are very categorically being emphasized in Germany and the nearby countries in the Europe. That is why from the time of the industrial revolution and the impact or the negative impact the countries had faced to now, ecotourism and all is being generally focused, right? Economic activities again include, to a certain extent, mining of coal and iron, forestry, timber and paper industries are also found here, right? So these things, again, varying upon the nature of the countries and its policies, you realize these are the major economic activities also that are taking place. Clear? Okay. Last come the Northern Highlands. Now see here, this is a region
Scandinavian countries. This is again the United Kingdom region, the Iceland. These are what? Northern Highlands. What does it include? You will see it includes the Scandinavian mountains, again the regions of Norway, Sweden, Finland, Iceland, and the United Kingdom. If you see, it is dominated by the glacial landforms. You've already seen in the geography series which is going on, what in the landforms chapter, what are the glacial landforms? We've already discussed how these all are formed, what is the mechanism of their formation with the diagrams I've drawn, right? So fjords, U-shaped valleys, lakes, and moraines. Moraines are again the deposits by the glaciers, because these are regions which have continuously been impacted by the glacier because it is in a very cold region, right? So that is why. Iceland lies on the mid-Atlantic ridge, having volcanic and geothermal features also that are present. Now, coast of Norway, if you see, the coast of Norway remains ice-free in winters due to North Atlantic drift. This is a question that has been asked in UPSC. If you see just the previous lecture of climatology, which I had basically just been posted 2 days back, you will realize that in that particular case, I had mentioned the isothermal map of the world with respect to January, in which I had shown you that in the Atlantic Ocean, there is a general shift towards the north in the Atlantic Ocean of the isotherms. Isotherms are what? The line which is joining all places having equal temperature, right? I had mentioned there, because of the Gulf Stream, the warm current, the Gulf Stream, the North Atlantic drift, it basically takes warm water from the equator towards the upper latitudes in the Atlantic Ocean. Now, because of the warm water that is coming, the coastal regions of Norway are impacted by the warm water. That is why the coastal regions of Norway are basically ice-free. And that is why what happens, it supports port activities in spite of the fact that region is cold. That is why which has helped in the economic development of the region also, right? Clear? So this is the point that you should remember. Next, please understand, low population density. See, the population density is low because the climate is very harsh. But there is a very high standard of level of development because of the economic activities, oil reserves, gas reserves have been found, and the density of population is less. So government can basically go provide good social security network, total good education system, and all these things are basically provided by the government also. The government plays a very important role in these regions, and people are generally, that is why, happy also in these regions. That is why they have a very high rank in the happiness indexes, right? So low density of population, low population density, high standard of living. It is one of the world's richest fishing ground. Again, very rich fish economy and rich oil and natural gases. So these regions have all these things. So by default, it is very, very useful for their growth and development, right? So these are the northern islands. Now let us, we have done with the physical division. Let us go on to like the micro level things like mountain ranges, peaks and all. Let us have a brief view of that. Okay, let's see. Have a map with you. Please remember this. Let's start from the upper side over here. These are the Scandinavian mountains which are present in again Norway, Sweden and Finland, right? If you come down over here, you will see the Spain. In Spain, you have Cantabrian Mounts present over here. If you just come over here at the boundary of France and Spain, you have the Pyrenees. This is at the boundary. That means it is present both in France and Spain. So Pyrenees in France and Spain. If you come south over here in the Spain region, you have the Sierra Nevada. It is present in Spain. Now, if you come towards the eastern side, you have the Alps mountains, very important with respect to tourism activities also. And it is not something that is present in one country. There are a lot of countries that share the remnants of this particular mountain range. France, Italy, Austria, Germany, Slovenia, and Switzerland, they basically share the Alps, right? Now, if you come here, if you come towards Italy, you will see here Apennines, right? This is Italy. Again, the complete stretch is covered over here. Then if you come to further east, you will see Dinaric Alps. It is again Bosnia and Herzegovina basically have this particular mountain range. If you further come towards the eastern side, you see over here Pindus is present again. Pindus is present over here again, right? Just a minute. Greece region also. Give me a minute. Greece. Okay. Now comes over here this particular mountain range in the south, in the northern part is the Carpathians. Carpathians is basically in Ukraine, Romania, Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, Czech Republic and Serbia. Further south over here is the Balkan Mountains. Balkan Mountains has Bulgaria and Serbia. Towards the further east rise the Caucasus Mountains, which is basically shared by Russia, Georgia, and Azerbaijan. Now these are the important mountain ranges that you should all be aware of. Quickly note it down because questions are very often asked on these. I'm just coming on the side. You can take a screenshot or whether you want to note it down, it is up to you. But I would advise that while practicing, pause the video and note it down. Clear? Okay, let's move ahead. Now comes the important peaks, mountain peaks. See, if I start writing all the peaks, then there will be hundreds and hundreds of peaks, and that is actually not possible also for you to remember. What is important in that case when we talk about the peaks? The ones which are important, the ones which have been asked, and ones you should know, right? So based on that, we have certain peaks over here. See, if you see over here, there is a Mount Enito. It is present on the Pyrenees range. If you come over here in the Alps, you have the Matterhorn in the Alps. This question has been repeatedly asked. Where are these mountain peaks present in which range? So Matterhorn in Alps and Mount Blanc again in Alps. If you come further south over here in Sicily, you have Mount Etna, again known for its eruptions and all, historically also. Then you have Tatra Carpathian Mountains. Just let me make you remember that. If you remember, the Tatra word is also associated in India. How? Check this. The thing is that the trucks that were imported by India from the European regions, those trucks are called as Tatra trucks in the military, right? And they are left-hand driven, not right-hand driven as the rules of India that permit. Just check that out also. So that Tatra word is basically derived from the mountain peak. Okay. Then comes Mount Olympus. It is present in Greece. Then you have Mount Erebus. It is present in Caucasus Mountains. It is the highest peak in Europe. So it is the highest peak in Europe. These are the important peaks that you should be aware of. Clear? Enito, Mount Blanc, Matterhorn, Etna, Tatra, Olympus, and Mount Erebus. If you know these are more than sufficient for the European continent. Okay, let's move ahead. Rivers. Now see here, a lot of rivers are present here. Now see, let us start from this region only. Let's start from here. Volga. Now Volga, if you realize, this is the longest river. It basically empties itself in the Caspian Sea. It is the longest river into the Caspian Sea. Then you have other rivers like the Don River into the Black Sea, Dnieper River, again Black Sea, Danube, again the Black Sea. Danube is the second longest river in Europe. Clear? If you move further here, there is a Po River emptying itself into the Adriatic Sea. Then you have the Rhone River over here, right? If you come to the region of Spain, you have a very important river that is Tagus. Further north, you have Loire, right? Then further north, you have Seine. These are the rivers which I had mentioned in the northern plains, right? Remember, Seine. Then you have the important river that is Rhine. That is what? Rhine. Then you have important river Elbe. Then further right, you have Oder. And then you have Vistula. Now, please remember, there is a possibility that they can ask you the order also. Clear? You very well know that Thames is again a very important river, again flowing through England. And then on the over here, you have the Shannon River. Clear? Ireland, you have Shannon. So these are the possible rivers that you should know. The questions beyond this will not be asked because there is a limit with respect to UPSC also with respect to the world mapping. Why? Because see, in India, when we do the mapping, you realize that every single detail from which it is passing and all it is important. But here, there is a limit to which UPSC also goes. Otherwise, if they want to create a question which should not be attempted by everyone, that is a different case. But this is the level of things that you should be aware of. If you know this, more than sufficient. Okay? Okay, let's move ahead. Just, I'm pausing you can pause the video and note it down or draw it as you wish. Let's move ahead. Water bodies. Now, nearby water bodies you should be a little bit aware of. See over here. This is basically the Gulf of Finland. This is basically the Gulf of Finland. Further north, you have the Gulf of Bothnia. This region is known as the Baltic Sea. This region is known as the North Sea. Further between Ireland and the other remaining part over here, you will have the Irish Sea. Further over here, you have the Celtic Sea. between the United Kingdom region and the other mainland European region, you have this region which is known as the English Channel. This region over here is known as the Bay of Biscay. Again, the entry of the Mediterranean Sea, you have the Strait of Gibraltar. This particular region is known as the Mediterranean Sea. This particular is the Mediterranean Sea. Over here, this is known as the Gulf of Venice. This region is known as the Adriatic Sea. This is known as the Aegean Sea, Aegean. This particular region is known as the Black Sea. This small part is known as the Sea of Azov. Sea of Azov. So these are the water bodies that you should be aware of. Pause the video and note it down quickly. Okay, let's move ahead. Peninsular region. Now these are peninsular regions which you should be a little bit aware of, important ones. This is the Scandinavian Peninsula. Over here you have the Iberian Peninsula. Now Iberian Peninsula is obviously associated with Spain and parts of France also, but majorly Spain. Then you come over here, you have the Italian Peninsula. Then you come here in the Greece regions, you have the Balkan Peninsula, and over here Crimean Peninsula. Clear? These are the important peninsular regions that you should be aware of. Quickly note it down. Okay, let's move ahead. Climatic regions. Now if you see, while we are going to do the climate in the climatology chapter, the parallel series that is going on, over there we're going to discuss the various climates also. That is why I've told you to do the series in parallel. Over here I have mentioned the broad categorization, standard categorization. See over here, this red region which is adjoining the Mediterranean has a Mediterranean type of climate, right? This red region. If you move little just further, this is the again overlapping with the central upland region, so it has a highland or an alpine type of a climate. Further region, this region again is influenced by the neighboring Atlantic Sea and the small seas that are present, so this has a maritime climate, this present in pink color, along with the United Kingdom region. Further, if you come towards the region of the eastern side, this is the savanna, the grassland region, again neighboring with Russia. Further, this region again at the higher latitudes is a very cold region, so this is a really cold or subarctic region. Further south, if you see the Iceland and this particular region, the Scandinavian, basically refers the Arctic region. That means Arctic climate. That means it is very, very cold, very cold. So there is very heavy snowfall permanently covered over here also. So these regions are known as what? The Arctic. So this is the climatic categorization which you should be aware of. Note it down quickly. Africa, let's begin. Now see, as you already do, this is a world map in front of you, which I had drawn by hand, which I have frequently used in my previous lectures also. Now if you see, these land masses are present, then also the water bodies are present. So we very well know this is a region that is Africa. Now, this is what is Africa, right? This is a region that is Africa. Now, if I want to analyze it further, let's see. We very well know that this is the equator, this is a prime meridian. All the regions that are present over here, above the equator, lie in the northern hemisphere. This is the northern hemisphere part. All the land masses, the places, regions, whatever is present below the equator is basically coming under the category of the southern hemisphere. All those lying on the east of the prime meridian are in the eastern hemisphere. All those lying in the west of the prime meridian lie in the western hemisphere. Now, please remember, I am telling you very categorically with respect to the African continent. There is a lot of confusion in various books that are mentioned. Certain books mention that Africa is present in all the 4 hemispheres. Certain books mention that Africa is present only in 3 hemispheres, not in the southwestern hemisphere. Now, please analyze this. You should be very well aware because this question can be asked in your preliminary examination. If we are talking only about the African mainland, I am not considering the various associated islands that are present. In that case, we can say that the African mainland is lying in the northwestern hemisphere. It is also lying in the northeastern hemisphere. It is also lying in the southeastern hemisphere. This is the African mainland. But if I include the other islands, in that case, there will be various islands that are present in this part also. So in that case, you can say that yes, Africa is present in all the 4 hemispheres. So whenever a question is asked in the preliminary examination, it becomes very, very important to understand the language and only then you answer. If they just ask you the mainland, Yes, that will be correct only in 3 hemispheres. If they ask Africa and its associated territories, in that case, you will be mentioning all the 4 hemispheres. Let us begin and continue. This was a basic understanding that you should know. Now, this is the map of Africa, which I have enlarged. Now we have to deal with this particular map. Please understand, again, this is hand-drawn map, which I had drawn while I make all these maps on my iPad. The thing is, initially when you draw, it becomes really difficult to have a shape also like this. You do not have to be artistic in nature to draw exactly the same figure, but approximately similar, because these maps can be used not only in understanding or solving the questions of the preliminary examination, but also while you are giving case studies in your mains examination, whether it is GS paper 1 or even GS paper 3 for that matter, you can use. Let's begin. Some basics. Now, this is a map of Africa. Let us see some basics regarding Africa, which you should know. These are certain facts and figures and statistics that have been mentioned in your old NCRTs. Rather, better word would be the older to the older NCRT. That means the older NCRT are the 2005 and below, before that also, before those NCRTs also, a lot of NCRTs came. So, using those content also, we have put a lot of things over here and updated the content. So, let's see. Firstly, we have already understood the fact, we have done this also earlier on, it is the second largest continent. It comprises 22% of the total land area that is present on the earth. So it is the second largest continent. Very interesting thing over here comes, when you see Africa, yes, it is a continent, but average elevation of this continent is relatively higher. Relatively higher. That is why there is another terminology that is used for Africa. It is also known as a plateau continent. Now, sometimes when a statement comes in your prelims examination asking you which among the following, or let us say the plateau continent is associated with Australia, possibly you will mark it correct, because we have seen that we have read already that it was isolated, separated from the other parts, riding in the southern hemisphere. So you might mark it correct. But the correct word over here is because the plateaus have an average elevation that is more than the normal land which we discuss or talk. The elevation over here is relatively higher, which is from 600 to 1500 meter, and that is why this continent is known as a plateau continent. Always remember that. Do not confuse it with Australia. This question has been asked in the preliminary examination many years ago in UPSC also, and this has been repeatedly asked in the state PCS examinations. Please remember, these are those questions which you should be, or these facts which you should remember, right? The interesting thing is, if you see, Equator, Tropic of Capricorn, Tropic of Cancer, all the three basically pass through the African continent. So this is again a very important thing. Equator passes through almost the middle. So this is what equator is passing. You can I can mark it here. So it is almost dividing Africa into two halves, right? Africa, equator passes through almost the middle. Now, if you see, in totality, Africa has 54 recognized countries. Why I'm saying recognized? Because those which are registered or recognized by United Nations. That is why 54. Next, Africa is home to 3000 plus ethnic groups and 2000 plus languages. You know that very well that a lot of tribals are present in Africa. Large tribal groups and all, they have their own languages, their own culture, and that is why it is very ethnically diverse. And it is not only a continent which is full of minerals. It is not only a continent which has the largest number of countries that can be present within a continent, but also the huge diversity with respect to the tribals and their languages. And the cultural diversity is so huge that possibly if you travel from one country to another, you can imagine the beauty and the way the people live, because obviously it is huge and it has Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of Capricorn and equator passing through it. So large number of, or to a great degree, climatic variations are also existing here. Climatic variation existing here, that means that will actually impact the cultural aspects also. So huge diversity being present here. Now, having studied this, let us move on to the next very important aspect. Now, I had done the physical divisions of the other 4 continents also, which we had done. Over there, the divisions that were present were mainly, let us say, 3 or 4, or maximum 5. Over here, you will see multiple divisions are there. 8 divisions of physical divisions I have put. Now, the problem while I was making the notes for you was that if I do the divisions in one hand, then again repeat the same thing later on with respect to human geography will become problematic for you. So what I've done in this chapter is that along with every single feature, I've added element of human and the economic angle so that you can basically analyze. Let us say what are the economic activities associated with that. So these things basically help you to understand it. Clear? So these are the 8 divisions. First is the Atlas Mountain. I'll be showing you and demarcation, don't worry. Atlas Mountain, North African Sahara Desert, Sahel Transition Zone, Congo Basin, Eastern Highlands and the Great Rift Valley, South African Plateau and the Drakensberg Highland, Savannah region, Kalahari and the Namib Desert. Now these are the broad divisions which have been standardly classified and accepted by various books, even the NCRTs have it. So this is the 8 divisions which I have present or mentioned in front of you with respect to the physical divisions of Africa. You can pause the video, note it down. Along with it, please remember, merely just knowing these names will not work because you're doing geography, so you should be very well aware of the demarcations also. I'll be taking each and every division separately and teaching you. So like see, Atlas Mountain, Sahara Desert. So I'll be taking each and every division separately. But before that, let us see the broad aspect. When I mentioned Atlas Mountain, this is the region, Atlas Mountain, which you're going to study over here. You know the Sahara Desert, the largest desert over here. So this is the Sahara Desert. Now, there between Sahara and the savannas, you have a transition zone that is present, that is known as the Sahel Transition Zone or the Sahel Zone. So this is basically this long zone that is present, which we are going to take it as a separate physical division. If you see this part, this is basically the Congo Basin. We had mentioned here Congo Basin. So this is the Congo Basin region. If you come over here, this is basically the Eastern Highlands, which has the Ethiopian highlands and other regions, along with the Great Rift Valley. And if you see the Great Rift Valley, it is basically coming like this and further demarcating. So this is a Great Rift Valley, and obviously this is the Highland region, so which are demarcated in the blue color. Now the white color portion which you are seeing is basically the savannas, right? The savannas. Now if you come here in the lower part, you will see the South African plateau. Over here you have a very important mountain range which we will study later on also, Drakensberg. This is the Drakensberg. That is why it is written South African Plateau and Drakensberg Highlands or the hills. So this is the Drakensberg. This is the overall region, that is the South African Plateau. Now there are 2 very important deserts also present here. We will be considering the other deserts also comprehensively. Don't need to worry about that. This is basically the Namib. If you see over here, let me mark it also. When I say Namib, this is basically Namib. This is Kalahari is basically this, which I'll show you in the coming maps. So one should remember one thing very clearly, that Namib is the oldest desert of the world, right? This question has been asked. I will be making you write also, don't need to worry. This question has been asked in the PCS examinations repeatedly. Many people, when they are asked which is the oldest desert of the world, they tend to answer probably the Sahara Desert because they assume that it is the largest, so possibly it would be the oldest. It is not correct. The Namib Desert is the oldest desert of the world. You should be aware of this. This is a true desert. On the other hand, when you go to Kalahari, it is not actually a true desert. It has all the desert-like characteristics, but also it has a lot of, let us say, other features which sometimes people label it as a pseudo desert. We'll see that, right? So meanwhile, this is the Namib Desert, this is the Kalahari Desert. Clear? Now these are the divisions which I have mentioned over here, and I will be dealing with each division now separately. Let's move and start with the first, Atlas Mountains. Now very, very important. Whatever is written over here, like for example, whatever word is mentioned here or written over here, we will be doing or labeling them in the coming slides. So don't need to worry about that. These facts and figures and information that is given here is picked up from the NCRT and the standard books also. So I would recommend to you that while you are listening to the lecture, please note down these things along with it. Because if you note them, you will be able to remember and recall. There is a very bad habit from the side of the students which I've observed. They basically ask, okay, lecture is fine, we will see the lecture, or if we do not see the lecture also, we can basically see this PDF and go along with it. Please remember, according to various studies, particularly the anthropological studies also which we do, once you hear the lecture, because I'm speaking and explaining you, it is better or easier for you the things so that you will be able to grasp them easier in a shorter span of time. So once you see the lecture, then possibly you can go through or download the notes. But along with it, if you write along with me, that will be the best method for you to remember. When people ask me how to remember things, this is the way. While I'm teaching you, you pause the video also wherever it is required, copy it, then along with it, write it down, and then later on revise it. You will not be forgetting that also. These are time and tested techniques of how to remember things properly. Anyhow, now when I've mentioned over here Atlas Mountains, now let's see here. These are present in the northwestern African region, and it is about 2,500 kilometers. These are what? 2,500 kilometers present in the northwestern part of Africa. Along with it, present in Morocco, Algeria, and Tunisia. So, if you see from the construct of what all countries have the presence, or it is present in which all countries, these are the three major countries where it is present. That is Morocco, Algeria, and Tunisia. Now, how it was formed, we have already done the plate tectonics movement in the geography series that is going on. So, please remember that very well. Along with the mapping series you are doing, please go to the geography series also. That is physical geography. That is very, very important. We had basically studied there also due to the collision of the African plate with the Eurasian plate basically led to the creation of these fold mountains, which are known as the Atlas Mountains. So, you have got to know about the physical dimension also, which we were taught to you in the plate tectonics chapter. Now the thing is, Mount Toubkal 4167 meter is the highest peak in North Africa. Now where is this particular mountain? Just see here. Can you see this particular red mark which I mentioned? Now this is the point where Mount Toubkal is present. Clear? Clear? This is, again, you should have a basic knowledge about it because you can be asked this particular question also. We'll be doing the peaks separately, but you should be aware of it. Now, from the economic aspect also, please understand this region is very, very important. It has a lot of minerals, mining activities have been going on, along with the, yes, agriculture in the associated regions or the nearby regions is also practiced. If you see, mining region, iron, zinc, lead, copper, mercury and phosphates are found here. So these are basically, this region is again has a lot of mines and mining activities are going on. Agriculture, olives, grapes, citrus fruits, because it has a Mediterranean type of a climate. So that is why you see these types of olives, grapes and citrus fruits grown on a very large scale over here. So this is from the perspective of the economic aspect that you should be knowing and you should be well aware of it, because this will help you to link the concept from the physical geography aspect. So this is the Atlas Mountain and the related information that you should be aware of. Please note it down, giving you a minute. Right? Okay, the important thing will be while you're noting it down, you draw this map only once. Do not draw it repeatedly, which I mentioned here. Once you've drawn it, and then along with it, you can write this content. Clear? Okay, let's move to the second part, Sahara Desert. Now, Sahara Desert is something that you are all aware of, right? And you have all studied in your school days also. So now this yellow part, which I have mentioned over here, is basically referring to the Sahara Desert. Now, when we talk about the Sahara Desert, please see, it is the largest hot desert in the world. And just imagine 31% of the Africa's area is covered with what? Sahara Desert. To close to, I can say, 1/3 of Africa is basically the Sahara Desert, close to 1/3. So it is huge. So that is why it is the largest hot desert in the world. Secondly, the temperatures, if you realize, during the summer days, it goes much, much beyond 50 degrees Celsius. Now, that time, because of the very high temperature, you know that normally vegetation over here is not so prosperous. Why? Because the temperature is so high. So that is why, what do you analyze from this? If the temperature is very high, is there a possibility of people living here on a large scale? It is not possible. Only where certain economic activities are there, in certain regions, which we will see with respect to natural gas and oil. Other than that, you will not see people over here. So it is very, very, very sparsely populated region because the temperature is so high and lack of vegetation for that matter. So population is sparse and unevenly distributed. Why unevenly distributed? Now see, any region where you find a resource, possibly the population over there will increase slowly because the resources there, mining activities are going on or some other economic activities are going on. Other regions will not be having the population because you should understand this is huge. So only certain pockets and patches will be the regions where possibly the population is more. Otherwise, there will be large patches of land there you will find nothing. Now, if you see pastoralism, pastoralism again with respect to camels and goats, that is done by the tribal people over here. Along with it, minerals are found here. Now, minerals are found in Niger, around the region. Oil and natural gases in Libya and Algeria. That is why you realize these regions are again producing a lot of oil and natural gases also. So, in these regions where these resources are found, you will see the population are relatively higher in comparison to the other regions of Sahara. Now, tribes, Tuareg, Bedouins and Moors are those tribes which are again involved in pastoral activities also over here. So, these are common tribes which are found in the Sahara Desert region. Now, this is again very important aspects which I have covered over here. You should be very well aware of them, right? These questions with respect to tribes have also been asked in the prelims, in the PCS and the other civils, other than the civil services examination, other exams of UPSC have basically used this content and basically asked a lot of questions. So this is the Sahara Desert. Now coming to the another part, the Sahel region. If you see here, below the Sahara Desert, you have this patch of land which I have mentioned here. This is the Sahel region. Now this is what, please understand, this is a transition zone. This is something very important. This is a transition zone between the Sahara Desert, this is a Sahara, and this is a savanna, which we will be doing that, we'll be studying. Between them is a transition zone, which is a Sahel region. Now, it is neither completely arid in the form of Sahara, lesser than and has characteristics somewhat similar to, let us say, desert and savanna. So that is why it is like a transition zone between both of them. That is why we have put it in a transition zone. Now, extends, if you see, from the east to west, because it's a long distance over here, it is close to 5,400 kilometers. From north to south, there are certain variations, but approximately, if you see, 300 to 500 kilometers is the north-south extent, if you see over here. Clear? North to south, 300 to 500. From this end to this end, you have 5,400 kilometers. The semi-arid climate is present over here. Semi-arid. Now, nomadic pastoralism again is practiced here. Camels and goats, so all the tribes which you see in the Sahara Desert, to a certain extent are also present over here, which you can believe from the aspect of Tuareg, Bedouins and Moors are also present here. Subsistence agriculture, millets, sorghum and groundnut, because the aridity is relatively lesser if you compare it with Sahara Desert. So that is why you can grow these millets, sorghum and groundnut over here in these regions. So this is the transition zone. This is something that you should be knowing about the Sahel region. Now comes the Congo Basin. For 2 minutes, let us come from this region to this region. This is Congo Basin. Now, Congo Basin again is a very, very important physical feature of Africa. If you see, this is the largest river basin in Africa and second largest in the world. If you see, second largest river basin in the world, the first being the Amazon. So now by default, you can realize that this region is again going to have similarities to what you see in Africa also. That is why when you see or understand or read about Amazon, it is generally called as the lungs of the world, right? Now, this is known as the lungs of Africa because of the dense forest, the rainforest that is present, that produces a tremendous amount of oxygen. So it spans over 4 million square kilometers. That is huge, huge space or huge area, if you can see. It is centered around the Congo Basin. So by default, you realize that Congo River is over here, and Congo River is playing a very important role also, like Amazon in the Amazon Basin. So similar feature over here. What was Amazon which we had studied in South America is with respect to Congo Basin in Africa. It is a saucer-shaped depression. So if you see, if you look at the structure, you can possibly see that it is like this. Obviously, depositions have taken place because of the river, but this is like a saucer-shaped depression. That is why it is known as a saucer-shaped depression or a basin over here. The climate is hot and wet equatorial, very similar to what we see in the Amazon basin. Rainfall greater than 2,000 millimeter annually. That is huge. That is why you have the equatorial rainforest also present here. Vegetation, dense tropical rainforest. It is known as the lungs of Africa. Why it is known as the lungs of Africa? Because this rainforest, very dense rainforest is present here. And along with it, production of huge quantities of oxygen. And that is why known as the lungs of Africa. This should be very well in your minds, because you can be asked a question in your prelims where they can possibly mix the concepts of Amazon basin to that of Congo. That is why it is important to understand. Now, sparse population. Please, if you see the Amazon basin also, where the rainforest or dense rainforest is present, it is very difficult to stay inside those regions because very close by, nearby, huge, humongous trees are present. So in these rainforest regions also, the population over here is very sparse, very less. There is almost very few tribal people that will be there. So the population is very sparse in this region, right? Because of the dense forest. Because what happens is when you go inside the rainforest, humongous, huge sized trees are present. It is very difficult to even walk through those, because it is not only the humongous trees, there are a lot of creepers and other small trees and animals that are present, which makes it very difficult for the humans to stay here. Unless and until those regions are cleared for agriculture, that is a separate case scenario. But normally, it is very difficult for the people to stay in these regions. So that is why you realize population over here is very sparse. Now let's move ahead to the Eastern Highlands and the Great Rift Valley. Overall, which we see is the Eastern Highlands over here. It has further subparts which you will be seeing. Now see here, first let us see the Eastern Highlands and then I will tell you about the Great Rift Valley. Okay. See, on the eastern margin of Africa, from Ethiopia to Zimbabwe, so these regions from Ethiopia to Zimbabwe, this region is basically the Eastern Highlands. It includes the Ethiopian Highlands. Ethiopian Highlands is present over here. Kenyan Highlands and the Tanzanian Highlands. So all this region, basically Eastern Highlands which we talk about, these cover the regions of Tanzania, Kenya as well as Ethiopia. Again, Ethiopian Highlands occupy this major region over here, which you will be studying also. So these Eastern Highlands basically comprises these three highlands inside it, which were combinedly together known as the Eastern Highlands. Ethiopian Highlands, the Kenyan Highlands as well as the Tanzanian Highlands. Now formed by the uplift and the volcanic activities due to the tectonic movement along the Great Rift Valley. You very well know that the Great Rift Valley over here and tectonic activities have been taking place. So because of these tectonic activities and the volcanic activities, there has been upliftment and obviously these highlands have been created. So this is something basically you should be aware of. Climate, tropical highland-like climate, because obviously the elevation is more. Volcanic soil is there, and these soil are suitable for again cultivation of some tea, coffee, maize and barley have been cultivated by people over here, the indigenous people. Now please remember, because these are highlands and plateaus, these are obviously rich in the mineral deposits that are here. So with respect to the mineral deposits, if you ask me, you have gold, copper, iron ore in Tanzania and Ethiopia. So these are regions and hubs of where mining activities have been taking place or extraction of mineral resources have been done. So these are very rich with respect to the mineral deposits. So this is what the Eastern Highlands. Now the lines which I have drawn over here, basically referring to the Great Rift Valley. So see here, Great Rift Valley basically extends from about 6,000 kilometers from Lebanon in the West Asian region. Obviously, it extends to Mozambique in Africa, right? So it is an extension basically that is starting from West Asian region. You know that according to the plate tectonics chapter which we had done, slowly you realize these plates are diverging, right? These Somalian plate is basically moving away. This is Somalian plate. It will slowly move away. Time will come that it will crash with what? The Western Ghats of India. Now this will take millions of years. By that time you will not be alive also. So don't need to worry about that. So again remember, this divergence is taking place. This Somalian plate is moving away and this plate will slowly move and crash with India in the coming millions of years. So this divergence has led to a lot of volcanic activities also, as we had studied in the previous slide. So this is being created. Now this Rift Valley which is being created is again very huge, 6,000 kilometers. Now as we have done divergence due to Nubian and Somalian plate. We have done in the plate tectonics chapter also the physical geography series which is going on the YouTube, where we had done in the plate tectonics how or what do you mean by diverging plate boundaries and so on and so forth. You have done all those things. Divergence, convergence and all. So if you see, when the plates are basically moving apart, These are plates, let us say, due to endogenetic forces, let us say, this plate is moving, this plate is moving. So obviously with time, you will see certain rift valley-like structure that are being created. So this is being studied over here. Clear? Let's move to the South African Plateau and Drakensberg Highlands. Now please understand, this region which I have mentioned here is basically this red part. This is a South African plateau. Now when I talk about the Drakensberg Highlands, so please understand, or the Drakensberg range also, it is basically this. This is Drakensberg's Highlands, or for that matter hills also, as you can mention. We will be labeling that in the coming slides, so don't need to worry about that. So this is the region. Now let us first consider the South African plateau. This is the South African plateau, the one that is marked in red over here. It covers most of South Africa. Again, if you know that this is majorly the South African region, so it is covering most of the South African region and parts of Namibia and the adjoining Botswana. So these adjoining countries are also being covered along with South Africa. So this can be asked also, that the South African, let us say the plateau, covers the South Africa only. Now that will be incorrect. It basically covers, yes, great parts of South Africa, but also parts of Namibia and Botswana. Now, that is why I'm telling you, whenever the questions are asked in the examination, you should be aware of these small things. South Africa, parts of Namibia and Botswana. When these questions are asked at that time, because you haven't studied, and that is why you get confused. These questions are generally, especially these ones or such types of questions, are picked up from NCRTs. Because you do not study them well, that is why we miss them. Next, it is bounded by. Now please understand. Let us see the boundary over here. It is bounded by Kalahari Desert in the north. This is a Kalahari Desert. This is a Namib Desert. You know that very well. We'll be doing that also. This is a Kalahari Desert in the north. It is by Drakensberg Mountains in the east. This is the Drakensberg Mountains or the hills in the east. Namib Desert in the west. So almost this extends further down. This extends further down here. Namib Desert in the west and the Grape Escarpment in the south. Now Grape Escarpment basically refers to a very tall mountain-like structure which is very steep immediately. Unlike the other mountains which are like this, you have a very steep structure. Now this can be because of various reasons. This is due to tectonic activities or coastal erosions also, which we will be doing this chapter in the landforms when we will be doing the physical geography series, which is right now going on in the YouTube. So this is an escarpment. It is a very immediate height that basically appears or is an outcome of the erosional activities or due to tectonic activities, the rise has been there. So this is a great escarpment that is present in the southern side. That is why it is mentioned the Great Escarpment in the south. Next is the average elevation is about 900 to 1500 meters of this particular plateau. It has temperate grasslands. Now this is very, very important, which has been asked repeatedly in the PCS papers, also UPSC. The temperate grasslands present in Africa is basically the velds which are present in South African region. Minerals over here, these are now, this region is very, very rich in minerals, particularly gold and diamonds. A lot of mines like Kimberley mines and all are present in these regions, particularly for gold. So that is why if you see, these are very rich regions with respect to these minerals. So gold, platinum, diamond and manganese. So very rich mineral rich region. So this is something that you should be very well aware. That means the South African plateau is very rich in these minerals. It can be asked. Supposingly, they can ask you that which among these plateau is very well known for gold as well as diamonds. So they can ask you, let us say the Ethiopian plateau, then they can ask you as South African plateau, and so on and so forth. So that is why South African plateau is specifically very rich in these particular minerals, diamonds and gold. Now, having done this, let us see the Drakensberg Hill. We have already marked it here. Let me mark it again. Now, it is basically where it is. It is found on the eastern edge of the South African plateau. So this is complete South African plateau. On the eastern side, you have what? The Drakensberg Hills or the mountains of the range which we mentioned. So the eastern edge of the South African plateau are the Drakensberg Highlands, or we can known as the Drakensberg Hills. It forms the great escarpment of the southern Africa. Highest mountain range is in the South African region, or in South Africa, if you see, this is the highest mountain range. Peaks above 3000 meter. Temperate mountain climate is present because of the height. Clear? So these are the Drakensberg Hills that you should be very well aware of. Okay, let's move ahead. Now comes the Kalahari and the Namib Desert. This desert present over here, is the Namib Desert. This one, north of the South African plateau, is the Kalahari Desert. So this is something you should be very well aware. These two should be studied properly also. So let us see few details about them. Now, Namib Desert, it runs along the southwestern coast of Africa. So this is the southwestern coast. It runs along the southwestern coast of Africa. It is the oldest desert in the world, 55 to 80 million years ago. Hot desert climate, less than 50 millimeter of rain annually. Temperature might be, let us say, 0 degrees Celsius at night to even greater than 45 degrees Celsius during the daytime. Diamond and uranium mining is done here. So again, very, very important economically. Do you analyze? If you go to whatever regions of Africa you are going, whether it is a desert region, whether it is a plateau region, whatever, you realize it is basically a mineral rich region. That is why the irony is, in spite of being so mineral rich, why is it so backward? This is very similar to an instance which you see the red corridor or the red corridor region, which is basically referring to those which are affected by the Naxals. But along with it, if you see the regions on the eastern and southeastern regions of India, you see those regions are not very well developed. Obviously, there are multiple reasons, because those are forested regions. Those are regions in India which are full of tribes. All those reasons are there, but very similar situation. Similarly, in Africa, which is again full of indigenous communities, a lot of minerals are there, but still it is backward. Only in certain patches of Africa which have developed, certain new things have come up again, is the tourism. Rural tourism or indigenous tourism concepts have come up. You realize that Maasai tribe, along with, let us say, collaboration with the governments, they have basically helped the governments so that people from outside India can basically come and explore their culture. Now, this has been very fruitful, where the tribals are not disturbed from their traditional culture or habitat they are doing. Along with them, they basically get a benefit out of it from the government, along with the tourism is improving in these regions. So possibly you have to find a middle path. You cannot simply destroy the culture of the indigenous communities. Along with it, you have to boost economic aspect also. So there's a balance that needs to be maintained. Okay. Now, diamonds and uranium mining is done here. Now, a question over here, please remember, this is something very important. It is the oldest desert. Now, this question, as I mentioned you, has been asked repeatedly in various examinations. To be more precise, this question was also asked in KBC also a few years ago. That was, I think, 12.5 lakh rupees question. Just imagine, you had just seen this lecture, possibly you had been sitting in the hot seat, you would have answered that and won 12.5 lakh rupees also. So this was asked in KBC, so you should be aware of these things. Okay. Now, having done the Namib Desert, let us move on to the Kalahari Desert. Now, this is again a semi-arid sandy plain. So not as arid as Namib. That is why sometimes people say that it is not exactly a desert, but obviously we call it a desert because it has all the features, but it is relatively lesser arid when you compare it with the Namib Desert. That is why semi-arid sandy plain. It covers regions of Botswana, parts of Namibia and South Africa. The area again is humongous, 9 lakh kilometers square. It is semi-arid steppe climate, receives about 250 to 500 millimeter of rainfall. Now, this is relatively higher if you see it from the perspective of a desert. That is why it is semi-arid also. Sandy soil, but supports grass and shrubs. The important thing over is here also a very important diamond mine is found. That is, Orapa mine is found in this region that is famous for diamonds, and that is why mining activities keep on going here also. So this is what is the Kalahari Desert. Clear? Last part is the savanna. We have covered all the other things. Now please see, when I had drawn the map in the initial stage, the first map that I had drawn, I had mentioned this white region as savanna. tropical grasslands. Velds are the temperate grasslands. Please remember, velds that I had mentioned with respect to the South African plateau when we were reading, velds were temperate grasslands, savannas are tropical grasslands. Clear? Now see over here, when we have mentioned, we just mentioned savanna, but over here you need to analyze that the savanna over here is divided into three categories based on the certain variations in the nature that is present. This region over here, let me mark it in a way so that it becomes easier for you. This region is basically the Sudanese savanna. East African savanna, if you see this region, obviously this coastal part, this region is the East African savanna. And if you come down, this part is basically the Miolo woodland savanna, or sometimes people call it a woodland savanna. So these are the three parts of the savanna. Though we can call it as one, but it has to be divided into three because the NCERT is basically prescribed to that. Now see, the savannas form the largest biome in Africa, covering nearly 40% of the continent, right? So huge. That is why if you see the white region, it is very huge. These are tropical grasslands with scattered trees. Now this is again a characteristic feature. Now these are divided into three categories. First, Sudanese savanna from Senegal to South Sudan. So from Senegal region, that is present on the western side, to the South Sudan region, this is the Sudanese savanna. Now the East African savanna basically covers the three major countries, that is Kenya, Tanzania and Uganda, that is in this region. Now Miomlo woodland savanna, this covers again this southern part, Zambia, Angola, Tanzanian part and Mozambique. Now people will say, so Tanzania has been mentioned here also and here also. See, some parts of Tanzania lie in the woodland savanna also, the southern part. The northern part is basically comes under the category of the East African savanna. So this should be clear. You should not get confused because Tanzania has been mentioned both. If you want to write, you can possibly mention South Tanzania. This will make it easier for you to remember also. So that there is no problem in that. Clear? Now let us see them one by one. If I see the Sudanian savanna, that is from Senegal to South Sudan, which is this part which I had told you, tall grasses are found here because see, in the examination, in the preliminary examination in particular, they can ask you even question within or comparison between the Sudanese or let us say the woodland savanna also, if they want to pull your leg. That is why you should be aware of them, right? Now Sudanese savanna, these have tall grasses, baobab and acacia trees are basically found, are the characteristic of this particular type of grasslands. Large rural population is found here. Again, please, large rural population is found here. And along with it, millets, sorghum, cotton, belt region is there. So these all things are grown. Along with it, livestock rearing is done here. Gold mining in Ghana region is again present here. So gold mining is also done here. So this is basically the Sudanian savanna aspects with respect to the physical features as well as the economic aspects, which you should be well aware of. Now comes the East African savanna, which I had mentioned in this region. So this is from Kenya, Tanzania and Uganda region. These are open grasslands. Pastoral life over here, Maasai tribe is present here. That is why rural tourism is very common here. A lot of people have been going to the East African savanna region, Masai Mara region, which you would have very often heard that people are going to them as for safaris or African safaris are basically going to these regions, where the countries, particularly Kenya, Tanzania and Uganda, are very well coordinating, particularly majorly Kenya has been very active over here, where people have been going there and enjoying also the rural aspect, rural life. So that is why please understand, these people are going there and understanding and enjoying the pastoral life of the people also. So pastoral life is again the characteristic feature of the Maasai tribe. Mixed farming is also practiced here. As I had mentioned, tourism hub, please understand. With respect to tourism, they have, particularly Kenya has done really very well, because it has tapped the potential of rural tourism and the indigenous tourism, where the coordination between the tribes and the government is such that the people who go there are not going to disturb the tribals or give them certain food and all, that might disturb their ecosystem or their habits. But what they have to do is, you can talk to them through an intermediary. You can see how their life is. those people over there also are protected from the side of the government. So there is a very beautiful linkage between the people who visit the culture of the Maasai tribes along with the conservation of the Maasai culture, right? This is something that we should learn also in India also to practice. Tourism hub is there again because, as I had mentioned, cash crops like tea and coffee in the highland margins or highland regions are basically grown also. So this is what is the East African savanna. So if you are asked with respect to question with respect to East African savanna, the Masai Mara tourist spots are associated with which of the regions or divisions, physical divisions of Africa? One is savanna, second is, let us say, Sahara Desert, third is Sahel Desert, Sahel region, and let us say South African plateau. So you should be well aware it is savanna, and within the savanna it is East African savanna. Clear? Let us move ahead. Miombo woodland. Now this covers this particular part. Now it covers Zambia, Angola, Tanzania, and Mozambique region. Now this is woodland savanna. Over here you see that there are maumba trees are present here. That is because of which it gets the name also. So wood trees are present. Which trees are present? Maumbo trees are present here. Low population density, because when you see that trees density relatively rise, so over here the people or the density of population is relatively less if you compare it with the region which is of the East African region. Copper mining belt is here. Zambia is very famous for copper mining, so a lot of mines are present here. Subsistence farming is also practiced here. So this is the characteristic feature with respect to the Moyombo woodland savanna. Now we have done with all the physical divisions of Africa, where I have covered the physical along with the human and economic angle so that you are able to correlate. Rather than giving the minerals aspect as a separate map, I have covered within this particular division also in detail that what are the minerals found in these regions. So that will make you easier for you to comprehend also. Now coming to, let us say, separately I have taken here the important ranges. Right? So important ranges, along with it we'll be taking the peaks, lakes and water bodies and all. So if we see here, along with every mountain range, I have added some content wherever it is required, whether in which region it lies or associated important aspects. So you should note these things also down, because this is basically based on the trend also that UPSC has been asking or the PCS examinations where these questions have been asked. So if you see this Atlas mountain, this is basically we have done this as basically a physical division also. So you know the characteristics. This is present again in Morocco, Algeria and Tunisia, which I had mentioned. It is a fold mountains, that also when the African plate basically colliding with the Eurasian plate, that is why these fold mountains are formed. Now if you come further south, you have this Aghar or Hogar mountains. Now this is basically present in southern Algerian region. It is because an outcome of the ancient volcanic activities that took place, not the modern day, ancient volcanic activities that took place, which basically led to formation of these mountain range. Now if you come a little bit towards the eastern side, you have this particular mountains. This is known as the Tibesti mountain. It basically covers the regions of Chad and Libya. It is also volcanic in nature. Now you come further south, you have this particular mountains, Mituba. Now Mituba basically lies in DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo. Please remember that DRC means Democratic Republic of Congo. It is a block mountain. Now when we come over here further south, it is Muchinga mountain. It is present completely in Zambia. You come further south, you have Matoba hills. These are present in Zimbabwe. Now if you come further south, you will see Drakensberg mountain. You know that very well that it is basically in South Africa, but also there is an independent region that is known as Lesotho. It is present in that region also. That is why I mentioned South Africa and Lesotho. So these are the important mountain ranges that you should be aware of, because UPSC, if wants to ask, generally ask from these only, because over here I have not only covered from the perspective of NCERT but also used the atlas very exhaustively. So whatever mountain ranges are important has been covered here. See, if you want, I can go into R&D and cover even a small mountain range. That is not cost benefit, will not benefit you also, because it is not cost effective, because you will be doing hundreds of mountain ranges in one particular continent, then it is difficult to remember also. So these are the important ones which you should be aware of. If questions are being asked, mostly they will be asked from these only. They will not go beyond that, because then it is impossible for any candidate to basically appear, right? So, or solve the question. So these are the important mountain ranges that you should be aware of, right? Atlas, Aghar, Tibesti Massif, Matuba, Muchinga, Matuba, Drakensberg, right? So please note these well. You can pause the video, and note them well. Please make sure you do it. Next comes the important peaks. Now please see. We have done the mountain ranges, that is important, but along with it, doing the peaks is also very important because these can be asked. They very well ask you, very commonly ask you, they'll mention a mountain peak and they will mention, let us say, in which mountain range it is present or where it is present, which continent it is present. Very often they ask the continents only. So you should be well aware where all these mountains are present. Now see, if you see the Atlas mountain range, you have Mount Tobakal present here as the highest peak of the Atlas mountain. We had done in the physical division also. This I've again mentioned. Now, if you come here, this is Tibesti mountain over here, Tibesti mountain range that is present here. In this particular mountain range, you have an important peak, Emi Kausi. Emi Kausi, it is present in where? Chad. It is the highest in Sahara Desert and it is an extinct volcano. Now, please remember, this question has been asked in UPSC also many years ago. So remember this, that Emi Kausi is present in Chad. It is the highest in Sahara Desert, not in complete Africa, in Sahara Desert, and it is an extinct volcano present over here. Tibet Massive itself is basically, it's also a plateau, also mountain range also present. These also an outcome of the volcanic activities that took place a long time ago, right? Now, if you come here, here is Mount Kenya. Now Mount Kenya is basically the second highest in Africa and it is an extinct volcano. So this is here. Now if you further come south, you have Mount Kilimanjaro. It is present in Tanzania. It is the highest peak in Africa. It is a dormant volcano. It is a dormant volcano. If you come further south, please remember, within the, you have the Drakensberg Mount. Just a little bit north of it over here lies the Thabana Nithilemma. This is in Lesotho, tallest in South Africa, or Southern Africa for that matter. Southern Africa, South Africa, obviously it's covered, Southern African region. This is the tallest. So these are the ones which are marked in green, are the important peaks that you should be aware of. Pause the video, note it down. You can very well note it down in the previous map that you had drawn with respect to the mountain ranges. You can just pinpoint over there only. It will be more than sufficient for you. Pause the video and note it down. Okay, let's move ahead. Important plateaus. Now see, I have covered all the important plateaus that you should be aware of from the civil services perspective and various other examinations also. So let's begin. Over here you had seen Agar or Hogar mountain range also. It is basically located on the plateau, that is Agar Plateau. It is basically present in southern Algeria, or you can mention Algeria itself. If you come towards the eastern part of the Agar Plateau, it is basically the Tibesti Plateau. It is in northern Chad or Chad region, right? Over here only we had just studied the important peak, that is Emi Kausi present, that is basically an extinct volcano. Now if you come here, if you come further south of the Agar Plateau, you have the Jos Plateau. It is present in Nigeria and it is very famous for the tin mining. Tin mining is done over here. If you come further south, you have Adamawa Plateau, which is in basically Nigeria and Cameroon. See, over here, south of the Tibesti Massif is the Enedi Plateau. It is again present in Chad. Please remember, it is again present in Chad. On the right side, you had done the eastern highlands. Within the eastern highlands, I had told you that very important plateau is the Ethiopian plateau. So this is the Ethiopian plateau. It is the highest in Africa. It is present in Ethiopia and Eritrea, right? Now, if you come further south, you have the East African plateau, this region. It is present, basically its extent is present in Kenya, Tanzania and Uganda. Tea and coffee are grown here because of the suitable climate that is present. If you come further south, you have the Ghap Plateau. Ghap Plateau is present in South Africa and diamond mining is done over here and a lot of diamond deposits or mines are present here. So that is why very famous for diamond mining. That is the Ghap Plateau, South Africa. If you come towards this region, you have the Bai Plateau. Bai Plateau. It is again South African region. Southern Africa, sorry, not South Africa, Southern Africa. It is basically called the Water Tower of Angola. It is present in the Angolan region. It is known as the Water Tower of Angola. This has been asked in the examinations, various examinations, particularly PCS also. Why it is known as the water tower of Angola? Because multiple rivers basically originate from this particular plateau. You can be asked this question that, let us say, they can ask you like East African plateau is known as the water tower. Possibly, if you haven't read it, you will not be able to answer it. The reason why plateau is known as a water tower, because water tower of Angola, because it first of all present in Angola, and also along with it because multiple rivers originate from this region, and that is why this title has been given. So this is very, very important here. Let me mark it also, because possibly many people will neglect it otherwise. Now comes the Katanga Plateau. Remember, in one of the PCS papers few years back, very well we know that Katanga Plateau is present again in the Democratic Republic of Congo region, but it is one of the richest region with respect to copper and cobalt mining where it is done. So very rich in copper and cobalt. So instead, everybody generally, if you're studying for civil services, you tend to read about Katanga Plateau. But its alternative name is also there, which was asked in the prelims paper of certain PCS examinations, where students were not able to answer. Why? Because instead of Katanga, they used the Shaba Plateau. Katanga Plateau has an alternative name, which is known as the Shaba Plateau. So that is why, please remember, Katanga and Shaba are same. That is why I've written here. And it is richest in copper and cobalt in the complete world in a way, present in Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC. So these are the important aspects and important dimensions which you should know about every plateau. You do not have to go beyond this, because if you go, then again, it is not feasible also for you to remember. What I've written here, more than sufficient. Please note it down. Okay. Important rivers. Now see here. See here. You have the river Nile, which is present here, the longest river in the world, which is 6,650 kilometers. It has two tributaries also, the Blue Nile and the White Nile over here. So this is the Nile River. Now, if you come towards the western side, you have a small river, that is River Senegal over here. Then over here you have the very important river, River Niger. Now, River Niger is again the West African lifeline, because very important for the survival and the provision of water for the people who are present here. Niger has a tributary, which is small tributary, River Benue. Towards the western side of River Benue is River Volta. River Volta that is present. Clear? Now, when you move further south, this is the River Congo, which we have studied already in the Congo Basin, goes through, Congo Basin is present in this particular region. Now, this is the deepest river in the world. We have the longest river, Nile, deepest river about in regions where 220-meter depth is also there. Now, that is huge from the perspective of a river. So, deepest river in the world, and second longest river is also there, and it crosses the equator twice. If you see here, it is crossing here also and here also. So there are 2 points where River Congo crosses the equator. These are those points which you should be always remembering, because it can be asked. In the examination, if it is asked, possibly you will not be able to recollect, because when they write which among the, let us say they will mention XYZ river and they say it is crossing the equator twice. You will not be able to recollect if you haven't read it. That is why River Congo, it is crossing the equator from at 2 points. See here. Rising here, going here, cutting the equator here, then again cutting the equator here. You come further south, you have the river Zambezi. It is the largest eastward flowing river of Africa. Victoria Fall, one of the largest waterfalls, is present on the Zambezi river. Further south, you have river Limpopo, and then you have the river Orange. Now, these are again important rivers which are present in the southern African region. Please note them down. I'm giving you time, right? Pause the video and note it down. Let's move ahead. Important lakes. Now, these are important lakes that are present. Let's see. If you see, this is Lake Chad. This is inland and a shallow lake. If you come further south, Lake Volta. Now, Lake Volta is basically an artificial lake. You should be well aware, because this question has also been asked. Because generally we tend to assume that every lake that is mentioned here is natural. No, Lake Volta is an artificial lake. If you see here, if you go, let us say, towards the northern region, you have Lake Nasir over here. Further south, you have Lake Turkana. You come south, you have Lake Victoria. This is the largest in Africa. So the largest lake in Africa is Lake Victoria. You go further south, you have Lake Tanganyika, this is the second deepest lake in the world. You come further south, you have the lake Lias, famous for the cichlid fish. Cichlid fish. These are small fishes which are present, and you will recall that this question has also been asked in the civil services examination, right? Few years back. So it is not that I have prepared this based on the question paper. No, I made the diagrams and all the maps. Then I checked the questions. Can certain things be added? Then I realized that whatever we have done, most of the questions could be done from these things also with respect to the African continent, or for that matter, geography topics which we are doing in the other series, or the mapping series of other continents also can be managed or done. Please remember, over here, we can very well mark every country, every capital and all. Please remember, those are not cost benefit. They will not benefit you from the civil services perspective. These are the important things which you should do, because if you start learning the capitals of every country, 54 countries, and you achieve that goal, possibly you can gain money from KBC if you get selected. But in civil services, that will be waste of energy and your resources, particularly your energy. So please align with yourself what is the requirement of civil services. Simply knowing those things which are generally not asked only, and that takes, let us say, humongous amount of time and energy, and you know that if 10 years one question will ask and you're focusing most of the time on those things, learning the capitals and all, then possibly it will be not useful for you. So please remember this very, very well. Let's move ahead. Important deserts. Now there are very important deserts present here. This is the Sahara Desert. This is the largest hot desert we had already done. Within this region, you have the Libyan Desert over here. It is very rich in oil, right? Oil deposits are found here. Further east over here is the White Desert. Then you have the Nubian Desert. This is basically stony desert along the Nile. So you should be aware of this fact. You have the Nabib and the Kalahari. You very well know about them because you have done in the physical division. So these are the important deserts. Please pause the video and write it down or make these things, because see, in the examination they will ask you basic fact only, that this desert is present in Africa or South America and all. So having this knowledge will be very useful for you to answer a lot of extra questions which you otherwise would have not been able to attempt. Then comes the water bodies. See, you have the Mediterranean Sea over here. Then this is the Strait of Gibraltar, which is basically connecting the Mediterranean Sea to the Atlantic Ocean. You have the Gulf of Guinea here. This complete region is the Atlantic Ocean. You come here, this is the Mozambique Channel. This is the Indian Ocean here. This is the Gulf of Aden here. This is the Red Sea. These are the important water bodies that you should be aware of. Pause the video and write it down. Okay. Natural vegetation, a brief idea you should know because it overlaps with the climate also. This is the Mediterranean vegetation that is found here. As we know, citrus fruits, olives, grapes are grown here. Then along with it, you have this desert vegetation is present here. Desert vegetation because of the Sahara, and along with it, the Nabib and Kalahari Desert also. If you see, this white portion is basically the savanna which we had done. Savanna has 3 divisions which are already done. Then this is the mountainous vegetation. Wherever the high, let us say the altitude is more, you will have a mountainous vegetation. It is possible because either the altitude is high of the mountain range or the plateau. So this is all that is marked in pink over here refers to the mountainous vegetation. Now these are the welds that are present. You remember I had mentioned the temperate grasslands. So this is the temperate grassland, the weld that are present here. And the green region in the Congo basin basically refers to the tropical rainforest region. So this is the vegetation. Clear? Now is the important MCQ session. See here, write your answers in the comment section. I will request you that I will post the answers of all the questions 24 hours after the video has been made public. So I will request you to please see this, write the answers, watch this video and write them in the comment section. Let's see. First question. I'm not telling you the answers. I will put the answers in the comment section after 24 hours. First, Nile River is called the Great Gift of Nile. Assertion 1. Reason, Nile is the longest river in Africa and supports agriculture in arid regions of Egypt. Again, A, B, C, D, both A and both the statements are correct, but R is a correct explanation. Over here, both are true, but R is not a correct explanation. A is true, our reason is false. A, that means assertion is false, but the reason is true. So you have to mark whichever is the answer. You can pause the video, pause this video, attempt the question and write the answer in the comment section. Second, Lake Tanganyika is deeper than Lake Victoria. This is the assertion. Reason, Lake Tanganyika is in a rift valley lake formed by tectonic subsidence. while Lake Victoria is a shallow depression. Again, similar thing, both are true, but R explains, the reason explains A. Both are true, but R reason does not explain the assertion. A is true, R is false. Both A and R are false. So please take a minute, pause the video and write your answer in the comment section. Assertion, Namib Desert is the oldest desert in the world. Reason, Namib Desert is a coastal desert supported by fog from Benguela Current. Over here again, 4 points. A and R are true. R explains A. A and R are true. R does not explain A. A is true. R is false. Both A and R are false. Answer this. Last question. This is match the following. I'm not mentioning it, just you can have a look. Column Kalahari, Sahara, Danakil and Nubian. Over here, this is a column. Now, please understand, it is quite possible that you might have not, let us say, known a name of one or the other, but you know 3 of them also which we've been taught. So, you should be able to answer them. You will come across such things. Please remember, if you do not know one or the other thing, that does not create a problem, because if you know the others, you will be able to derive the answer. Important is getting the answer, not knowing every single thing over here. Please, this is the art of MCQ or answering. Please write it down. Pausing the video, correct it, right? Okay. This is a reference map.
This is again a hand-drawn world map. Now, if I want to locate where is Asia, very interestingly, you will realize that this is a part which we often tend to say, okay, this is a European part which we have done. This is the Asian part which we have to do. So if I want to see, this is the major dimension. These are all the continents that are present. This is the Asian mass, right? Over here, Ural Mountains is basically separating Europe from Asia. So this region, this complete part, this is Asia, right? Which we are going to study in brief, and along with all the intricacies that are necessary for your examination. So, having studied where Asia is located, let us see the other part. Now, if you see from the aspect of the oceans that are present here, if you realize this is the region of Asia, right? Over here you have the Indian Ocean, here is the Pacific Ocean, and on the north you have the Arctic Ocean. So again, it is surrounded by 3 oceans, and obviously on the western side you have the continent of Europe. Let's have a brief idea about what is Asia. So we have a brief map which we have studied right now about Asia. So we'll be here just as a understanding point of view, where is Asia, and we'll be obviously demarking all the stuff, all the points on the map. So let's understand brief information about Asia. First, Asia is the world's largest continent, and this is something that we had done in the start of the lecture also, when we started the series, where we had already delineated or demarked that what is the order in which you have to study the continents if you study on the basis of size. So you have Asia as the largest continent. It covers 30% of the Earth's total land area and 8.7% of the Earth's total surface area. And that is itself denoting the humongous size of the continent. It has Pacific Ocean in the east, the Indian Ocean in the south, and the Arctic Ocean in the north. Obviously, as I've already told you, on the western side, you have the continent of Europe. It houses greater than approximately 60% of the world's population. So automatically 60% of the world's population is here. You know that countries contributing humongously to the population, including countries like India and China, are also present here. Lies entirely in the northern and the eastern hemisphere. So this is again a characteristic which you can be asked in your examination. So this is a brief outline of what you should be aware of. Now, along with these characteristics, please remember, there are certain very interesting things about Asia. Some of the record making of what general knowledge also you need to study, that there are certain things that are present here which make it unique also. Now, along with it, please remember, the world's highest point, Mount Everest, that we very well know, we have studied, 8848 meters, is also located in Asia. The lowest point, the Dead Sea, minus 130 meter, that is minus 430 meters, that is 430 meters below the sea level, is also located here. Then you have the largest inland lake, that is the Caspian Sea, is also located here. The deepest lake, that is Lake Baikal, is also located here. Largest peninsula, that is the Arabian Peninsula, also here. Largest delta, that is the Ganga Brahmaputra Delta, which we've already studied in the Indian series also. Largest country, that is Russia. And lowest lying country on the earth, that is Maldives, is also a part of Asia. So that means all these things which you have studied
make Asia very unique from the perspective of record making or from the perspective of so many different kind of features that are present in this continent of Asia, right? So now let us study the aspects, especially from the perspective of the physical divisions. Now these physical divisions, as we have done right from the start when we started with the continent of Antarctica, we have been doing these physical divisions because it helps us to understand what are the various categorizations into which we can divide a continent. And along with it, please remember, for each and every division, I have marked or written with respect to economic and social aspect also. So that means while dealing with each and every division, you're holistically covering from the physical, social and economic aspect, right? So let's begin. Northern lowlands, central highlands, southern mountain range, mountain system, eastern highlands and the islands and the island arcs. Now you will say, sir, okay, it's fine that we have marked or written these 5 points. Can you show us on the map also? Yes, obviously I'll be showing you. Please make sure while I am reading out these, pause the video and write down all of these in your A4 sheets properly, right? So these are the 5. Let us see them from the perspective of map. You know that very well that this is the rough boundary of Asia from here because you have the Ural Mountains here. Obviously it extends till Turkey. So this is the broad understanding. Now see, this is the region of northern lowlands. This region is marked by eastern highlands. This region is marked or understood as central highlands. This region as a southern mountain system. And there are other islands, like these islands are present. These are the part of the group of islands or the island arcs that we study. So this is again the map which is completely making you understand the physical divisions of Asia. Clear? Broad physical divisions. Please remember, there are a lot of books and a lot of websites which give you very different type of divisions. I am using the standard divisions which have been given by the NCRTs. Remember that? Obviously, the new NCRTs are coming. There were NCRTs from the time, the new NCRTs, what the NCRTs right now you're using are the new ones that have come. From 2005 also, there were certain other NCRTs that came. But before 2005 also, there were certain NCRTs which were having the chapters of Asia, Antarctica and all. So I'm using those particular NCRTs. So that means we are using the government text only to make you understand. Along with it, certain other facts and data have been added so that you have a holistic understanding of those divisions and the chapter which we are studying. So let us understand this one by one. Having seen this, let us understand the northern lowlands. Now you see, the world's widest continuous lowland from the Ural Mountains to the Pacific Ocean. So yeah, right from the Ural Mountains to the Pacific Ocean, you realize, though sometimes remember this very clearly, sometimes Eastern Highlands is not categorized as a different division. But over here it is mentioned, so we will be taking it because when NCRTs mention it, so we have to follow it, right? So it is a continuous stretch. It includes basins of rivers, very important rivers which you're going to see in the diagram of the rivers. Ob, Yensi and Lena rivers are very important rivers in this particular region. Dominated by the tundra in the northern region and taiga forest in the southern part. So obviously this is the type of vegetation that is found here. The population is very sparse. The reason behind it is you very well know that these regions are very cold. These are having very harsh climate. So having large population is not feasible also. That is why you realize that because of the harsh climate, the population is very sparse, very less. The density of population is very less. Indigenous groups. Now this is something very important also. We very well know that every region, or let us say every country for that matter, has indigenous groups or the tribal groups that are native to that particular region. And these questions have been asked in your civil services examination repeatedly. Now, similarly in these regions, you have the Yakuts, the Netis, and the Chukchi. These have been practicing reindeer pastoralism, right? So this is again very important. You can be asked about these particular indigenous groups which are present in this region, right? So these are the indigenous groups that are present here. Please pause the video and you can please note down these content. Okay, let's move ahead. In this region, again from the economic aspect also, you realize that huge reserves of oil, natural gas have been found. Siberian gas fields, coal and timber are very common here. Now the Trans-Siberian Railway, which is actually a lifeline over here across Russia, though we know that part of Russia is also in this European region, but overall we see the Trans-Siberian Railways is a very important means which is linking line for Russia. So we have mentioned it over here. Clear? Now please understand this. When we talk about the Siberian gas fields and all, ONGC Videsh has been continuously working over here, exploring the gas fields also and working here. And that is why, please remember, Indian-Russian partnership is very, very critical also, right, from the perspective of energy security. Now, having done the first northern lowlands, this is the content that you should be aware of, knowing they can ask you questions out of this, right? So northern lowlands, we have studied this. Now let's move on to the central highlands. This part, this is a central highland part. Now it is located between the northern lowlands and the southern mountain system. Southern mountain system is this, so it is between the northern lowlands and the southern mountains, so like a sandwich between both of them. It includes the Tian Shan mountains. We will be seeing these, where these mountain ranges are basically present when we will be seeing the mountains, right? Tian Shan Mountain, Mongolian Plateau, Gobi Desert, and Taklamakan Desert. So all these important features or landscape features are present in this particular region, right? Harsh continental climate, predominantly nomadic pastoralism, or based on camels, horses, and sheep. Now, similarly, indigenous groups are also found here also. And these again become important from the perspective of your understanding. We will realize that Mongols are present here, Kazakhs are present here, Kyrgyz are present here, and Uyghurs are present here. So these are the types of indigenous groups, or the tribals or the native people that are present in this particular region. Very, very important here, right? Again, they're also practicing pastoralism. So you can quickly note it down, pause the video. These are the physical aspects. These are some aspects related to the social and the economic aspect, right? Next, rich in copper, gold, coal, and rare earth minerals. So these are again, there are abundance of minerals also that are present here. Clear? So we have done with the part of the central highlands, right? Note it down quickly. Note it down quickly. Okay, let's move ahead. Southern mountain system. Now you know that very well. The southern mountain system basically refers to the Youngfold Mountains. This is an outcome of the collision of the Indian plate with the Eurasian plate, right? So the Youngfold Mountains that were created and associated features of that basically come under the southern mountain system. So this is the youngest and the highest mountain formed by the plate collision, and you know that very well, the Indian plate colliding with the Eurasian plate. It includes the Himalayas, Karakoram, Hindu Kush, Arakanayoma, Pamir Knot, and etc. Now this is also the birthplace of Asia's major rivers. You will realize that major rivers like Ganga, Indus, Brahmaputra, Mekong, Yangtze, and Yellow rivers are also found over here. Ethnic groups, Sherpas, Bhotias, Ladakhis, Pashtuns. Now, this is Sherpas, Bhotias, and Ladakhis is something that we have studied in the series when we were doing the Indian geography. When we talk about the Pashtuns, Pashtuns basically refer to the region where the word Pashto is spoken. And when I talk about Pashtuns, it basically refers to the region where border between Afghanistan and India in the northwestern province region of Pakistan is located. Over there, people speak Pashto, and that is why they're known as Pashtuns. These are tribal people, and over here, these are also the ethnic groups that are found here. Even today's time, you will realize that recently Pakistan has been raiding those regions, their own people. So this is also the Pashtun region which the Pakistani army has been raiding. Okay. Tribal and transhumans, Gujjars and Bakarwals again play a very important role here. Clear? Please write it down. Next, agriculture, apples, peaches, buckwheat, tea in the lower slopes. Again, form a very important ingredient of their economic aspect. So please note it down. These are the aspects of the physical features. These are some social and economical features that you should be aware of. Quickly note it down. Note it down quickly. Okay. Next comes the Eastern Highlands. These are the regions of the Eastern Highlands. Now it lies in the eastern side of the Asia. These are again the old fold mountains, not the young fold. These are the old fold mountains that are present here. Highly, heavily forested and moderate height. Now these includes the Manchurian uplands, Korean Peninsula, Chanbai Range, and etc. Certain sub features like that. We will be seeing when we will be studying the mountain ranges and all. So these features will be studied there. So there is concentration in the valley region. Other regions have sparse population. Along with it, rich in timber, coal, iron ore in the Manchurian region. Clear? So quickly, please note it down. Okay. Having studied the Eastern Highlands, now let us come to the part that is island and island arcs. Now you know that very well. You're talking about Japan. Obviously, we are talking about the other islands that are present over here. So these are again very, very important here. part of the Pacific Ring of Fire marked by frequent earthquakes, volcanoes, eruptions, and deep ocean trenches. We've already done this Pacific Ring of Fire when we were doing the physical geography series, which is along with it going on in parallel. So this region, this particular region is again what the Pacific Ring of Fire region. So obviously there will be a lot of volcanic eruptions, a lot of earthquakes that will be happening here. So because of them, these regions, so these islands are located on that particular belt, and you know these island formation is also associated with it. Terrain is highly rugged. These regions have, particularly the ones which are very developed, the countries which are very developed, they have very high population density. Like high population density is present in the countries of Japan, also in countries of Indonesia. Similarly, advanced urbanization societies, again in Japan also you see this, in Taiwan and Singapore also. Now, maritime culture and busy shipping routes. Now, these regions are very important from the perspective of shipping industries. If you see, Singapore is one of the very major hubs or a port where, again, because it lies in the maritime route. So, along with it, fishing industry is very dominant in these particular countries because these are island nations where huge amounts of export of, let us say, crab meat or fishes generally happens as a means of an important contribution to the economy. Similarly, indigenous groups, if you realize, Ainu in Japan, Igorot in Philippines, Dayaks in Borneo. Now, this question has been asked long ago with respect to these indigenous groups in these countries. So, you should be aware of these because see, you have studied a lot of tribes which are present in India. But there are many indigenous groups or tribes that are present across the world. And they can ask you in your civil services examination, particularly the prelims examination. So, you should be very well aware, right? Note it down, please. Now, let us come to the certain features like mountain ranges and rivers. We've already completed with the physical divisions. Now, the physical divisions is complete, so you have a brief idea. What are the divisions? What type of physical features are present there? And along with it, what are the socio-economic dimension related to each and every division? Now comes the aspect which is very critical because you have been repeatedly asked with respect to the mountain ranges, with respect to the rivers. So you should be very well marking it down on the maps. Either you can have the Asia map with you, ready-made map, or you can make the map of Asia as I've shown you and then mark it. It is up to you. Let's begin. Now, if you see over here, a lot of important ranges have been marked here. And now these are the ranges that you should be aware of also. Let us start over here. Now, this Ural mountain is basically the one which is separating Europe from Asia. So, this is like a barrier over here, Ural mountains. Obviously, Asia extends still here because of the Taurus mountains. Again, this is the region of Turkey also. So, the extension is here. So, Taurus mountain is present here. If you come to the Iranian plateau, you have Zagros mountains over here. If you move towards now India, please remember that I have just marked the important mountain ranges of India because we have already done the mountain ranges of India with respect to the Indian series. That is why I have not marked here Eastern Ghats, Western Ghats and other divisions of the Himalayas. We've already done because it is a huge Asia map. So, we are doing it from the major dimensions. So, over here, see over here you have the Kirthar mountains. Over here you have the Kirthar mountains. Please mark it down. These are the Kirthar mountain range. Just north to that on the eastern part over here lies the Suleiman range. Now, please remember this is a Pamir knot. Let me mark it here. What is this? This is the Pamir knot. This particular region, this is what? The Pamir knot. But it is not because this is again a rugged surface. From this, you will see certain extensions of various mountain ranges that is going. This is very critical, very important point, right? Pamir knot is very often asked also. Now, from the Pamir knot, if you realize, you have this Hindu Kush mountains projecting. Then you have the Teen Shar mountains moving towards the north eastern side. Then you have another mountain range, very important, that is the Kunlun mountains, which is again projecting towards the eastern side. Then you have the Himalayas over here. These are the Himalayan mountain ranges. You should know that in the Myanmar, there is a mountain range that is known as Arakan Yoma. Now, this is basically an extension of the Himalayan range. Please understand that. So, this is what an Arakan Yoma in Myanmar. Further, if you see here, you will have the Atlai Mounts here, right? Going ahead, you have the Great Kingyang Mounts here. Further north in the Russian region, if you have the Kolma range here. Then you have the Chukotsky Mounts here, again in Russia. Again, there is a very important mountain range over here, which is known as Verkhoyansk range. This is again in Russia. Again, in the region of Russia only, you have the Sayan Mounts, S-A-Y-A-N, Sayan Mounts. Now, these are the important mountain ranges that you should be aware of. Clear? So, giving you a minute, quickly pause the video, note it down or mark these content quickly do it. Okay. Hopefully you have marked this, and hopefully it is clear also. These are the very important mountain ranges that are very often asked in the examinations also, right? Okay, let's move ahead. Rivers. See, there are a lot of rivers over here. Now, these rivers again have been asked repeatedly in your examinations also. And let us see one by one. Now, see, this is the river present in Russia, which is known as Ob. You have already seen Ob, Lena rivers in this region, northern lowland region. So this is again a very, very important region. Now, if you come towards the eastern part, this is again a very important river, which is known as Amur River. Now, Amur River is almost on the border, or let us say has its basin spread to even Russia. Russia, though it is there, even in China also the basin spreads. So we can say that it is present in Russia and China. Below that, if you come here, you have this particular river. This is known as Yellow River. Now, the Yellow River is present completely in China. It is also known as China's sorrow because of the massive flooding that it causes, right? If you come a little further south, you have this particular river. This is known as the Yangtze River. It is present completely in China. It is the longest river in Asia with a length of 6,300 kilometers. It is the lengthiest, or the longest. So that is why you should be aware of this. When you come further south, you will realize there's a river known as Mekong River. Now, in the Mekong River, you realize it has its extent or basin is covered in the countries of China, Myanmar, Laos, Thailand, Cambodia, and Vietnam. So it is not completely, its basin is not completely restricted to China. It is also present in all these countries. So this is again a point of knowledge that you should be knowing. Again, this is Irrawaddy River. Irrawaddy River is present in Myanmar. Now, see, in India, you know that very well that we are not doing the drainage system over here extensively because we've already done in the Indian physical geography. We are just doing the major ones. You know this, the Indus River that is present in India and Pakistan. You have the Ganga River, which is present in India and Bangladesh again. And then you have the Brahmaputra, which is present in India, China, and Bangladesh. Something very important, there is a very important river. This is a Tarim River, this river. This is present in China. It is an inland river. It is an inland river. That means it does not reach the ocean or sea. So this is again you should be aware of. Tarim River. Clear? Please mark them in your maps. Please mark them in your maps. Okay. Let's do the water bodies. Now, water bodies over here, we're talking about certain lakes or certain water bodies which are present. Now, let's see here. If you see over here, here is the Sea of Ostoshk, again in the Russian region. If you come further south, you have the Sea of Japan here. If you come to the Chinese territory, you have the Yellow Sea here. Further south you come, you have the East China Sea. These are the Philippines. This is the Philippine Sea present here. On the eastern side, on the western side, you have the South China Sea in this region, a region of dispute. If you come here, you have the Java Sea over here. You have the Java Sea over here. Please mark it down quickly. Okay. Now you have the Banda Sea over here. If you come here, you have the Bay of Bengal. You have the Arabian Sea here. If you go a little bit on the eastern side, you have the Gulf of Oman here and the Persian Gulf here. Over here is the Gulf of Aden and this is the Red Sea. Obviously, you know this is a Mediterranean Sea. You can write it down also, Mediterranean Sea. This is the Caspian Sea, this is the Aral Sea, and Lake Baikal. Again, you should be aware of this. So these are the water bodies, important water bodies that you should be very well aware, and this have been repeatedly asked in your examinations also. Clear? So please write it down, mark them. Okay, let's move ahead. Deserts. Now, deserts also very, very important. Please remember, when you talk about deserts, desert does not mean that it is completely a hot region, which is generally perceived. There are deserts which are hot also, there are deserts which are cold also. Similarly, in Asia, you will realize that you have certain deserts which are hot, some cold. Now, let's have a look at them. Let's see the Gobi Desert. Now, Gobi Desert is very, very predominant desert. Now, this desert is present in the regions of Mongolia and China, and it is a cold desert. Now, this has been repeatedly asked in the examinations also, name of certain deserts and asking whether it is hot or cold. So, you should be very well aware of them. So, this is the Gobi Desert, present in Mongolia and China. It is cold. Similarly, if you come to this region, you have the Takla Makan Desert. Now, this is present in China. It is a cold desert, this region. If you come further towards its west, you have the Kizilkum Desert here. It is present in Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, and it is a cold desert. And it is a cold desert. If you come little south over here, you have the Karakum Desert. Now, this is in Turkmenistan, and it is basically a cold desert. If you come further towards its east, you have the Syrian Desert. Now, Syrian Desert has its boundary or its presence in Syria, Iraq, Jordan, and it is a hot desert. Please remember, Syrian Desert is hot. So, till now what you have read, all these are basically the cold desert. Now, these deserts which I'm going to mention are the hot deserts. The Syrian Desert is a hot desert. If you come to this is the Arabian Desert. The Arabian Desert is again a hot desert, but it has its extent to various countries. Like this can be asked and has been asked in the paper also. Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, UAE, Oman, Qatar, and Yemen. So these are the regions or the extent where the Arabian Desert is present, and it is a hot desert. Similarly, the Thar Desert, its extent is in India and Pakistan. It is in a hot desert. Clear? So these are the deserts which you should be very well aware of. Clear? Okay. Note it down, please. Next, let's come to the plateaus. Now, again, there are a lot of plateaus also, very important plateaus, again repeatedly asked in your prelims examination. See here, this is the Siberian Plateau. I guess it is clear also. Siberian Plateau. This plateau is known as the Plateau of Mongolia. Plateau of Mongolia. Clear? Now, if you come here, this is known as the Kamchatka Peninsula or a plateau. A question for you all. Let us see how many of you can answer this. Question is, Kamchatka has been in news because of what reason? See, in the comment section, I would request you one thing, do not Google it. Why do not Google it? Because if you're Googling it, then it is not the correct parameter to judge yourself. If you know the answer, whether it is right or wrong, write it in the comment section, whatever you're aware of. Because in the examination, UPSC examination, such type of questions come. So there has been certain event that took place some time ago that has got to do with Kamchatka Peninsula or the peninsula region or the plateau region. So you have to write in the comment section, all of you, answer to this particular question. What is it associated with? What were the recent happenings that happened here? Right? Let's see how many of you can answer. And after seeing your answers, I'm going to give you a correct answer in the comment section itself. Clear? Let's see and check you. Okay. Then you have the Korean Peninsula over here. If you come further south over here in the Yunnan region, that is in Yunnan region in China, You have the Malaya Peninsula. You have the Tibetan Plateau here. You have the Deccan Plateau. Again, the Arabian Plateau is present. Again, Arabian Plateau has the Arabian Desert also. So this is an Arabian Plateau. This is the Iranian Plateau. And you have the Anatolian Plateau. Anatolian Plateau, because see, the Ural Mountains are present here. But over here, because of Turkey, it is a little bit extended. So Turkey is also part of Asia. So Anatolian Plateau is present in Turkey. So these are the important plateaus that you need to know. Clear? Please note it down. Clear? So the homework for you is write it in the comment section that Kamchatka is associated with one of the recent happenings. So this was the mapping series which we had to do with respect to Asia. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Hopefully this series which we have done, where we have covered all the 7 continents, made or contributed to you in various forms, where you could have learned various things, where you have marked a lot of things, where you have gained a lot of knowledge also. Possibly you have learned how to even draw the maps also now. So my request would be now that make sure that you revise it continuously again and again, because there are a lot of questions that are asked from the maps. If you have a command over the maps, yes, you will be able to do really well in your examinations. So we will be again coming with a lot of initiatives. So meanwhile, we are over with this series of the world mapping, where we have covered all the 7 continents. Hopefully you enjoy the series. Do let me know in the comment section how you liked it, what are your views on this, and we will love to hear from you. Take care and all the best. As you always say at the end, Jai Hind.